A name is called out in shock. Raymond. A crowd silently approaches a grand city gate, flanked by guards. A hand presents a wooden identification tablet. A guard in armor examines the tablet, questioning the name Raymond to a hooded figure. The hooded figure's intense red eyes are revealed, as he is identified as Russell Raymond, an aristocrat from the founding family. Russell clenches his bandaged fist, a sense of hesitation passing over him. The guard internally questions Russell's tattered clothing, a stark contrast to his noble name. Two guards grant Russell entry after checking his credentials. One guard asks his colleague if he knows Russell, and is told he's from the renowned Raymond founding family. Onlookers gossip about Russell, mocking his mercenary-like attire and questioning the prestige of his family, wondering if he's here for a job. Russell stares ahead, his expression unreadable as he ignores the whispers. With a weary sigh, Russell smirks, dismissing the onlookers as nosy. He arrives in the sprawling capital city of Camelot. Russell gazes up at the magnificent magic tower, home to the kingdom's guardians. He reflects that he once worked desperately to enter that very tower. A painful memory surfaces of his family's downfall, punctuated by a scream and roaring flames. He remembers his father's death in the war against the Empire, a scene of carnage left behind. His family was forced to flee their castle, and he believed the magic tower was the key to reclaiming their home. As a child, Russell cried out for his mother while being dragged away, clutching a ring on a chain and insisting she was still alive. He recalls the crushing blow of being expelled from the academy before he could even apply to the tower. An academy official declares that Russell's 3 failing grades are an unprecedented failure in the institution's history. 2 officials discuss his fate, noting that while his theory is good, he can't reach the second circle, and his weak mana veins make him unsuitable to be a mage. Young Russell clenches the pendant on his uniform, his face a mask of fury and frustration. He recalls being told that his thin mana veins prevent him from taking in or releasing significant amounts of mana. Back in the present, Russell sits among other mercenaries, revealing he managed to reach the second circle by chance during his career. He sighs in resignation, admitting that despite his progress, he's still just a third-rate mage. An official announces that registration for temporary jobs is closed for the day, telling the crowd to return tomorrow. A man shouts in frustration after waiting half a day, while another resigns himself to their fate. Russell quietly accepts the situation, stating that beggars can't be choosers. 2 men walking away discuss trying the museum for work, but one immediately dismisses the idea. He explains the museum is only hiring first circle mages for simple cleaning jobs. The other man scoffs, deciding it would be too embarrassing to apply for such a menial position. Overhearing them, Russell sits alone against a wall. Looking weary, he lets out a long, defeated sigh. Slumped on the steps, Russell looks utterly exhausted by his fruitless search for work. He silently examines a small pouch containing a single, faintly glowing coin. The scene shifts to the grand facade of the Great Museum Louvrium. Inside the vast, ornate museum hallway, a tour is underway. A museum official begins his speech, announcing that aristocrats will be visiting this week. He gestures around the hall, declaring that the museum must be spotless as Russell stands nearby, now dressed in a cleaner's apron. The official addresses the new hires, cautioning them to be mindful of their wind strength while using magic to clean. He delivers a stern warning. They will face severe consequences for any damage caused by their mistakes. Russell internally scoffs at the official's dramatic tone, thinking the artifacts are probably fake anyway. He walks through the halls, beginning his cleaning duties. Russell stops abruptly before a large door, a sudden feeling of familiarity striking him. The plaque above the door identifies it as the Fantastical Species Room. He mutters the room's name, his curiosity piqued. As he stands before the door, a strange energy seems to emanate from it. Something beneath his apron begins to vibrate intensely. Russell clutches his side, confused by the sudden, strong vibration. The object beneath his apron is revealed to be a mysterious, eye-shaped ring, glowing with a strange energy. He stares at the object in his hand, a sudden memory striking him. It's his mother's ring. Compelled by the ring's strange pull, Russell turns and approaches the door to the Fantastical Species Room. He pauses for a moment, his expression hardening with resolve before he proceeds. An unseen force seems to guide him down the long hall, his legs moving on their own. Russell feels as if he is being pulled forward by the invisible strings of fate. He steps into a massive chamber and stops in his tracks, awestruck by a colossal dragon skeleton on display. In the presence of the ancient bones, The ring in his palm begins to vibrate with even greater intensity. He desperately questions the ring, pleading with his mother's memento to reveal its purpose. A lost memory surfaces of his mother leading him by the hand through this very museum hall as a child. The flashback continues, showing a happy young Russell being playfully stopped by his mother. In his memory, the boy holds his mother's hand and points ahead with wide-eyed excitement. Young Russell's gaze is fixed on a particular corridor, drawing his mother's attention. The memory triggers a flash of understanding in the present. He follows the path from his memory and finds himself standing before a specific display case. Inside the ornate case rests the fabled ancient dragon's heart. As he looks upon the heart, his mother's ring hums with a powerful, resonant energy. Russell finally understands the connection between the dragon's heart and his dragon eye ring. A voice suddenly emanates from the ring, asking why he is crying. The voice questions him again, demanding to know why it was brought to this place. Just as suddenly as it began, the ring's vibration stops, leaving Russell stunned. The grand exhibition hall falls eerily silent, the artifacts returning to their inert state. He stands alone in the quiet hall, contemplating the mysterious ring in his hand. He gives a bitter laugh, trying to dismiss the strange occurrence as a product of his imagination. His cynical thought trails off as he stares at his own reflection. A sudden, violent surge of crimson energy erupts from his hand, catching him completely by surprise. As the power of the heart and the eye meet, a new dragon's eye opens in the void. A magnificent spectral dragon materializes from the swirling energy, its power immense. The dragon's voice booms, declaring Russell the cornerstone of a new mythology. It grants him a second chance, an opportunity to reshape his destiny for the sake of this new age. The wheels of fate crack and shift as a long-awaited destiny finally begins. The scene changes to a classroom, where a professor clears his throat, asking about an unattended desk. Wham! He smacks a sleeping Russell on the head with a heavy book, who yelps in pain. Russell springs to his feet, startled and confused by the rude awakening. The professor scolds him, admitting his grades are great but questioning his nerve for sleeping in class. Utterly lost and disoriented, Russell can only stare back in blank confusion. His eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes the teacher as Professor Hubert. Russell's mind races in shock, knowing full well that Hubert should be dead. A nearby student gives Russell a strange look, wondering what's wrong with him. Two other classmates in the background snicker at Russell's bizarre reaction and predicament. Russell instinctively looks down at his academy uniform, his eyes widening in horror. He clutches his face, the impossible reality of the situation dawning on him. Looking around at his fellow students, he realizes with a jolt that he has somehow returned to the past. Sunlight streams through the familiar arched windows of the academy. The view confirms his impossible situation. He is truly back in his old classroom. Staring at his supposedly deceased teacher, he dumbfoundedly questions if he has truly come back to the past. Hubert and Russell stare at each other in a tense, awkward silence. Hubert pinches the bridge of his nose in annoyance, stating that while this behavior is unusual, Russell will still be punished. Russell makes a break for it, running out of the classroom in a panic. As he flees down the hall, the single, overwhelming thought of time travel consumes his mind. Russell sees his past self, facing his future as a hooded mercenary, realizing this time-bending magic is a new phenomenon. He remembers the dragon's voice anointing him as the cornerstone of a new mythology. The dragon's final promise echoes in his mind, a second chance for the sake of that new age. Russell confirms that the dragon definitely mentioned a second chance. He looks at his hand in shock, realizing his mother's ring is gone. Creak. The classroom door opens, and Professor Hubert enters the room. Hubert calls out Russell's name with a stern expression. Hubert remarks that it's unlike Russell to sleep in class, and Russell quickly apologizes. Professor Hubert summons Russell to his office during lunch for a private conversation, and Russell agrees. As Hubert walks away, he tells Russell he will be waiting. Russell watches him go, a small smile forming as he muses that he actually likes being in trouble again. He follows his professor down the Grand Academy hallway. Bam! A student deliberately shoulders past him, causing Russell to stagger in anger and surprise. A trio of students, led by a smirking redhead, confronts him, asking, "Shitty what?" A blonde student lunges forward to attack, shouting that Russell is too relaxed. The redhead stops his friend's wrist, reminding him that the professors are watching. He scolds Russell for sleeping instead of taking notes for him, and Russell recognizes him as Coma Frederick. Coma gives Russell a threatening glare, ordering him to follow him to the bathroom if he doesn't want to die. The three bullies head down the hall, leading the way. Russell lets out a soft laugh, calmly remembering that events like this were a common occurrence. Ding! A sudden chime catches his attention. A glowing blue window materializes, presenting him with a mission to teach his three bullies a lesson. He questions if the window is an illusion as he reaches out to touch it. He stops, stunned to find the holographic window feels solid and real. Coma calls out from down the hall, taunting Russell for lagging behind. He mockingly reminds Russell that running is useless within the academy. With a hardened expression, Russell agrees to follow. He dismisses the mission, deciding he's going to teach them a lesson regardless. A flash of his past life reveals brutal battles, making him realize the bully's killing intent is laughably weak in comparison. The three students wait for him inside the academy lavatory. Coma greets him with a smug taunt, calling him a larva bastard. Russell smirks back, retorting, "Yeah, I did. Bedbug bastard." The bullies stare in disbelief as Russell confidently approaches, thinking he's finally lost his mind. The blonde student steps forward to confront Russell directly. He lunges forward with a furious punch, yelling that Russell is asking for a beating. Russell effortlessly dodges the clumsy attack. With a swift counter, Russell lands a powerful punch squarely in the bully's gut. A second student with dark hair attacks with a kick, shouting, "You trash." Russell strikes again, hitting the second attacker and stopping him cold. The student collapses to the floor as Coma watches from the side, looking bored. Coma sighs in exasperation, clearly unimpressed by his friend's defeat. He scoffs at Russell, asking if he learned martial arts because he can't use magic. He sneers, adding the insult that it's what one would expect from a fallen family. Coma cracks his knuckles, revealing several glowing green rings, and states that using magic is forbidden in the academy. With a wicked grin, he reveals the loophole. They can use small artifacts. Coma lunges with an artifact-enhanced punch, screaming for Russell to die. Russell stands his ground and calmly catches the glowing fist. He stops the punch cold, his grip firm. Coma is utterly baffled, unable to comprehend how his attack was blocked. Crack with a chilling sound, Russell crushes Coma Frederick's hand. Coma Frederick screams in agony as his hand is crushed. Russell taunts Coma, mocking his fallen status and his habit of only bullying the weak. With a confident smirk, Russell calls Coma a trash bastard, his eyes glowing with rage. Russell questions how Coma dares to mention his family. Coma stares up in utter terror, stammering in fear. Enveloped in a menacing aura, Russell looms over Coma, who desperately begs him to wait. Coma's eyes widen in sheer panic as he pleads for Russell to listen. Russell leans against the wall, his composure returned, and warns Coma to behave from now on. Standing over the defeated bullies, Russell adds a final warning: behave or die. Thump. Exhausted from the fight, Russell slumps to the floor against a pillar. He rubs his head, wondering if he might have gone overboard. He notes that his eyes feel tired from the exertion. Ding! The blue mission window reappears before him. He's rewarded with a consumable mana stone for completing the mission, which a chibi version of him curiously examines. Staring at the physical stone in his hand, he questions if the system actually wants him to eat it. He examines the small red rock-like object, contemplating his next move. He scoffs at the thought, musing that even barbarians wouldn't resort to eating rocks. Despite his hesitation, the system window prompts him to use the item. Believing this is another opportunity like his regression, he eats the stone and finds the taste profound. A powerful red aura immediately begins to radiate from his body. What he shouts as he's engulfed in a violent surge of fiery energy. He clutches his chest as the raw power swirls around him uncontrollably. He realizes with a shock that mana is flowing out of him. The escaping mana is drawn inward, absorbed by a flaming heart representing his magic circle. He grits his teeth, enduring the intense flow of fiery energy coursing through his core. Phew. He breathes a sigh of relief as the raging power begins to stabilize. A wild grin spreads across his face as he realizes the potential of this new method. He declares with certainty, that he can now overcome his mana vein narrowing. He recalls the painful memories of his past, his family's downfall, his expulsion, and his bleak life as a mercenary. Filled with new resolve, Russell walks confidently through the academy halls. Creak! He politely enters Professor Hubert's office after being told to come in. Hubert gestures for Russell to take a seat in his well-appointed office. As Russell sits, Professor Hubert addresses him by name. Hubert kindly asks Russell if he is going through something difficult. Taking a sip of tea, Professor Hubert mentions rumors of Russell being bullied, causing Russell to reflect on his professor's concern. Russell smiles, thinking to himself that he's always wanted to say the words that come next. He looks at Hubert with newfound confidence and assures him there's no need to worry. Flustered but pleased, Hubert clears his throat and states it is a professor's duty to care for students, as Russell beams. However, Hubert reminds Russell he must still be punished for sleeping in class. He assigns Russell a difficult analytical report on intensive elemental studies. A mission notification appears, turning the assignment into a quest with a mana stone reward. Russell is surprised to see that even his school assignments have become missions. Hubert smiles slyly, asking if the assignment is too difficult for him. Russell confidently replies, no, accepting the challenge. With a sharp-toothed grin, he enthusiastically thanks his professor for the assignment. Back in his room, Russell stretches after a long period of work. He looks over his completed papers, confirming that the assignment itself isn't difficult. He remembers his past life, where his weak mana forced him to master theory, acing tests even while working as a mercenary. Staring out the window at the setting sun, he resolves that this life will be different. He reflects that there is something just as important as his studies. A flashback explains that the mana vein is the path that circulates mana. He remembers his past life, absorbing mana through harsh breathing exercises. In a desolate wasteland, his past self desperately fends off a giant scorpion monster. The colossal monster swings its massive pincer down at him. With a look of grim determination, he prepares to counter the attack. He unleashes a first circle fire spell, blasting the monster with flames. The fiery explosion engulfs the battlefield in a blinding light. Unscathed, the monster emerges from the flames to face him again. He desperately tries to cast a shield spell as the monster closes in. The monster's sharp tail strikes with lightning speed. The attack connects, shattering his defense in a brilliant flash. In the aftermath, the monster stands triumphant over the ruined landscape. Crash. He is slammed against a stone wall, shattering it on impact. As he tumbles through the debris, he wonders if the heavens sympathize with his plight. He collapses to the ground, utterly exhausted and panting heavily. Looking up with renewed hope, his eyes catch sight of something hidden. Inside a secret compartment, he discovers two ancient grimoires glowing with power. He reaches for the two books, Overvein and Wizard Body, which hold the key to his future. Back in the present, Russell runs, remembering Overvein trains the body and broadens the mana vein. He performs push-ups, recalling Wizard Body substitutes muscle tissue for part of the mana vein. Doing pull-ups on a tree, he understands that a stronger body creates a firmer mana vein. With fiery eyes, he declares he will overcome his mana vein narrowing this time. The scene transitions to the academy grounds as the sun sets. Gasping for breath against a tree, Russell thinks he can't go on. Wiping sweat from his brow, he sighs in satisfaction, feeling his exercise is complete. A notification appears, assigning a mission to practice Overvein by running 5 kilometers. He stares at the mission window, annoyed by its sudden appearance. A chibi version of him panics as the system window dings repeatedly, rushing him. With a wry smile, he accepts the challenge, agreeing to run. Full of resolve, Russell knows he can't afford to stand still. He pushes himself, running relentlessly as a progress tracker marks his distance. Stumbling from exhaustion, he forces himself to keep moving across the academy grounds. Nearing his limit, he pants that he is almost finished. He pushes off his knees, determined to run a little bit more. With a final, pained gasp, he pushes through the last stretch. Ding! The system window announces the mission is complete, and his reward is being provided. He collapses on the grass, utterly spent and unable to move another inch. Lying on the ground, he wonders how he'll even make it back to the dorms. Meanwhile, Professor Hubert reviews Russell's report, amazed by its depth. Inside his office, Hubert directly asks Russell if he was the one who prepared the report. Russell confidently confirms it was his work and offers a mana oath to guarantee it. Hubert eyes him through his monocle. Noting his student, he observes Russell's frankness, a stark change from his usual demeanor. Tapping the papers on his desk, Hubert declares he is very satisfied with the report. Ding Russell receives a mission reward, mana stones, and a permanent boost to his summoning abilities. Seeing an opportunity, Russell's eyes widen with a new idea. Just as Hubert dismisses him, Russell urgently calls out to his professor. The professor turns back, confused by his student's sudden outburst. Hubert asks why Russell wishes to use the exclusive faculty library. Hubert dismisses Russell's request, stating the student library should be enough. Russell confidently informs him that he has already read every book in the student library. The professor leans back in his chair, utterly shocked by this revelation. Hubert decides to test Russell's qualifications, a challenge which Russell readily accepts. Ding. Multiple mission completion windows pop up as Russell reflects on the sheer number of assignments Hubert gave him to prove his worth. He ponders that a deeper understanding of theory is key to his goals. He resolves to gain access to the faculty library's advanced knowledge, no matter what it takes. Poppy uncorks a vial, musing that completing the missions might be a hassle. Believing it's two birds with one stone, he drinks the potion to get the mana stone reward. As he finishes, someone stops in front of him and calls out his full name. A smirking student, Anton Frederick, confronts Russell, blaming him for his friend's suffering. Looking down at the trio, Russell calmly asks if they have come seeking revenge. Anton laughs mockingly at the very idea of getting revenge on him. With a venomous grin, he insults Russell, questioning who would bother getting revenge on someone so worthless. He leans in close, whispering a taunt to a startled Russell. "See you in class." As they walk away, one of his friends questions the lack of violence. Anton replies, "There's no audience." Russell is left alone, contemplating Anton's ominous mention of class. His thoughts drift to the daunting subject of practical magic combat studies. He remembers it as a class where students are graded based on their sparring matches. He recalls his past self, beaten but defiant, in the heat of a magical duel. It was the class where, in his past life, he was constantly humiliated. A painful memory surfaces of being defeated and sneered at by a triumphant opponent. Juxtaposed against his desperate past, the present Russell works diligently, acing every assignment. Ding! He hands in a mountain of completed work, triggering a cascade of mission completion notifications. Back in his room, he stands by the window, contemplating his next move as evening falls. On the table before him, the shimmering red mana stones, his mission rewards, are ready. He reaches for the stones, but hesitates with a flicker of doubt. He anxiously wonders if his body can handle the raw power of the mana stones. Gritting his teeth, he consumes the mana stones in one go. An explosive torrent of fiery red mana erupts from his body. He screams in agony as the overwhelming power feels like it's burning him from the inside out. He desperately realizes he must forge a new path for the mana immediately. Doubled over in pain, he begins to concentrate, attempting to mold the chaotic energy. He focuses his will, intending to draw a new magic circle around his heart, knowing failure means death. Though his heart is at its limit, he grins with determination, having already committed to this dangerous path. He endures the searing pain as the fiery mana continues to surge through him. With a final declaration of, "I'll make it mine," he unleashes a powerful blast of focused energy. Staring up at the released energy, he breathes out in exhausted relief, realizing he has succeeded. A new, stable magic circle glows brilliantly within his chest. His eyes glow with power as he recognizes his achievement. He has reached the second circle. Thud. Utterly drained, he collapses onto the floor, the remnants of his new power glowing faintly. Ding! System notifications confirm his understanding and power of both fire and water magic have greatly increased. Later, Professor Hubert marvels at how Russell managed to complete every single task he was given. He sits at his desk, steepling his fingers as he contemplates his student's incredible performance. He decides on a more fundamental question, one that gets closer to the truth. He poses a profound question to Russell, of magic's four structures, which is the most important. Russell pauses, contemplating the deep philosophical nature of the professor's question. A single tear falls from Hubert's eye as he realizes the weight of his own question. He quickly retracts the question, slapping his desk and offering to ask a different one instead. Russell watches as his professor appears to be overcome with emotion. Professor Hubert is left utterly speechless by Russell's impending answer. In the quiet office, Russell stands ready to explain his magical philosophy. With unwavering conviction, Russell gives his one-word answer, the mental image. Stunned, Hubert nervously adjusts his monocle and asks why he thinks that. Russell begins to elaborate on the fundamental nature of magic. He defines magic as the art of manifesting something into reality using mana. He breaks magic into 4 structures: assimilation of knowledge, the mental image born from it, the construction of formulas, and finally, manifestation. He explains that formulas are constructed to manifest the visual image, bringing it into the real world. While 3 of the structures can be learned through study, he implies the mental image is different. He explains that mental images are forged by breaking one's limits through imagination and courage, demonstrating by creating a small flame. He posits that imagining something different will change the very nature of the flame. With a gesture, he shows how a simple flame can become a raging, world-altering inferno. He muses that if he doesn't place limits on his mental visualization, a nascent, otherworldly concept begins to form within his mind's eye. He can even create life itself, manifesting a small fire salamander from pure thought. Deeply moved by the profound answer, Hubert turns away and quietly agrees. Russell demonstrates by conjuring a simple flame in his hand. Then, with a crackle, he clenches his fist, declaring it can also be paradoxical hot ice, born from understanding the world. He stands confidently, having perfectly articulated his advanced understanding. His lecture concludes with a single powerful statement. That is what magic truly is. Russell's eyes burn with the intensity of his conviction and newfound power. In a moment of epiphany, Hubert begins to understand the student before him. The professor realizes his initial assessment of Russell was correct all along. With a proud smile, Hubert declares that the student library is too small a world for him. Ding! A notification announces he has accomplished the mission, gaining access to the professor's library and 2 mana stones. Russell strides purposefully through the vast, hallowed halls of the faculty library. He marvels that even the first floor is incredibly expansive. He notes the immense difference in scale and knowledge compared to the student library. His eyes fall upon a stack of advanced tomes, including one on intensive magic botany. Settling in at a desk, he smiles, finally able to access the knowledge he craves. He resolves to study his weaknesses without neglecting the fundamental theories of magic. As he reads, the footsteps of an elegantly dressed woman approach from behind. A voice remarks that he is reading quite an interesting book. His eyes fly open in shock at the unexpected interruption. Clatter. Startled, he leans back abruptly in his chair. The woman beckons to him, calmly telling the surprised Russell to come with her. He instantly recognizes the imposing figure before him with a jolt of shock. In a flash of recognition, he identifies her as the renowned Dariah Snow White. Russell quickly introduces himself, and she greets him as the Flame Tower Master. An official title card identifies Dariah Snow White as the Flame Tower's Master and a top-ranking mage. He wonders why she is there, but she simply tells him not to be nervous. She offers him a large lollipop, claiming to be a mere companion on the same path. As Russell accepts the candy, Daria asks how a student gained access to the restricted library. Daria expresses her amused disbelief that the uptight professor would do such a thing. In a comedic cutaway, Russell muses on the word uptight as Professor Hubert feels his ear itch. Daria's demeanor changes as she senses his extremely pure and stable mana. With a glowing blue eye, she inwardly notes how rare his condition is. Russell glances back, sensing her scrutiny and wondering if she has discovered his secret. She pats his head gently, telling him not to worry. Daria reassures Russell that she is not there to lecture him. Overwhelmed, Russell quietly thanks her for her kindness. In a glowing vision, Daria's voice encourages a younger Russell to grow to his full potential. Russell's eyes widen, stunned by her profound words. Creak! Leaving the library, Russell reflects on his unexpected meeting. He considers his meeting with Daria an unexpected gain, just as someone off-screen spots him. A group of students watches Russell emerge from the faculty library, questioning how he got access. One of Anton's friends sneers that Russell must have brown-nosed a professor but will amount to nothing. The student mockingly wishes him the best. With a smirk, Anton adds that it won't do any good, while Russell returns a confident grin. Students gather for real-situation magic battle studies in a large stadium. A professor explains that the first student called will choose their opponent for the match. The lecture continues, explaining professors usually pick the weakest student to give them a fair choice. Russell sits calmly, recalling how he was always the first one called in his past life. Nearby students gossip, betting Russell will be chosen again because of his mana vein narrowing. Hopeful students shout at Russell, asking to be chosen for an easy grade. The professor prepares to announce the first combatant's name. Two students snicker, anticipating Russell's name being called. To their shock, the professor calls out, Anton Frederick. The crowd murmurs in confusion, wondering why Anton was chosen first. Anton confidently walks past the professor, their exchange suggesting a prior arrangement. Anton thanks the professor, who inwardly dismisses it as a small favor for the Frederick Merchant Association. Russell's eyes narrow in realization, confirming his suspicions. Anton stands in the arena, smugly summoning his opponent. He loudly calls out his chosen opponent, Russell Raymond. Elsewhere, Professor Hubert complains to a visitor for arriving unannounced. The visitor is revealed to be the elegantly poised Daria. Daria takes a seat, casually stating that a teacher visiting a student is hardly a big deal. She questions Hubert about giving a faculty library pass to a student named Russell. Hubert confirms it, worriedly asking if Russell has caused some trouble. Daria smiles, clarifying that she simply hasn't encountered someone so rare and precious in a long time. Hubert agrees, adding that Russell's mana vein narrowing is a very uncommon condition. When Daria asks what he means, Hubert explains that Russell has already overcome his problem. Daria calmly holds her teacup, processing the new information. She reveals that she already knows Russell has reached his second circle, leaving Hubert speechless. Back at the arena, Russell and Anton face off in the center of a grand magic circle. Pop! A mission notification appears. Win the magic training for mana stones and a locked reward. Russell smirks, recognizing the compartment reward as a valuable magic storage space. Anton taunts Russell, telling him to beg if he wants to live. With a look of utter contempt, Anton repeats his demand, beg. Russell scoffs at the very notion of begging. An intense fiery aura erupts around Russell as he challenges the demand. The supervising professor looks on in disbelief, recognizing the powerful magic. He officially declares the start of the match. Anton gathers a ball of fire, preparing his opening attack. He internally struggles to believe someone with mana vein narrowing could have a second circle. Anton unleashes a massive flamethrower spell across the arena. Russell stands his ground as the powerful inferno rushes toward him. He calmly conjures a hexagonal shield, effortlessly blocking the blast. A student in the stands expresses amazement at Russell's technique, having deflected the heat with a thin, angled shield. The supervising professor watches in disbelief, wondering if Russell has been hiding his skills all along. Anton struggles against the shield, enraged that his powerful fire magic is being so easily endured. With a determined gaze, Russell sees his opportunity and decides to strike now. He unleashes a second circle spell, instantly forming a deadly fire arrow in his hand. As the arrow screams across the arena, a shocked Anton barely manages to dodge the attack. Anton lands in disbelief, wondering if Russell has truly achieved a second circle as the arrow explodes. Seething with anger, Anton grits his teeth and calls his opponent an insect. His rage turns to confusion as he notices something unexpected from Russell's side. To Anton's utter shock, Russell has already cast a second fire arrow before the first even hit. A barrage of fire arrows streaks through the air, relentlessly pursuing Anton. Watching from the side, the supervising professor wonders if it's double casting, but another professor isn't so sure. The senior professor realizes it isn't double casting. Russell's casting speed is simply so fast, it appears to be. Russell taunts his opponent from across the field, asking if fire arrows are all he can muster. Seeing an opening, Anton begins to form a defensive spell, believing he has a way to win. He summons a specialized protection from fire shield, confident it will block Russell's attacks. Russell smirks, revealing that he had been waiting for Anton to make this exact move. Believing he has the upper hand, Anton plans to let Russell exhaust his mana before striking back for the win. With a simple gesture, Russell cancels his fire magic, preparing to switch his tactics. A powerful gust of wind erupts from Russell, sending Anton and his fire shield reeling in terror. Russell unleashes a wind arrow, shocking Anton, who realizes his opponent identified and countered his defense instantly. The supervising professor questions if this is the same Russell, while the senior professor watches intently. Anton falls to his knees, completely overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. In a flash, Russell appears before him and delivers a punishing, close-range blow. Russell channels lightning through his fist for a devastating follow-up attack. Arg! The lightning-infused punch slams into Anton's chest, causing him to cry out in pain. Before Anton can recover, Russell lands another brutal kick with supernatural speed. The supervising professor panics, questioning what kind of magic this is and demanding the match be stopped. The senior professor calmly instructs him to look closer at the energy covering Russell's body. The supervising professor's eyes widen in shock as he finally understands what he's seeing. He realizes, in astonishment, that Russell is using mana to create a knight's aura. The senior professor smiles, impressed that Russell found a way to overcome his limits. Russell channels his aura into one final, decisive punch to end the fight. Anton is sent flying into the arena wall, which cracks violently from the sheer force of the impact. The crowd of students is left completely stunned and speechless by the one-sided victory. Utterly bewildered, the supervising professor gasps, unable to believe what just happened. He remains frozen in shock, at a complete loss for words. Amused, the senior professor prompts his colleague to announce the winner of the duel. The supervising professor hesitantly raises his fist to make the official declaration. He proclaims Russell Raymond the winner as Russell stands victorious in the arena. As the professor dismisses him, Russell declares that the match is not over yet. Confused, the professor asks what he means, while Russell points out a specific class rule. Anton's friends look on in horror as they realize the victor can challenge another opponent. Russell points directly into the stands and calls out his next challenger. With a menacing grin, he challenges his next opponent to come down and face him. Later, the senior professor reflects in his office on Russell's 14 consecutive wins. He notes that the student has great insight, recalling a document on his desk. He muses that after seeing him only once, he recognized Russell's immense mana potential. Sipping his tea, he continues to ponder the situation. His primary question remains, how did Russell manage to grow so powerful so quickly? Elsewhere, a man with blue hair also reflects on the match, intrigued by the name Russell Raymond. Ding! A notification confirms the mission is complete, unlocking his compartment and filling it with mana stones. Russell glances over his shoulder, confused by the string of reward notifications appearing beside him. He stands before a swirling purple portal in his room, realizing his rewards are stored inside. He cautiously reaches his hand into the swirling vortex of the magical compartment. From within, he pulls out a mysterious, weathered map. A new mission appears, directing him to a location on the map, but warning him not to try until reaching the third circle. Russell stares at the high-level requirement, shocked by the mission's difficulty. He resolves to reach the third circle, a feat he's failed countless times before, wondering if this time will be different. Frustrated, he studies the map but cannot recognize the marked location. Believing he can find answers, he returns to the vast collection of the professor's library. Thud. He gets to work, pulling down stacks of books in his search for a clue. He smiles, finding a book that identifies a region as the Endymion Kingdom's outer territories. Flipping the page, he finds another potential area of interest, the Empire's seaside. With a determined grin, he continues his search, convinced the answer lies in the outer sea records. Wah! Surrounded by towering piles of books, he slumps in defeat, having found no matches. Realizing he's wasted enough time, he leaves the library to rethink his plan. With renewed determination, he decides to prioritize reaching the third circle before anything else. In a crowded hall, he notices other students watching him and whispering amongst themselves. He reflects on finally escaping the daily bullying and resentment he once faced. But he lets out a quiet sigh, realizing that despite his newfound strength, he's still a loner. He glances back, a feeling of isolation still present in the crowded room. The senior professor approaches and places a hand on his shoulder, asking for a private word. The professor gives a slight, knowing smile. Russell smiles back and readily agrees to follow him. The scene transitions to a bright sunny day, noting that summer break is almost here. In his office, the senior professor pours tea and asks Russell if he has any plans for the vacation. Russell accepts the teacup, replying that he doesn't have any plans yet. The professor then offers him a position on a research project, much to Russell's surprise. He explains that with good performance, Russell could even have his name published as a co-author. Intrigued, Russell picks up one of the research papers to examine it. The senior professor senses his hesitation and asks what he's thinking. Holding the paper, Russell apologizes for his silence as he considers the offer. He then smiles, politely revealing that he actually does have plans for the summer after all. The professor looks confused, reminding Russell that he just said he didn't have any. Russell slides a document across the table, declaring his intention to travel there. The professor looks at the paper, surprised to see it's for a vacation destination. The travel document for a place called Maldiva lies atop his mysterious quest map. A horse-drawn carriage makes its way down a sunlit road. Inside, Russell looks out the window at the passing landscape. He smiles peacefully, enjoying the quiet journey. Deciding it's time for a meal, he summons his magical compartment inside the carriage. He pulls out a mana stone, anticipating it will be a filling meal. Phew. Atop the carriage, a coachman wipes his brow, complaining about the intense summer heat. He is suddenly jolted as the carriage's wheels ignite with magic, propelling them forward at great speed. Within the carriage, Russell is shrouded in a fiery aura, deep in concentration. He vows to himself that he will reach the third circle before they arrive in Maldiva. Back at the academy, the senior professor sits at his desk, finding the situation peculiar. He muses on the strange coincidence of Russell also heading to Maldiva. The scene shifts to a sunny resort, where Daria is seen relaxing on a lounge chair. She looks out at the beautiful Endymion Maldiva Sea, remarking that her hometown is as beautiful as ever. Daria lounges by the sea, wondering how long it's been since her last real break. Taking a sip of her drink, she reflects on her dedication to developing her students. The scene shifts to a formal event where Daria addresses a large, silent crowd. In her memory, a hand conjures a swirling vortex of powerful fire magic. Daria explains to the audience that 3 specific numbers hold special meaning for mages. 2 students in the crowd listen with wide-eyed shock and awe. She illustrates the 9th circle, the final path of a mage, with an image of ascension. Next, she explains the 6th circle, the trial to become a grand mage, before mentioning the 3rd. The 3rd illustration shows a lone mage standing before a great ancient tree. She concludes that the 3rd circle signifies the beginning of a mage's solitary journey. Back in the present, Daria sets her glass down, contemplating the phrase, being alone. With a knowing look, she seems to ponder the weight of that solitary path. Elsewhere, Russell sits in a library, a faint smile on his face as he reads. The carriage finally pulls to a stop as the coachman announces their arrival. An attendant peers inside, confused, asking his passenger why he isn't getting out. He grows frantic, shouting for the unresponsive sir inside the carriage. Thump! A hand decisively grabs a fresh loaf of bread from a table. It's Russell, who is now awake and eating with a ferocious appetite. He continues his meal, realizing he used too much strength subduing his own chaotic mana. Remembering the attendant trying to wake him, he takes a swig from his mug. He raises his drink with a satisfied expression, knowing he has finally achieved his goal. Surrounded by a powerful fiery aura, Russell smiles, having successfully reached the 3rd circle. A magic circle glows in his palm as he marveling at surpassing his old limit so quickly. He leaves payment on the table, resolving that this achievement is only the beginning. With fierce determination in his eyes, he vows that he must push himself even further. Arriving at his destination, Russell consults the map, ready to begin his search. His attention is caught by a guide loudly advertising a tour of the Pompeo volcano. The guide tells a group that according to legend, the mountain became a volcano due to a special creature. Russell listens intently, struck by the idea that a being's presence could alter nature itself. He realizes there's only one creature in the world powerful enough to do that. A vision of an erupting volcano fills his mind as he pieces the puzzle together. He stares in awe as the eruption takes the form of a fearsome red dragon. Roar! The guide, now seen in a silly dragon hat, ruins the moment, prompting Russell to go alone. As the tour guide continues, Russell quietly slips away from the group. He takes a different path, leaping up a cliffside with purpose. Approaching a massive waterfall, he considers how his return and mission rewards are connected. Standing before the waterfall with his map, he suspects this is the key to it all. He smiles confidently, now certain that his quest is deeply connected to a dragon. As he holds up the map, a golden light suddenly appears, pointing the way. A single brilliant orb of light materializes and floats before him. The light zips across the water's surface, startling him as it leads him forward. It hovers at the base of the waterfall, and he wonders if this is his promised guide. The golden light shoots directly through the rushing water, revealing a path. With a clever grin, Russell understands the entrance is hidden behind the waterfall. He gathers his mana, preparing a spell to part the powerful cascade. He unleashes a massive wind arrow, blasting a vortex of air at the waterfall. The powerful spell rips through the water, creating a temporary opening. He lands inside a hidden lava cave, realizing why no one has ever discovered it. Walking cautiously, he remembers the mission's warning, but sees no signs of beasts. He looks up in wonder at the ancient, towering pillars within the vast, hidden chamber. He places a hand on a vine-covered wall, wondering about its immense age. Alerted by a sound, Russell glances into the darkness of the lava cave. The light from an ornate gate reveals his location as an unseen presence notes he's been found. With a grim expression, Russell senses he is no longer alone. Annoyed with himself, he reflects on his mercenary days and realizes he let his guard down. His eyes widen as he analyzes the unsettling silence of the cave. The eerie quiet can only mean one thing. He has entered the territory of a powerful predator. A massive reptilian beast emerges from the shadows, shocking Russell as he identifies it as a Komodo lizard. The creature whips its powerful tail in a lightning-fast attack. A blur of motion shows the devastating speed of the tail strike. The attack slices through the air with incredible force. Russell dodges just in time, recognizing the formidable monster before him. He recalls that a beast of this level requires at least 2 mercenary teams to be defeated. Realizing he's outmatched, he concludes that his only option is to run. Deciding to fight back, he gathers crackling blue electricity in his hand. He unleashes a powerful second circle spell, Lightning Arrow. Creek the Komodo lizard shrieks in pain as the bolt of lightning strikes it. With a determined grimace, Russell pours more energy into his spell. Keek! Lightning engulfs the beast's head, but it's not enough to stop it. Knowing his attack only bought him a moment, he makes a quick retreat. He sprints desperately toward the large stone gates at the end of the chamber. Clang! The gate's statues cross their spears, demanding he prove his worth with mana. Kya, trapped by the sealed gate, he turns to face the screeching monster behind him. With no way to escape, he stomps his foot down, preparing to fight. Vowing to forge his own path, he summons intense fire magic into his hands. He unleashes a second circle firebolt, not at the beast, but at the gate. His spell strikes the large red gem embedded in the stone doors. The Komodo lizard ignores the spell and continues its relentless charge. Russell braces for impact, but is confused when the charging beast suddenly stops. He stares in shock as the massive creature stands frozen above him. The Komodo lizard dissolves into dust before his eyes. He looks on, completely bewildered by what just happened. With the beast gone, he cautiously approaches the now unobstructed gate. The red gem on the gate begins to glow with an overwhelming light. He is completely consumed by the brilliant flash. He reappears elsewhere, clutching his head in pain. Touching the surface before him, he's shocked to find himself encased in ice. Now, in a vast, frozen chamber, he looks around and wonders where he is. He realizes he was just in a cave and must have been teleported. He walks through the grand, icy hall, still trying to understand the situation. A massive, pulsating red crystal chained to the ceiling catches his attention. His eyes widen in alarm as he stares up at the ominous object. A mission notification appears, ordering him to defeat ice golems to clear the trial of fire. An icy skull begins to form on one of the stone statues. The statue cracks and transforms into a glowing ice golem. An entire army of ice golems activates, and he realizes he must fight them all. Cursing the impossible odds, he prepares a fire spell to defend himself. He launches a powerful blast of fire toward the nearest golem. The fireball explodes, shattering the golem's icy head. As the golem regenerates, he remembers that he must destroy its core to defeat it. A formidable ice golem with glowing red eyes materializes before him, startling him. Russell realizes in frustration that his powerful attack only managed to create a small crack. Realizing fire is ineffective, he decides to switch his strategy and gathers wind magic. He looks on in utter shock, unable to comprehend what is happening. The massive ice golem raises its arms, preparing to crush the much smaller Russell. He attempts to cast a lightning spell, but curses as his magic fails to manifest. Kick, he's thrown to the ground. shielding himself from a barrage of shattering ice. Pushing himself up, he regains his footing on the frozen ground, ready for the next move. His eyes narrow as he suddenly recalls the notification he received earlier. He understands the nature of the trial of fire. He's restricted to using only fire magic. Kook. He's violently slammed against a wall by the golem's overwhelming force. Looking up, he discovers he's no longer fighting one monster, but an army of them. Cornered by the golems, he mutters with grim defiance about his opponent's terrible hobbies. Despite the odds, he ignites his fist, preparing a second circle firebolt spell. With blood on his face and a look of grim acceptance, he acknowledges the difficult fight ahead. Wreathed in flames, he stands his ground, ready to face the towering ice golems. His fire spell strikes one of the golems head-on in a burst of intense heat. Though damaged, the golem remains standing, a strange purple crystal visible in its chest. He unleashes another massive, fiery explosion, engulfing the battlefield in destructive energy. Huff, huff! He catches his breath, noting with exhaustion that only 2 golems remain. He realizes with growing concern that at this rate his mana will run out before he can defeat them. Sweat and blood mark his face as the immense strain of the battle begins to show. He narrowly dodges a powerful slam from a golem that shatters the stone floor. He recalls a key strategy. To break through the ice, he must focus all his power on a single point. A flash of insight strikes him as he finally understands the solution to his predicament. To prepare for his next move, he quickly retreats to create distance for a powerful spell. He begins his incantation, starting with the basic formula for a fire arrow. He then mentally adds the formula of amplification, increasing the spell's potential power. His eyes burn with intensity as he prepares to add the final, crucial component to his spell. He carefully begins to merge the separate magical formulas, weaving them into a single, complex spell. Multiple amplified fire arrows materialize, swirling around him in a vortex of raw power. The final step is revealed, the formula of compression. Gritting his teeth, he forces all the fiery energy together, compressing it into a volatile core. The golems halt, startled by the sudden massive surge of magical energy. As a golem's blade descends, he screams in desperation, pleading for the spell to merge in time. A blinding explosion of pure energy erupts from his hands. The 2 golems are stopped dead in their tracks, frozen mid-motion by the flash. Cracks spread rapidly across one of the golems as its form begins to crumble apart. As the golem disintegrates around him, he stands victorious, a fiery spear now in his hand. Russell's origin magic, the Blaze Lance, has been forged. He gauges the weapon's immense power, realizing it's equivalent to at least a 5th circle spell. He grips the fiery shaft, realizing that just maintaining the spear is draining his energy at an alarming rate. Knowing his time is limited, he shouts that he'll strike first and lunges into action. He sprints toward the remaining golems, who charge forward to meet his assault. In a dazzling display of agility, he flips through the air, destroying one golem with a precise blast. Wielding his newly formed flame axe, he faces down the remaining 4 golems. His expression is a mask of concentration as he takes stock of the battlefield. 4 left. He swings the Blaze Lance in a wide, fiery arc, cutting through the air. His attack cleaves through 2 golems simultaneously, leaving only 2 remaining. He narrowly avoids a devastating slash from a golem's sharpened ice arm. Russell parries a crushing blow from an ice golem with his flaming spear. With a determined grunt, he resolves to take down this enemy as well. He unleashes a searing vertical strike, cleaving the golem in 2. Panting, he turns to face the final golem, his weapon still ablaze. The last golem swings its massive arm in a devastatingly fast arc. The attack shatters the ground, and he realizes his spear was all that saved him from instant death. He knows he is down to his last breath of mana. With a final look of determination, he steadies his flickering fire spear. Knowing his options are gone, he prepares for one last, desperate attack. He firmly grips his weapon, channeling his remaining power. "This is my last blow," he shouts, lunging toward the final golem. He pleads for his final attack to find its mark. With a desperate cry, he wills his fiery projectile to reach the golem's core. The blast of fire streaks through the air, aimed directly at the golem's chest. The golem explodes, and he stumbles through the now clear path. He stands amidst the rubble, looking up at the space where his final foe once stood. Bloodied and exhausted, he whispers to himself, "I did it?" he gasps, finally succumbing to his exhaustion. He collapses onto the icy floor, his trial finally over. A notification confirms his victory and lists his rewards, including the mysterious Forgotten King's Horn. As he obtains the reward, the massive red crystal is freed from its chains. The King's Horn erupts in a massive conflagration of pure fire essence. The essence seems to flow into him as he is engulfed in red light. His eyes flash open, now glowing with a dangerous red power. He finds himself suspended by golden chains in a strange, dark void. A notification explains that to receive the reward, he must enter the Forgotten King's thoughts. He questions if this reward is actually torture, as a voice announces his arrival. He struggles against the mental assault, feeling as though his head will split open. The powerful voice bestows upon him the King's Fragment. He watches in shock as the fragment descends toward him. He is completely overwhelmed by a torrent of red energy. Kua! He screams in agony as the power consumes his very being. The overwhelming energy takes the form of a fearsome, demonic face. The scene changes to a serene beach, where Russell lies washed up on the shore. Ugh. He slowly regains consciousness in the sand. He pushes himself up, completely disoriented and wondering where he is. Looking up, he is shocked to realize he has somehow arrived in Maldiva. He clutches his head, trying to piece together what just happened to him. System notifications reveal he consumed the horn, reached a limit, and advanced his flame attribute. A massive surge of red mana erupts from his body. He is stunned by his own power, realizing he's already approaching the fourth circle. He smiles, concluding the incredible reward was well worth the painful treatment. A familiar voice calls out his full name, Russell Raymond, causing him to turn around. He is shocked to see his professor, exclaiming, "Miss Daria Snow White." Daria explains that she sensed a sudden burst of mana and came to investigate. She found him here on the beach and casually offers him a refreshing drink. He thanks her, still surprised to see Daria so far from the academy. Daria inwardly notes with astonishment that he's already nearing the fourth circle. Assessing his purified mana, she concludes that he is nothing short of a genius. He sets his glass down and asks Daria what brings her to Maldiva. Looking out at the sun-drenched city, Daria reveals that Maldiva is her hometown. Russell stares in disbelief, repeating her words as she sips her drink calmly. Daria explains she returns every summer before asking Russell what brings him to her home. Deciding it's too soon to reveal his true purpose, Russell prepares a plausible excuse. He cheerfully declares that he simply came to see more of the world. Daria smiles knowingly, deciding to test the young mage's true abilities. She offers him her glass, asking for a bit of help, and leaving him completely baffled. The scene changes to a windswept coast, where Russell stands cloaked in powerful flames. He looks down in shock, recognizing the symbol of the flame tower on his new cloak. Returning to the present, Daria reassures a hesitant Russell that he can handle her request. A mission notification appears, Daria Snow White's test, challenging him to help fight a pirate ship. Daria explains that the Empire of Endymion strictly forbids slavery. She elaborates that because of this law, human trafficking ships are not permitted in their harbor. As dark ships loom off the coast, she reveals that slavers are attempting to land nearby. Now in a small boat powered by magic, Daria admits she could handle the situation alone. However, she explains that rescuing the victims and seizing the ship requires a more detailed plan. Russell correctly deduces they need a diversion, and Daria praises his quick thinking. He falls silent, contemplating the gravity of the mission ahead. He muses that hundreds of mages would be desperate for such an opportunity from a professor. Realizing this is a test, he watches as Daria gathers her magic to approach the enemy vessel. As their small boat draws near the massive ship, Daria calls his name. She warns him with a smirk that the events to come might be overwhelming for him. He silently considers her words, reflecting that a guardian's path is not always noble. Daria simply states that facing such challenges is the fate of all mages. She instructs him to save the people, while she creates a distraction, leaping toward the ship. Russell watches intently from the boat as she flies through the night air. He ponders the meaning of a guardian's path with a determined look in his eyes. Daria soars gracefully above the waves, heading directly for the pirate ship. She lands lightly on the railing, confidently stating this is the perfect spot to begin. Her eyes begin to glow with a brilliant, ominous power. "Go, child," she shouts, unleashing a massive orb of explosive purple energy. On deck, The pirates scramble in panic, shouting orders to move as the spell approaches. A group of men frantically aim their crossbows at the overwhelming magical attack. A leader orders them to fire, just as the immense energy sphere closes in. A pirate shouts in frustration, realizing their crossbow bolts dissipate long before reaching her. Floating in a field of magical energy, Daria calls them fools for daring to operate in her hometown. Small, fiery spirits begin to manifest from the lingering magical aura around her. A pirate captain challenges her, vowing to see if her skills are as great as her boldness. One of the small fire spirits drops onto the deck, and a pirate questions what it is. Another pirate scoffs at the seemingly harmless flame and moves to stomp it out. Thump! His boot makes contact with the tiny fire creature. Ah! He screams as the flame erupts, engulfing his leg in an unquenchable fire. The fiery beings are revealed to be a signature spell, Daria Snow White, an origin-level magic. Her spell, Dwarf of Burning Wood, unleashes an army of fire elementals upon the pirates. Russell lands silently on the opposite side of the deck, his part of the plan beginning. He watches as Daria's fire dwarves begin to overwhelm the ship's crew. He recognizes the legendary magic that was rumored to have destroyed an entire castle on its own. As a pirate's axe passes harmlessly through a dwarf, Russell is amazed to witness the spell firsthand. A pirate cries out in shock as the fiery elemental he just attacked reforms instantly. Kaboom! The fiery elemental explodes, taking a pirate's axe strike with it. Russell watches the chaos, a realization dawning in that split second. A frightened captive shouts in horror as the creature transforms before his eyes. Snapping out of his awe, Russell reminds himself that now is not the time to be amazed. He refocuses on his mission, rescue the people while Daria creates a diversion. Below deck, a heavyset guard wonders about the noise coming from upstairs. A menacing voice from the shadows taunts the terrified prisoners, promising they will never escape. Hearing the voice, the guard asks if he's got it. He gasps in shock as a hand suddenly grabs him by the throat from behind. Russell emerges from the darkness, his eyes glowing as he calmly says, "Lightning." A blast of electrical energy surges through the guard's body. The guard screams as he's violently electrocuted, his face charring from the magic. Russell looks on, satisfied that none of the guards went upstairs as he predicted. A captive peers through the bars, tentatively asking if Russell came to save them. Russell confirms he did, but advises them to stay inside for safety until the pirates are gone. Overcome with relief, the captive collapses, thanking God for answering his prayers. Russell surveys the long corridor, horrified by how many people are crammed into the cells. His eyes widen in sudden, utter shock. He sees a small... His presence is discovered as a group of guards spots him and shouts, "Who's there?" Two guards stare in shock at Russell, standing over the body of their comrade. They look down at their fallen companion in disbelief. Enraged, a guard draws his sword and rallies the others to attack. The slavers charge forward, but Russell remains perfectly still. With a determined look, he declares that he'll be the one apprehending them. He unleashes his Circle Magic 2 spell, Chain Lightning. A downed guard groans in pain, realizing their opponent is a mage. The guard attempts a threat about the captain, but Russell interrupts with another blast of lightning. After clearing the guards, Russell approaches a large, ominous cell, wondering what's inside. He illuminates the cage with a light spell and is shocked to discover imprisoned elves. A blonde elf asks if Russell is a mage from the Flame Tower. Russell clarifies he isn't a member yet, dismissing the question as irrelevant. The elf impatiently demands he just open the door. Russell grits his teeth, annoyed by the elf's demanding tone. While he internally contemplates leaving the prideful elf, a white-haired elf speaks up. She coolly tells her companion to mind his manners. The blonde elf turns to her in surprise, saying, "Ilo?" As he helps Ilo up, he notes that Russell is no ordinary human. Ilo observes Russell, stating his mana is as pure as a sunset's light. Furthermore, she declares that she can smell the scent of spirits on him. The blonde elf turns to Ilo, confused by her statement. Ilo thoughtfully repeats her observation about sensing a spirit's scent. Russell is bewildered, wondering what she could possibly mean. The other elves are shocked, finding it impossible for a human to carry such a scent. Russell adorably sniffs himself, completely confused about what scent they are detecting. He puzzles over the comment, connecting it to the Flame Tower's mage. The elves stare back at him in tense silence. The blonde elf's demeanor completely shifts as he begs Russell to rescue them. Following his lead, all the captive elves bow their heads and plead for help. Russell is stunned, realizing that Ilo's single sentence completely changed the elves' strong egos. A thought bubble speculates that a serene, silver-haired elven woman is a high elf, or something even more powerful. She asks the red-eyed young man if he has defeated all the pirates and their bosses. He looks back in confusion, questioning what she means by bosses. An armored warrior explains from off-screen that they are even more powerful. He elaborates that the bosses are stronger than his own magic-wielding warriors. The scene shows a grim prison hall littered with the bodies of defeated pirates. On the deck of a ship, another battle rages as a woman with white hair fights pirates with fire magic. Watching from the helm, a burly pirate mockingly calls her flame fight cute. He counters with a massive, fiery slash of his own sword, overwhelming her spell. The man stands tall as his crew cheers that their captain has arrived to end the fight. "You're done for, bitch," the pirates yell, vowing to rip her to pieces now that their captain is here. Unfazed, the white-haired woman smirks, finding the development interesting. Her confident reaction leaves the pirate crew momentarily stunned. She stands poised on the ship's railing, surrounded by a swirling, malevolent pink energy. The captain scoffs, questioning her bold decision to close the distance between them. With a sly grin, she correctly identifies him as the captain. "Yeah, I'm the captain of this ship," he declares proudly, announcing his name is Don Click. She notes the aura emanating from his sword, recognizing his skill. Don Click scoffs at the idea of honor, cynically asking if it pays the taxes. He then laughs, boasting about how much money the Click brothers are earning from the slave trade. Her eyes narrow with cold focus as she questions his mention of brothers. Now, Don Click shouts, lunging forward with his glowing red sword. She effortlessly dodges his powerful downward slash. Back below deck, the force of the missed attack blasts through the wooden wall. The red-eyed young man turns in shock, yelling that it's dangerous. Coke! A purple, hexagonal shield materializes around him, absorbing the impact. Looking down, he sees the shattered remains of spears that his shield just blocked. The armored warrior watches from a distance, surprised that the young man blocked the attack. The warrior deduces he must be a mage, while the youth is surprised to sense an aura, wondering if his opponent is a knight. A system window appears, announcing a difficult fight against a swordsman for rewards. The elven woman watches with concern, telling her guardian to be careful. The armored man reveals with a sneer that he is the vice captain of the ship. He smirks condescendingly, noting that his opponent may be a mage, but he's still just a kid. He points out that the young man only knocked out the prisoners instead of killing them. A dark thought echoes his belief. If you win a fight, you should have killed your opponent. The vice captain raises his jagged blades, ready to demonstrate his ruthless philosophy. Surrounded by a dark aura, the youth coolly states he'll show him how it's done. Realizing flame magic would cause too much collateral damage, he decides to use lightning instead. He unleashes a third circle lightning bolt, sending it surging toward the vice captain. The vice captain scoffs at the use of lightning against a swordsman, as the bolt sizzles on the floor. He swiftly dodges the subsequent bolts of electricity that fly past him. He mockingly compliments the youth for using his brain a little, but he shouts, charging directly through the storm of lightning, completely unharmed. The youth is stunned, realizing his Circle 3 magic isn't working against him. "It won't work on me," the vice captain roars as he closes the distance. Wreathed in crackling energy, he pushes forward with glowing red eyes. The youth's eyes widen in horror as he realizes the impossible. His opponent is a non-conductor. The vice captain swings his electrified, jagged sword in a vicious arc. His blade slams into the magical shield with a blinding flash of energy. The youth watches helplessly as his shield begins to crack and shatter under the relentless assault. With a burst of mana, Russell shatters the lock on the elf's cage. On deck, a pirate stares in disbelief as Daria lands amidst her fire elementals, questioning the flames. CSK, the pirate captain scoffs, surrounded by the fiery dwarves. He taunts Daria, calling her a mage who is only good at fleeing. Unfazed, Daria informs him that she has a question for him. The pirate captain agrees, confidently adding that the other mage, Russell, is not as amazing as he is. Daria gives a knowing smile, pleased with his answer. Surrounded by a sea of fire, she concludes that she was worried for no reason. Her ultimate spell is named Daria Snow White's Origin Magic. In a furious counterattack, the pirate captain cuts through her fire dwarves with a sweeping sword strike. He grunts in annoyance, recognizing the flame dwarf spell. Jiraiya smirks, cryptically telling him it will be different this time. Her fire elementals begin to morph and multiply within the flames. As one dwarf splits into two, the captain stares in shock. The spell's terrifying nature is revealed. The more they are cut, the more they multiply. Jiraiya unleashes the true form of her origin magic, the Dwarf of Hellfire. Her eyes glowing a menacing red, Daria watches her spell take effect. The pirate captain screams as the multiplying Hellfire dwarves begin to overwhelm him. His face twists in utter terror as he realizes his fate. In his final moments, he recognizes Daria, wondering how the legendary Witch of the Flame Tower is here. The sound of shattering echoes as the confrontation on deck concludes. Below deck, an armored guard is startled by a sudden sound. He turns to find Russell and swings his axe in a surprise attack. Huff, huff. Russell barely dodges, surprised he managed to evade the swift attack. The guard is stunned, certain his blow should have cut Russell in two. He correctly guesses that Russell is using magic to enhance his physical abilities. Smirking, he dismisses the tactic, comparing Russell to a rat caught in a trap. From her now open cell, Elo watches the fight and utters the word, Guardian. Russell catches his breath, the word knight coming to his mind. A flashback begins, showing a bloodied man with a ponytail who recalls meeting a brutal knight in his previous life. The flashback shows the knight standing over the bodies of a mercenary group he slaughtered for a minor slight. A younger, wounded Russell is seen collapsing in the rain during that past life. As the ruthless knight approaches, a different figure steps in to intervene. Russell remembers that the one who stopped the knight's madness was a mage. He recalls the mage's blue aura, clashing with the knight's red one. The memory of the method that mage used flashes through his mind. Back in the present, Russell replicates the technique, creating a magical shield to block the guard's attack. Thump. The guard's heavy axe slams into the newly formed barrier, cracks spiderweb across the surface of the purple, hexagonal shield. The shield holds, sending the guard stumbling backward from the impact. He stares in disbelief, shocked that Russell stopped his powerful attack. With a determined glare, Russell prepares his counterattack, gathering magic in his hand. He unleashes a powerful magic wand arrow at point-blank range. The blast sends the guard flying violently down the long corridor. Kiok. The guard hits the floor, defeated. Russell staggers against a cell door, weakened from the fight. Huff, huff. Clutching his chest wound, he wonders if he has lost too much blood. The freed elves gather and bow, thanking their guardian for rescuing them. As Russell directs them to follow, Ilo steps forward and touches his chin, condescendingly calling him a little brat. The defeated guard looks up, shocked by the turn of events. The defeated guard glares, thinking Russell should have aimed for the head. Clutching his bleeding chest, Russell reassures himself that his non-lethal attack was the right choice. Russell turns to Ilo, instructing her to lead the captives upstairs to safety. Ilo immediately agrees, calling him Guardian, while the blonde elf questions freeing the humans. Another armored guard appears, laughing as he mocks Russell for wasting time rescuing slaves. Thwack! The guard hurls a dagger directly at Russell. Raising his shield, Russell tells his new opponent to worry about himself first. The thrown dagger shatters harmlessly against Russell's magical barrier. The guard charges forward, vowing not to give Russell any chance for a counterattack. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he closes the distance. He repeatedly strikes the barrier, determined to break through Russell's shield. As the fight rages, the freed elves lead the other captives toward the exit. The group hurries away, knowing they are close to getting everyone out. An elf yells that everyone is safe, and Russell grits his teeth, holding his ground. The guard laughs maniacally, questioning if saving the slaves changes his grim situation. Suddenly, a wall of fire erupts, surrounding the combatants. The guard stares in shock at the inferno that has trapped him. With glowing, serpentine eyes, Russell brandishes a fiery, curved blade. The guard is engulfed in flames, trapped between the fire and Russell's shield. Russell shoves his shield forward, pressing his advantage against the stunned guard. Russell's eyes narrow, his slitted pupils glowing with intense power. The guard feels the very atmosphere shift as Russell's power intensifies. His confident smirk wavers, replaced by a look of strained disbelief. An immense force sends the guard flying upward into the air. In a desperate move, he throws another dagger, yelling he'll pierce the shield. He watches in horror as a blinding golden light erupts from below. Russell unleashes his origin magic, forming a colossal blaze lance. A mysterious figure in dark armor appears, blocking the lance and identifying it as a fire spear. Russell realizes this new foe is on a completely different level of power. The collision of their attacks creates a massive, ship-shaking explosion. On deck, the pirate captain continues his futile battle against Daria's endlessly multiplying dwarves. He curses, realizing he can't kill the elementals as their numbers only increase. He wonders what his dumbass brother is doing during the chaos. Daria observes the captain, believing his capture is key to catching the witch. Her horde of fiery dwarves surges forward to overwhelm the captain. He desperately cuts a path through the flaming creatures. He leaps back, startled by a sudden fiery explosion at his feet. Kaboom! A massive pillar of fire and lightning erupts from below, tearing through the ship's deck. Cuke! The pirate captain is caught in the blast, crying out in agony. He is completely consumed by the devastating explosion. Daria turns, shocked by the immense power unleashed from below deck. She looks on with a curious smile as the smoke and embers settle. Safely on the upper deck, Ilo watches the destruction, admitting she was too nonchalant. Russell lands on the broken deck, having taken charge of the situation. His energy spent, he collapses onto the smoldering planks. From afar, other pirates shout that their captain is down and order the guard ships to surround them. Ho-ho. Daria stands ready with her staff, a confident smirk on her face. Deciding she should reflect on this battle, she prepares another devastating spell. Her fire elementals launch from the ship like meteors, bombarding the enemy fleet. Elsewhere, a figure with elven ears channels shimmering green energy, observing the events. As Russell groggily asks what happened, Elo begins healing him with green magic, telling her savior not to move. She explains that her healing is slow because her mana has not yet fully recovered. Daria approaches and commends Russell for defeating 2 knights on his own, much to his confusion. Turning to Daria, Russell says he thought he was only fighting 1 opponent. She clarifies that it was indeed 2, revealing the 2 defeated and bound guards. Ilo expresses her immense gratitude, admitting she cannot repay him immediately for saving her. Formally introducing herself as Ilo of the White Ash Tree tribe, she swears on her ancestors' honor to repay him one day. He introduces himself as Russell Raymond, humbly stating he only did what he should as a guardian. Daria playfully interjects, telling them not to forget about her and the Flame Tower. 2 of the freed elves report that the prisoners' conditions have been checked, and Daria praises their work. Daria compliments her very kind subordinates as Russell silently notes how differently the elves are now acting. Turning to Ilo, Russell asks what she meant by her comment back in the cabin. Ilo looks back, asking him to specify which comment he means. As he asks about the scent of a spirit, Daria looks on in shock. Ilo confirms that is what she said as their ship cuts through the waves. She asks Russell if he is of mixed blood, possibly with a dragon. The word dragon echoes in Russell's mind as he stares back in disbelief. Ilo calmly affirms her theory, staring into the sky. In a flashback, a massive green dragon is shown as Ilo reveals she has green dragon's blood, though only a minuscule amount. She explains that even that small amount is enough to attract spirits to her. Holding his hand, she explains she smelled a thick scent of spirits on him and wondered if he, too, had dragon blood. Daria thoughtfully considers this, wondering if Russell's potential dragon ancestry explains his rapid growth. Her thoughts continue as she realizes he might become a being of immense power. Daria concludes her thought, believing he could be someone who will shake the Endymion kingdom, and perhaps the entire world. The group disembarks from the ship, walking down a ramp onto a bustling dock. A cloaked figure helps another disembark as the rest of the freed slaves follow. One of the elves calls out to Lady Ilo as she pulls on her hood. Daria smirks, correctly assuming Ilo plans to stay in hiding to regain her mana. In a marketplace, Ilo confirms Daria's assumption to her and Russell. Daria offers her nearby mansion for them to stay, suggesting Ilo could help with Russell's training. Russell reacts with a comically confused expression at the mention of training. Ilo blushes and happily accepts the offer, glad for a way to repay her debt. Daria places a hand on Russell's shoulder, teasingly asking if he's against the idea. Blushing, Russell eagerly exclaims that he would love to train with her. Daria gestures for everyone to follow, announcing that carriages will be arriving soon. As they walk off, Russell worries about the approaching school semester, addressing Daria as Flame Tower Master. A line of carriages makes its way along a scenic coastal road. A pair of horses pulls an elegant carriage at a steady pace. The carriages arrive at the ornate golden gates of a massive castle-like estate. Russell steps out of the carriage, completely stunned by the huge size of the mansion. Daria welcomes them to her estate, telling them not to feel pressured and to be comfortable. She leads the hooded group through a lush, vibrant garden path on the property. Ilo marvels at the beautiful scenery, thanking the Tower Master once again for her kindness. Russell is suddenly struck by a powerful sense of déjà vu. He stops in his tracks, a wave of recognition washing over him as he realizes he knows this place. A hazy memory surfaces of being in the same garden as a child with his parents. Snapping out of his thoughts, Russell turns to Daria with a question. He asks her directly if the villa was originally hers. She confirms he's right, explaining that she purchased the estate from a merchant association a few years prior. Russell confirms his suspicion, recalling a happy memory of being in their former family estate's garden with his father. Daria asks if he has any more questions, but a smiling Russell stammers that he does not. He reflects somberly on how the grand estate was sold for a low price after his family's downfall. Russell marvels at the strange fate of returning to his former home as he follows Daria toward the entrance. Inside the mansion, Ilo arrives and announces herself to the one who summoned her. Daria, her eyes glowing faintly, expresses her relief that Ilo has regained much of her mana. Emanating a faint green aura, a fully recovered Ilo stands ready. Daria gets to the point, asking Ilo if she can help with Russell's training. Ilo happily agrees, conjuring small, glowing spirits in her hands to show she is ready. She looks around and asks Daria where Russell is. Daria smiles cryptically, revealing that she has already given him a task to complete. Elsewhere, Russell screams as he plummets from a high cliff toward the water. Gasp! He breaks the surface of the water, sputtering for air after his long fall. Standing in the shallows, he wonders with frustration if he has failed again. Back on the clifftop, Daria quizzes him on what he learned from the night, but Russell questions why she needed him. A memory of the powerful Dark Knight easily blocking his attack flashes in his mind. He realizes the key lesson he learned from the fight was the importance of distance. Daria confirms his answer, explaining that maintaining distance is crucial for a mage in combat. With a confident smirk, she instructs him to watch her carefully. As flames erupt around her feet at the cliff's edge, she tells him to think about folding the space. A burst of fire erupts from where she stood, and she vanishes in an instant. She reappears on the other side of the chasm, prompting Russell to identify her spell as space distortion magic. Daria then challenges him to cross the cliff himself using the blink spell. His eyes filled with determination, Russell listens as Daria begins to explain. A system notification appears, issuing a formal mission to learn Blink for a Mana Stone reward. Huff, huff. After countless failed attempts, Russell lies panting on the beach far below. As he desperately climbs the cliff again, he realizes Blink isn't about raw power. He concludes that the magic can only be mastered by truly comprehending its logic. He sits on the cliff's edge, contemplating his next attempt as he stares at the water. As the sun sets, his face is a mask of pure resolve, ready to try again. Taking a deep breath, he takes a deliberate step toward the precipice. His scream echoes as he once again falls from the cliff. Exhausted after climbing back up, he wonders if this is blink practice or just stamina training. Closing his eyes, he forces himself to focus, repeating Daria's advice to think about folding space. He channels his energy, and this time, flames begin to form around his boot. Wreathed in fire, his feet step out over the open air beyond the cliff. Daria shouts, "Now Russell!" as he takes his leap of faith. To his dismay, he finds himself falling again, crying out Daria's name in confusion. Daria watches his terrified plummet with a silent, knowing smile. Later that night, by a campfire, Daria announces that his training will now shift to making contracts with spirits. She reveals that Ilo will be his instructor for this lesson. Ilo humbly accepts, saying she is glad that she can be of help. Russell bows his head slightly, respectfully thanking Ilo for her help. Ilo begins the lesson, instructing Russell to sit and slowly close his eyes. She tells him to clear his mind and imagine something related to fire. Offering examples, She says anything from sunlight to the campfire itself will suffice. As Russell focuses on the concept of fire, his body erupts in a powerful, pure flame aura. Ilo stares in shock, amazed that a human could possess such pure mana. An ethereal projection of Ilo appears, telling Russell she will enter his mind to guide him. Within his consciousness, her spiritual form takes his hand to lead him through the mental void. Within Russell's consciousness, Ilo explains that most people don't know the truth. She continues her lesson, revealing the door to the spirits is open to everyone, human or elf, as all are entities of nature. Her voice narrates over a vision of majestic, sunlit mountains. The scene transitions to a lush jungle, teeming with natural energy. Then a battlefield appears, showing the grim reality of everyone's cause. She concludes that all things meet at that point, where the door opens and fire erupts. Ilo's spiritual form reacts in surprise to the sudden vision of fire. Peering into Russell's mind, she wonders at the powerful torrent raging within his heart. A harrowing memory flashes, a figure being violently stabbed through the chest. In the vision, Ilo's spiritual form clutches her head in anguish, whispering the name Eli. Within the void of his mind, Ilo and a younger Russell stand before a blindingly bright gateway, the source of the emotional torrent. She looks between the manifestation of his younger self and her own spiritual hand, still questioning what this is. Back in reality, Ilo places a comforting hand on the meditating Russell, realizing this memory might be something else entirely. Whoosh! A massive explosion of red energy erupts from Russell, sending Ilo flying backward. The force of the blast propels her through the air. His spiritual power fills the entire clearing with a blinding light. Russell's eyes slowly open as a voice asks if he is awake. He sits up in a luxurious bed, recognizing Daria standing before him and addressing her as Tower Master. Clutching his head, Russell groggily asks what happened. He recalls the sensation of his mana suddenly exploding as Daria watches him patiently. Just then, Ilo enters the room, and Russell worriedly calls out her name. He notices her bandaged arm, but she quickly closes the door. Addressing him as Savior, Ilo calmly insists that she is okay. Daria hands Russell a vial as he covers his face, overcome with guilt and relief. Later, Russell stands silently by a fountain in the garden, lost in thought. From a window overlooking the garden, Daria calls out to Ilo. Inside her study, Daria asks for an explanation, and Ilo describes the event in his mind as tremendous. Ilo recounts that when they reached the spirit's gateway, they were blocked from proceeding further. She explains they were stopped by a sudden and enormous torrent of emotion. Daria questions the nature of this emotion, and Ilo clarifies that it seemed like hatred. However, she corrects herself, stating that it felt more like sadness. She reflects on the immense sadness she sensed in Russell, wondering how he had managed to hide it for so long. Sometime later, Russell reports to Daria in the woods, confirming he is ready. With Ilo beside her, Daria announces that they will begin a new training regimen today. Russell begins to ask about the training, but Daria cuts him off with one word: cleaning. Russell stares back in utter confusion. Daria explains his task. For 1 week, he will help the mansion servants with the deep cleaning. She adds that while he is cleaning, she and Ilo will be visiting the capital. Bidding him farewell for the week, Daria smiles as Russell nervously wishes them a safe trip. As they depart, Daria's voice echoes, clarifying that this task is not a punishment. Russell accepts his orders, resolving to clean and practice the blink spell in the remaining time. Daria delivers a final, shocking order. He is banned from using any magic for the entire week. Left alone in a vast, sparkling clean hallway, Russell gets to work with a mop. With a determined look, he decides to begin his chore. He resolves to train his body while cleaning since he cannot use magic. His foot suddenly slips on the polished floor. He loses his balance, sending a nearby vase flying as he tumbles backward. He lands on the floor amidst the shattered remains of the vase and spilled flowers. As he looks up, confused, a maid asks from off-screen who cleans at full speed. The maid informs him that the vase was one Daria cherished, causing Russell to freeze in panic. In a flashback, Daria instructs Russell to follow the headmaid's orders during his cleaning duties. Daria presents Russell to the headmaid and the assembled staff, who stand silently in formation. The headmaid's expression is stern and unyielding as she sizes him up. Back in the present, Russell sits speechless amidst the shattered vase as the headmaid looms over him. Reaching for the broken pieces, he can only offer a quiet, "I'm sorry." Pulling on pristine white gloves, the head maid acknowledges that she's aware he cannot use magic. She hands him a cloth, ordering him to clean exactly as she tells him to. She quickly begins his training, barking corrections on how to properly hold a vase. As Russell mops, she criticizes his work, asking if he bothered to clean behind the door. Phew! After a long session of chores, an exhausted Russell collapses onto the floor. Other maids descend upon him, pointing out missed spots as he wonders if this is a form of mental training. He tries to excuse himself to eat later, but her stern silence makes it clear that wasn't a request. With a menacing glare, she repeats her command to follow her. A nervous Russell quickly agrees and gets to his feet. She leads him not to more chores, but to a lively dining hall where the staff are eating. Surprised by how many people work there, Russell is approached by an older man who asks his name. He introduces himself as Russell Raymond. The older man reacts in complete shock, exclaiming, "Raymond!" Russell flinches, stunned that the man recognizes his family name. The tension is broken by a younger maid who gushes over his handsome features. As the others watch, she continues to compliment how cool he looks. A muscular worker joins in, asking to feel his biceps, much to Russell's embarrassment. The man reveals he was joking, and the entire table erupts in hearty laughter. Forcing a smile, Russell reminds himself that this is training, and he just needs to endure it. Later, he struggles alongside another worker to carry a massive log. He laments how much faster the work would be if he could use his wizard body. After a long day of labor, one of the workers calls for a break, congratulating everyone on a job well done. Cheers! The group happily clinks their mugs of beer together. Russell cautiously takes a sip while sitting next to the muscular man from earlier. Whack! The man suddenly smacks him on the back, making him spit out his drink. Stunned, Russell angrily demands to know why he was hit. The man scolds him for drinking as a student, warning that it will cause him to lose his muscles. Realizing his mistake, Russell admits he confused the present with his mercenary days, and the others laugh it off. Another man encourages him, stating he should learn to drink from adults as he pours him another glass. He adds that with scenery this beautiful, it would be a sin not to have a drink. Watching the sunset, Russell is momentarily lost for words. He turns back, confused by the startled looks on his new friends' faces. The headmaid arrives with a basket, declaring that drinking without snacks is also a sin. The group raises a toast, cheering to their new family member. As the headmaid looks on, Russell finds himself smiling, welcomed by the other workers. He laughs freely, sharing a moment of genuine camaraderie with his new friends. The week passes with Russell diligently cleaning the estate's grounds. He works happily alongside the others in the kitchen. At night, he rests peacefully on the cobblestones, finally at ease. He tends to the garden, fully embracing his week of manual labor. On the eve of his final day, he sits by the fountain, wondering about the strange feeling of distraction he's experiencing. The head maid quietly approaches, noting that he seems to have grown fond of the garden. Startled by her sudden appearance, Russell jumps to his feet and greets her. The head maid playfully asks Russell how many times he greets her a day, and he sheepishly admits it's a habit. She then questions why he always comes to this particular fountain. Looking at the night sky, Russell explains that being here reminds him of certain people. The head maid suggests he use teleportation magic to see them, but he reveals they are in a place he can no longer reach. Reminding him that tomorrow is his last day, she encourages him to do his best, and he enthusiastically agrees. As she walks away, she admits that while she doesn't know magic, she believes Russell is a good person. Her unexpected compliment leaves Russell completely speechless. She turns back with a mischievous grin, joking that if he fails as a mage, she'd gladly hire him as a servant. A carriage arrives at the estate gates, the driver announcing the Tower Master's return. As Daria and Elo step out, Daria asks Russell if he was able to feel at ease during his week of work. With a genuine smile, Russell confirms that he has been doing well. Daria smiles warmly and beckons for him to join her for a moment. While walking through the garden, she acknowledges his hard work, which he politely dismisses. Daria explains their trip was delayed because they were searching for a special medicine to restore Ilo's lost mana. She adds that she also needed to check something in the archives, prompting Russell to note how busy she was. Daria reveals the archives she visited belonged to the Raymond family in the past. Russell stops in his tracks, silently absorbing the weight of her words. Dariah explains that according to Ilo, a great torrent in his heart is what's blocking him from the door of spirits. He clenches his fist as she begins to probe, asking if the torrent is a feeling of being wronged. She continues her gentle questioning, asking if it's anger or sadness. In a flashback, a younger Russell studies diligently as Dariah narrates that he needed to develop his magic. The memory shows him alone in a vast library, a lonely patriarch fighting to rebuild his family. Dariah offers him a massive estate, telling him to take the property. Russell reacts in shock, but Dariah clarifies that it isn't a gift. She tasks him with becoming the Flame Tower's war mage and protector of the country. With that power, he must earn enough money to buy the property from her. Smiling slyly, Dariah asks if he understands, addressing him as Young One. The term catches Russell off guard, and he repeats it in confusion. Dariah's expression softens as she gives him a single powerful piece of advice. Don't struggle alone. Later, gathered around a campfire, Dariah explains they will try again, but this time, they'll approach the door together. Russell worries aloud, fearing he might hurt Ilo again. Ilo gives a cheerful thumbs up, insisting it's fine because they brought medicine, much to Russell's dismay. Dariah tells him to close his eyes and think of fire, promising to wake his consciousness within his mind. In the mental void, his spiritual form sees Ilo, who asks if he can see her. He examines his glowing hand, recognizing it as the manifestation of his pure mana. They stand together on a spiritual cliff, observing the violent torrent of emotion that still rages below. The torrent flows from the blinding light of the door of spirits in the distance. As Russell's form begins to walk toward the energy, Ilo frantically warns him not to get any closer. Arg! He cries out as the torrent's energy violently lashes out at his spiritual body. He collapses in agony, and Ilo notes that merely perceiving the torrent is dangerous. Overwhelmed, his mind flashes with the burdens he carries: tower selection, rebuilding his family, and avenging his father. He apologizes to Ilo, admitting this burden is not something he can simply get rid of. Suddenly, he looks past her in surprise, calling out Dariah's name. He recalls the headmaid's kind words, realizing she saw him as a good person. A faint memory of a man with a monocle surfaces, a guiding figure from his past. He sees the smiling faces of the staff, welcoming him as a new member of their family. He again recalls the headmaid's sincere belief in his goodness. Finally, he remembers Dariah's heartfelt advice not to struggle by himself. With tears streaming down his face, a profound realization dawns on him. Right, he whispers. With newfound resolve, Russell declares he can jump over the torrent of emotion. As he approaches the raging spiritual sea, Ilo warns him that it's too dangerous. Ugh, he grunts as the chaotic energy begins to overwhelm his spiritual form. His foot, now wreathed in spiritual fire, steps firmly onto the cliff's edge. Realizing he isn't alone, his spiritual energy erupts into a warm flame, startling Ilo. The violent torrent of water transforms into a powerful pillar of fire. Blink, the landscape of his mind is instantly reshaped by his will. Ilo stands speechless, watching the flames burn away the darkness. He takes a confident step onto the new path of fire as Ilo whispers, "Savior." A voice marvels that he has truly done it, forging a path through his turmoil. His spiritual form stands tall on the bridge of fire he created across the abyss. A notification announces he has cleared the mission and received a mana stone as a reward. Now, on the other side, Russell wonders what he is supposed to do next. A voice instructs him to approach the door of light before him. Ilo appears in the void, explaining their connected mana allows them to communicate as he calls out her name. A new mission appears. Contract with a spirit by following Ilo's guidance. Surrounded by a golden light, Russell asks what happens now. His spiritual form stands ready in the ensuing darkness. Countless pairs of glowing eyes begin to appear around him in the void. Ilo's voice warns that the spirits might not choose him. She gently advises him to simply hold out his hand and wait for their decision. Back in the real world, Dariah watches over Russell as he meditates by the fire. Ilo's voice reassures him that it's okay if a spirit doesn't come to him. She promises not to be upset as his spiritual hand remains patiently outstretched. A massive red dragon spirit descends, and Russell feels thankful for the journey that led him here. The dragon gently touches its snout to his hand, completing the connection in a flash of light. Huh? Russell opens his eyes to find a tiny red dragon spirit sitting on his hand. Garaga. The little creature growls as Russell wonders if this is truly a spirit. Daria congratulates him, adding that there is more to celebrate than just his success. A magic circle glows on Russell's hand as he marvels at the spirit, who lets out another happy garg. His spiritual self dissipates into embers, symbolizing his mental breakthrough. Daria smiles proudly, acknowledging he has overcome a great internal obstacle. A notification reveals he has reached the 4th circle and will receive extra rewards. Gar. The tiny spirit suddenly flies into the air, startling Russell. Garg. It happily lands on his head, making itself comfortable. Ilo gently pets the creature, remarking that it doesn't seem to be a normal spirit. She then asks Russell if he will give his new companion a fitting name. As he holds the spirit, Ilo explains that naming him will complete their contract. Watched by Daria, Ilo, and the head maid, Daria encourages him to choose a good name. Staring at the creature, Russell can only think about how incredibly red it is. He tentatively suggests Bacon, earning horrified looks from his companions. Berg, he bursts out laughing, admitting he was only kidding to get a reaction. Gyarg. To everyone's surprise, the little spirit cheers enthusiastically for the name. Relieved, Ilo calls it a cute name, and Daria concedes that it's not bad. Laughing, Russell jokes that he could call him Pepper for short, a play on pepperoni. Daria announces that the real special training will begin tomorrow, with Ilo volunteering for spirit lessons. Cradling his new friend, Russell says he is looking forward to it. Gyarg, he officially greets the happy spirit. Nice to meet you, Pepper. 1 month later, several men in suits stand before a grand estate, noting it's time to select students. A man with a mustache wonders how many will be chosen, but his bald companion says the outcome is already decided. As the White Tower's judge arrives by carriage, it's explained that each tower selects students for semester-long training. The Yellow Tower's judge confidently asks his companion who else could possibly be chosen besides their preferred candidates. The Spear Tower's judge arrives as a student with blue hair agrees they should do something more. A man with brown hair happily suggests doing more for the students, and his bald associate enthusiastically agrees. As they discuss acting for the school's sake, a man with a monocle watches them with a silent, critical gaze. Tiesk. He scoffs at their hypocrisy, questioning how they can call themselves educators while only favoring the talented. 2 nearby students gasp in shock at his outspoken criticism. An imposing muscular figure appears, and a student recognizes him in disbelief as Vermilion Olsen. The man with the monocle is stunned, wondering why Vermilion Olsen is present. Vermilion Olsen glances around the grounds with a calculating look. He smirks, noting that the person he's looking for hasn't arrived yet. The man with the monocle sweats, realizing with horror that Vermilion Olsen is there as a judge. Outside, a volley of fireballs streaks across the sky, drawing the attention of the crowd. Soaring through the air, Russell thinks to himself that he hasn't arrived yet either. Vermilion Olsen looks up, his expression shifting to one of surprise. He turns quickly, his cape whipping around him as he locks onto the source of the commotion. Phew, Russell breathes a sigh of relief mid-air. He lands perfectly, noting to himself that he was almost late. A student is left speechless by Russell's dramatic entrance. Vermilion Olsen stares intently, silently identifying the newcomer. He walks with purpose through the crowd, heading directly toward Russell. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he declares, "This will be fun." The scene shifts back to the estate, where Russell formally thanks Daria, Ilo, and the headmaid. Russell wishes Ilo a safe journey, and she gratefully thanks her savior. He then turns to give a parting message to the head maid. With a confident smile, Russell promises the surprised head maid that he will definitely return. He playfully tells her to manage the property well, as he'll be its owner next time, and she laughs, hoping it comes true. With a bright smile, Russell offers his final, sincere thanks to them all. Daria asks if he needs a carriage, but Russell declines, insisting running is faster. Just as he is about to leave, Daria stops him with one last request. She hands him a sealed envelope, asking him to deliver the letter to Hubert. Russell accepts the task, his promise trailing off as he studies the ornate letter. Daria offers a simple thanks, her cryptic smile leaving Russell slightly puzzled. The scene transitions to a quiet, sunlit study. Russell now sits with a man he addresses as Professor, who expresses relief that he arrived on time. Professor Hubert warns that this selection will be difficult and that he won't be able to offer much help. Placing his hand on a box, He explains that an urgent matter has come up. Russell reassures his professor that it's okay. Professor Hubert turns back to Russell, preparing to give him one last piece of advice. He gives a grave warning, telling Russell not to take his brother Olsen lightly. Professor Hubert rises from his chair, underscoring the gravity of the upcoming selection. He puts a hand on Russell's shoulder, telling him to be the best and expressing his faith in him. Russell smirks with determination, assuring his professor not to worry. A notification announces a new mission, tower selection, with the goal of earning the judge's acknowledgement. In a grand hall, an invigilator announces the start of the first round written exam. As he begins the test, Russell reflects that it won't be hard, since he failed it many times in his past life. He considers if there is anything he should be concerned about. His thoughts drift to the letter Professor Hubert asked him to deliver. He remembers a past life where Professor Hubert's trips became so frequent that he could no longer teach his classes. The memory darkens to a funeral, recalling the year Professor Hubert took a sabbatical and passed away. Russell recalls Professor Hubert leaving on a trip, admitting he doesn't know exactly what happened. He suspects it was a dangerous task, and his concern grows. In a metaphorical flash, a snake strangles its prey as he thinks of a high-ranking mage in the Flame Tower. A crowd of students buzzes as they learn Russell got the top score on the written exam, expressing shock and jealousy. Looking at the results, Russell wonders if he can truly prevent the deaths of the professors this time. An announcement declares the start of the second selection stage, the interview. Russell waits silently with other candidates, preparing for the next test. When his name, Russell Raymond, is called, he stands with renewed determination to change the future. He confidently strides into the grand hall to face the panel of judges. He realizes something is different. In his past life, his brother Olsen was never a judge. Facing Olsen, Russell understands he's changed the future and must join the Flame Tower to save the professor. He steels himself, knowing he must earn the acknowledgement of the judges, especially Olsen. An invigilator instructs him to be brief and clear, and Russell calmly agrees. A judge with white hair begins the interview by asking a complex question about a 300-year-old magic formula. As he answers, Russell notes to himself that the interview questions are easier than the written exam. He knows, however, that there is another, more difficult part of the test as the female judge listens impassively. A blinding light suddenly erupts from the judge's table. Russell understands the true test has begun. Enduring the combined mana exertion of the selection judges, he flashes back to his past life, where he always failed this test. Cough. Declaring that this time is different, he continues his answer perfectly, undeterred by the pressure. A judge in a yellow robe remarks on Russell's incredible calm, calling him amazing. Olsen smirks, unimpressed, and contemptuously asks, "Just this much?" He unleashes a crushing wave of violet mana directly at Russell. Russell grits his teeth, his body straining under the immense magical force. Olsen and the other judges watch in shock as Russell remains standing. The judge in yellow nervously calls Olsen a crazy tiger. He worries that at this rate, the candidate could actually die. To everyone's surprise, Russell endures the assault with a confident smirk. Another judge with blonde hair leans forward, finding this situation surprising. Even the other professors in the room struggle to breathe under the intense ambient mana. The blonde judge grins, recognizing Russell as a truly desirable genius. Ding! Notifications chime as he gains the acknowledgement of 9 out of the 10 judges. Olsen glares, still challenging Russell's ability to endure. With a savage grin, Olsen decides to push him even further. The intense pressure causes cracks to appear on Russell's strained face. Olsen's focus intensifies, pouring more power into his attack. The blonde judge intervenes, placing a hand on Olsen's shoulder and telling him to stop. Tisk Olsen relents with an annoyed click of his tongue. Russell finally relaxes his clenched fists as Olsen complains that the fun was just beginning. The other invigilators slump in their chairs, gasping in sheer relief that they survived the ordeal. The female judge smiles, commends Russell on his performance, and dismisses him. The heavy doors of the interview hall swing shut behind him. Utterly spent, Russell slumps into a chair in the waiting area, where another candidate lies unconscious. He pants heavily, admitting to himself that he nearly passed out from the strain. A system notification appears as Russell smirks, realizing his performance still wasn't enough. The judges exit the hall, with one remarking it's a shame Russell was the one the Flame Tower Master wanted. The female judge teases Olsen, asking if he's already planning to discipline his new junior. Olsen whirls around, enraged at the thought of Russell becoming his junior. The female judge quickly tries to retract her statement with a nervous wave of her hands. Fuming, Olsen storms off down the corridor, leaving the other judges behind. In a devastating flashback, a sword cleaves through a glowing magical barrier as figures fall in battle. Two mages scream in terror, one crying, "No!" as he desperately tries to hold the shattering barrier together. A fighter is brutally impaled from behind. A powerful assailant drives a glowing weapon through his victim's chest. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the darkness. A muscular, long-haired man stands over a field of corpses, disdainfully muttering, "One weakling." A red-bearded warrior, his face dirty and tear-streaked, grieves over the immense loss. Now determined, the same warrior vows that everyone else will follow along. The scene returns to the present, showing the academy grounds where the next selection stage is about to begin. An invigilator on stage announces to the assembled students that the next test is a treasure hunt. He explains that their task is to find green mana stones hidden within the lush Walker Hill forest. Points will be awarded based on the number of stones found and the order of return, as a group of confident students listen. The invigilator warns that everyone will be desperate to steal stones from others, and Russell takes in the information. The crowd of students begins to move, heading toward the daunting forest entrance. Russell silently observes a system notification regarding the approval of. His thoughts turn to the judges, specifically wondering if senior disciple Olsen will ever acknowledge him. With a confident smile, Russell renews his determination, believing he can earn that approval if he clears this round. As the other students rush ahead, Russell knows he must act now to pursue his own objective. He sprints into the forest, resolving that there is only one thing for him to do. Finding a secluded spot, Russell wonders aloud if it's time to try calling him. As a warm light gathers in his hands, he reflects that his companion must have felt suffocated. A small red dragon emerges from the flames, and Russell apologizes to his spirit, Pepper, for not using magic at school. Gar? Pepper lets out a happy growl, clearly delighted to be reunited with Russell. Russell channels dark mana into his hand and asks Pepper for help with the task. He materializes a red crystal, instructing Pepper to find a stone that looks identical to it. Pepper curiously sniffs the red crystal, memorizing its magical signature. Russell knows spirits from the mana world are excellent trackers as Pepper takes flight to begin the search. Jarch Pepper zips back excitedly, having already found a match, much to Russell's delight. "Should we go track it down then?" Russell asks, as Pepper enthusiastically leads the way. Pepper's trail leads them to an old building marked by a glowing demonic sigil, and Russell declares he's finally found it. Inside, a cloaked Russell grabs a man by his shirt, demanding to know the location of a mage he traded with. The terrified man insists he doesn't know, claiming he only sold the mage raw materials for a ritual. Russell's grip tightens as he menacingly questions the man about the ritual he enabled. With his eyes glowing, Russell presses further, asking if the man knew the materials were for a pagan spell. A skeletal figure, wreathed in green flame, materializes behind Russell, who grins from beneath his hood. The man cries out, "What?" as he sees a host of glowing-eyed skeletons manifest in the room. Russell delivers a swift, powerful blow to the man's stomach. As the man gasps in pain, Russell informs him that aiding a cult is the same as treason against the kingdom. He lifts the man again, demanding to know where the mage went, but the man still claims ignorance. A hooded figure watches Russell from the shadows, sneering about the bitch who kills people by burning them and her disciple. Elsewhere, Professor Hubert is struck by a sudden, terrible realization. He deduces that if the cult holds a grudge against a woman, it can only be his teacher. Flames erupt around him as he cries out in alarm, realizing that Russell is in grave danger. Correcting himself, he understands the entire screening test is a trap and launches himself forward in a blur of fire. Back in the forest, a student in a suit frets about finding mana stones without using light and becoming a target. Suddenly, a powerful wand arrow spell erupts nearby, startling him. He cautiously approaches the source of the blast, wondering if the downed figure is another candidate. Seeing the unmoving person, he decides that since it's a competition, he should check on them. He stops in his tracks as a thought occurs to him. A greedy smile spreads across his face as he realizes the person on the ground might have a mana stone on them. A student looks back in shock as a ghastly skeleton with glowing green eyes materializes behind him. His eyes widen in sudden, sharp realization. Wham! A powerful force suddenly impacts the area. The red-eyed youth finds himself in a moonlit forest, wondering where he's been transported. From a high ledge, he spots 2 sacks and a small creature below, questioning if it's the forest center. He approaches the sacks as a small, red, dragon-like creature hovers nearby, questioning his presence. He smiles, picking up the creature he calls Pepper and noting that something feels strange. Crouching down, he inspects a purple orb on the ground, identifying it as a golem's core. He picks up the core, his expression turning serious as he sees it's broken. He deduces it was broken before the golem was even summoned, and wonders who could have done it. Pepper suddenly screeches, agitated by the mysterious, broken core. Gar, spikes of earth suddenly erupt from the ground, ambushing them from all sides. The youth looks up in alarm at the sudden magical assault. His eyes remain wide with shock as he registers the ambush. He narrowly dodges the erupting earth spikes, cloaked in a protective red aura. Landing safely, he identifies the attack as earth magic. His surprise grows as he realizes another attack is coming. Light magic from above. Beams of light magic rain down, forcing him to keep evading the multi-pronged assault. As the earth explodes around him, he concludes he's being attacked by more than one person. He flees through the forest as volleys of blue energy bolts pursue him. He glances back as Pepper unleashes a stream of fire, intercepting an incoming spell. "Good job, Pepper," he exclaims, praising his companion's timely intervention. With a confident grin, he ignites his own hand with fire. He counters the enemy's assault with a barrage of powerful fireballs. The clash of spells results in a massive, chaotic explosion that shakes the clearing. As the smoke clears, he stands unscathed, his red eyes glowing with determination. A small flame still dances on his hand as he stands ready for his opponents to show themselves. Facing 3 figures in the darkness, he calmly asks who they are. A young man with green hair steps forward, identifying them as honor students chosen by the tower. From the bushes, a student with blue hair calls out his companion for using cowardly ambush tactics. The green-haired student angrily demands to know how his opponent found the Mana Stone first. He mutters in disbelief, convinced that only his group knew of the Mana Stone's location. His eyes widen as he finally notices the small red creature, shouting, "A spirit?" The blue-haired student also spots the spirit, realizing it's how their target located the stone so quickly. An orange-haired student recognizes him as Russell Raymond, shocked that he was hiding such skill. Russell casually stretches, asking what's so impressive about finding it quickly. The green-haired student is left speechless by Russell's nonchalant attitude. Russell correctly deduces that they made a secret deal with some professors. TCH, he's quick, the student mutters, annoyed by Russell's sharp intellect. Russell declares he has no intention of getting involved and tells him to move. UCK enraged, the student charges forward, refusing to be dismissed. In a flash, Russell appears behind him, grabbing his collar with a menacing look and a dark warning. The blue-haired student watches the sudden reversal with a shocked expression. The orange-haired student is equally stunned, recognizing the teleportation technique as blink. Holding his captive, Russell turns his attention to his spirit, asking about Pepper. He looks back with a sharp, calculating gaze, silently assessing the situation. Russell senses a change in his surroundings, noting that the forest itself is moving. "Hey," Russell says to the student he's holding, who nervously replies, "What?" Russell asks if the professors helping them also mentioned destroying the golem's core. The student looks away guiltily and admits they didn't say anything about that. 2 students, one with orange hair and another with light blue hair, approach from behind, stating they also found the situation strange. His eyes glowing red, Russell ignites his fist with powerful flame magic. Suddenly, a massive horde of ghoulish undead with glowing green eyes surges toward them. A dark-haired student cries out in utter disbelief, "Undead!" The other students react in terror, with the blue-haired one calling it impossible and a green-haired student screaming in fear. Panic fills the green-haired student's eyes as he realizes he needs to run away. Wham! As he turns to flee, an unseen assailant punches him squarely in the jaw. An overhead view reveals the students are completely surrounded by the undead, with no way out. Whoosh! A massive firewall erupts around the students, protecting them from the encroaching horde. The green-haired student, now bruised, looks on in awe, recognizing the powerful fourth circle magic. Russell takes command, ordering everyone to face one direction and attack any undead that breach the wall. The three other students stare at him, stunned into silence by his sudden leadership. His fist blazing, Russell angrily shouts, "Answer!" Startled, the three students stammer in unison, "Okay." The green-haired student laughs nervously, realizing how foolish they were to consider picking a fight with someone like Russell. His relief vanishes as an undead creature breaks through the flames, forcing him to accept that something bad has already happened. Two pinpoint blasts of fire shoot from the inferno, striking the undead creature down. Russell explains that the firewall is only a temporary measure, and their real goal is to find the sorcerer. Hidden in the shadows, a hooded sorcerer watches the child from the flame tower, wondering how long he can last. An undead, wreathed in flames, stumbles out of the firewall. Boom! Its head violently explodes from an unseen force. Russell stands ready for battle, identifying his foes as the undead. He recalls that these creatures are the work of heretics who seek forbidden magic. They are the blasphemous beings summoned by such dark practitioners. His thoughts drift to the past. He remembers his master single-handedly subjugating hordes of heretics and their summoned creatures in a fiery battle. Looking at the burning chaos, he wonders if these enemies are remnants from that old conflict. As a cloaked figure clenches a fist, Russell questions what they could possibly be planning by appearing here. His eye narrows as a sudden, terrible thought strikes him. Facing down two more undead, he wonders grimly, could they be after me? Bang! The two undead creatures are blown apart by his power. Shaking off his thoughts to focus on the fight, Russell analyzes their magic, identifying it as a type of curse. He notes one of its characteristics is low mana usage, realizing a drawn-out battle is to their disadvantage. "Everyone, use your mana efficiently," Russell shouts, taking charge of the group's strategy. The blue-haired student forms an ice blade, planning to lower firepower and aim for vital points, a plan the green-haired student finds daunting. The orange-haired student fires off light projectiles, hoping they can just hold on until the selection judges arrive. The blue-haired student shatters that hope, grimly stating the judges won't come, which startles the others. Clenching a fist made of pure flame, Russell confirms his statement. He's right. Back in a grand hall, Olsen and the other selection judges smile smugly, confirming there is no chance they will intervene. Russell explains that the capital's magic tower hasn't detected the wicked energy surrounding them. The blue-haired student casts a spell, deducing that their enemies must have used a trap to hide their mana signatures. Russell's eyes narrow as he spots a demonic sigil carved into a tree, confirming it's a trap. The green-haired student trembles, realizing with horror that they must face this army all by themselves. The blue-haired student concentrates, forming sharp ice shards and declaring he will reduce their size. Leaping into the air, he unleashes precise beams of ice, vowing to make the edges sharper. The green-haired student complains, questioning the logic of trying to fight with such sophisticated tactics in this chaos. An undead creature with glowing fists barrels through the wall of fire. The orange-haired student counters, launching a volley of glowing energy orbs at the monsters. Watching his companions fight back, the green-haired student looks shocked that even the timid one is joining the battle. The hidden sorcerer watches with a smirk, noting that the students are quick-witted for conserving their mana. The sorcerer sneers, questioning if boys like Russell are students of that damned woman. However, a new threat emerges as a massive, horned creature looms in the darkness. Wham! Russell shoves the blue-haired student aside just in time. The horned beast, an armored troll, stomps out from the wall of fire. As the orange-haired student watches in horror, the troll drools with malice, its green eyes glowing. A troll, the students cry out in a wave of disbelief and terror. The orange-haired student and his companion cast Ice Field, freezing the ground around them. He follows up with a crystal laser, firing a concentrated beam of ice at the troll's chest. The troll stands firm, the laser having no effect as electrical energy crackles around it. Grr. It lets out a low, menacing growl, enraged by the feeble attack. The troll raises its colossal sword, preparing to bring it crashing down on the students. The orange-haired student looks up, frozen with fear, as the blade descends. The scene shifts, revealing the title Russell Origin. Russell unleashes a blaze lance at maximum output, intercepting the troll's attack. The troll shrieks in agony as it's consumed by the massive fiery explosion. As Russell lands, the troll's massive body crumbles into ash and embers. He stares at his hand, confused, as a purple magical shard hovering above it shatters. The hidden sorcerers are stunned, one exclaiming in shock that Russell defeated a troll in a single blow. The blue-haired student stares at the aftermath, completely floored by the magic he just witnessed. He realizes, with a shock, that the spell's destructive power rivals Fifth Circle magic. Looking toward Russell, he wonders if they are even the same class of student. Russell glances over his shoulder, having noticed something amiss. High in the sky, he calls for Pepper as 3 fiery signals shoot out from a massive blaze. The sorcerers spot the fiery ring in the sky, recognizing the signal. The lead sorcerer smirks deviously, realizing he's found Russell's hiding spot. Russell activates Wizard Body, gathering a swirling blade of pure flame. The blue-haired student watches in awe, wondering what Russell is about to do. With a determined focus, Russell clenches his fist, concentrating the inferno. He grits his teeth, channeling an immense amount of power into his hand. "It's my turn," Russell shouts, unleashing a massive downward slash of pure fire. The fiery attack carves a blazing path through the air. The sorcerers panic, yelling that they need to dodge now that their location has been discovered. A swirling vortex of flame bears down on the hidden cultists. The lead sorcerer desperately attempts to cast a defensive spell, yelling, "Block it." The fire converges into a single, unstoppable point of destructive energy. One of the sorcerers is blown away by the sheer force of the initial blast. His partner looks on in absolute terror as his own end approaches. The sorcerer's body is vaporized as Russell's fire obliterates his defensive barrier. A massive explosion tears through the forest, leaving behind a crater of fire. Surveying the destruction, Russell wonders grimly, "Did I get them?" A scorched figure crumbles to ash, thinking that Russell's master has raised a monster. A memory flashes of the dying cultist, revealing they saved their attack for the selection judges. A new, bald sorcerer smirks, annoyed they had to waste their trump card on Russell instead. Russell's eyes widen in shock as he hears a clattering sound behind him. He turns to see 2 of his fellow students held hostage by skeletons with swords at their throats. Russell, the blue-haired student, and the orange-haired student are completely surrounded by an army of skeletons. Elsewhere, an attendant stops Professor Hubert, informing him only judges are allowed in the viewing area. In a panic, Professor Hubert rushes past, shouting for senior disciple Olsen. Olsen turns, his expression grim as he confirms the cult followers are on the move. An adjutant cries out that the cultists are after Russell, meaning all the candidates are in danger. A powerful, red-haired figure emerges from a storm of purple energy, his eyes glowing with menace. The bald sorcerer mockingly warns Russell not to move a finger. As a skeleton raises its scythe, it threatens to kill all the students if Russell resists. Russell realizes, with cold fury, that his opponent gagged him to prevent him from chanting spells. Despite using a high-speed blink spell, Russell is instantly caught by the smirking sorcerer. The sorcerer's glowing green hand firmly seizes Russell's flaming arm, neutralizing his attack. A splash of blood appears as a grim thought flashes, "We'll all die." Flanked by skeletons, the sorcerer cackles, ordering Russell to surrender and come forward. Addressing the kid from the flame tower, the sorcerer confirms Russell's suspicion that he is the target. Russell clenches his fist, a fiery ring on his finger glowing as he silently makes a decision. Heeding the command, Russell walks forward, seemingly surrendering to the 2 skeletons. The sorcerer laughs, finding it impressive yet foolish that Russell would sacrifice himself for his friends. Russell scoffs, internally, dismissing the notion of them being friends. The green-haired student bitterly recalls the taunt that the weak are called weak. The blue-haired student thinks of the corresponding phrase, "The strong are called strong." Russell views his captured classmates with disdain, thinking they are merely jealous people who scorn and loathe others. Facing the sorcerer, Russell states that he probably wouldn't understand his motivations. He explains to his stunned classmates that it is the mission of a guardian to protect people. The sorcerer bursts into laughter, mocking the idea of justice in a world ruled by the strong. He dismisses Russell's conviction as big talk from a weakling. Russell smirks, retorting that the real coward is the sorcerer hiding in the back. The sorcerer's face twists in anger at Russell's sharp-witted insult. As the skeleton grabs him, Russell agrees to the sorcerer's desire for a kill. Tearing the gag from his mouth with his teeth, Russell roars that he'll kill the sorcerer himself. Engulfed in a whirlwind of dark magic, the sorcerer recognizes the power of the Flame Tower Kid. He laments that he has no choice but to silence Russell's screams permanently. In a memory, Russell recalls the sensation of a skeletal hand pressing a glowing artifact against him. A notification reveals he completed a mission, reached the fourth circle, and received an additional reward. In his memory, a mysterious ring materializes in the palm of his hand. A description explains the item is the cloudy ring, which can transform into a thundercloud. Back in the present, thunder rumbles as lightning flashes in the night sky. The sorcerer gloats, declaring that Russell's death will mark the beginning of their revenge. His gloating is cut short as the crackling thunder draws his attention upward. The blue-haired student is suddenly wreathed in electricity, and the sorcerer stares at the sky in confusion. A powerful spirit of lightning appears as Russell commands it, "Crush them, Thunderhooves." The skeletons look up, their forms illuminated by a brilliant, overwhelming light from above. With the command, "Call Lightning," a massive electrical storm is unleashed. A blinding torrent of pure lightning energy descends upon the clearing. The world turns white as the lightning strike makes a direct hit. The sorcerer's silhouette is caught in the raging electrical vortex. The green artifact in the sorcerer's hand shatters under the immense power. He is consumed by the lightning, his body charring as he's violently electrocuted. The skeletons holding the students are instantly vaporized, crumbling into dust. Standing amid the dissipating energy, Russell is free, arcs of lightning still crackling around him. He glances back over his shoulder at the aftermath of his devastating attack. The blue-haired student approaches, impressed and amazed that Russell used artifact magic to turn the tables. Removing the remnants of his gag, Russell simply says, "Thanks." The blue-haired student smiles in relief, insisting that they are the ones who should be thanking him. His expression turning serious, he states their next priority is to call the judges for help. Amid the chaos, a green-haired student bargains for credit as he ties up a classmate, while the orange-haired one barks orders. Russell calmly informs the blue-haired student that the judges will arrive soon, leaving his companion to wonder how he knows. Elsewhere, the small red dragon, Pepper, breathes a concentrated stream of fire. Pepper clings to a tree, setting it ablaze as a signal. The fiery signal streaks across the sky, a burning trail through the dark forest. The blue-haired student smiles in admiration, realizing just how far ahead Russell was planning. Russell gives a quick, knowing glance back at his impressed companion. Looking at his hand, Russell notes that his cloudy ring used far more mana than he anticipated. Resolved, the blue-haired student turns and walks purposefully into the woods. The bald sorcerer's body dissolves into green energy as he chants a final, desperate devotion. With his dying breath, he sacrifices his life, lifespan, and even his death. The blue-haired student whirls around in shock as a new threat emerges. The ground cracks and shatters as a malevolent green power erupts from below. A monstrous bone creature with glowing red eyes claws its way out of the earth, horrifying the students. The colossal undead beast towers over them, radiating an aura of pure dread. Shielding his face, Russell realizes the creature's power is something that far exceeds Fifth Circle magic. The blue-haired student urgently shouts for everyone to run into the forest for safety. In a panic, the green-haired student shoves another aside, consumed by the need to escape. He clutches a bag filled with glowing crystals, his eyes fixed on the valuable prize. Russell stops him with a flaming hand, questioning why he isn't fleeing with the others. Looking toward the monster, Russell realizes its true target. The blue-haired student declares he's the only one who can stall for time until the judges arrive. Russell stands his ground, preparing to confront the monstrous entity head-on. The blue-haired student watches anxiously, wondering what Russell can possibly do with his mana depleted. Igniting his arms with fire, Russell Raymond prepares for a desperate battle. The monster extends a gnarled hand, pulsing with sinister green energy. It lunges forward with devastating force, slamming its fist into the ground. Russell dodges the blow, knowing that a simple shield would be useless against such power. Gritting his teeth, Russell focuses his flaming fist, aware that a single hit could be fatal. Leaping high into the air, Russell unleashes a massive, concentrated beam of fire straight down. The fiery blast engulfs the monster's arm. In a brilliant explosion, grrr, the monster snarls, a smoking hole now gaping in its chest from the powerful attack. The attack landed successfully, but Russell falls to one knee. exhausted from the effort. Catching his breath, Russell grimly admits to himself that this fight is incredibly hard. CSK, he watches in frustration as green energy seals the wound, questioning if the beast can regenerate. The monster stomps its foot, shattering the very ground beneath it. Looking down, the blue-haired student is stunned by the deep fissure the monster created. Russell is caught by surprise as he recognizes the monster's bladed tail whipping toward him. The spiked tail swings around for a deadly strike. The attack cuts through the air with terrifying speed. Shit! Thrown off balance, Russell raises a hand to cast a desperate defensive spell. A blast of ice magic intercepts the tail, shattering on impact just in time. Standing over the fallen Russell, the blue-haired student tells him he just saved his life. He powers up with crackling blue energy, vowing that he can't just leave his comrade behind. With renewed determination, the blue-haired student unleashes a powerful ice attack on the beast. Watching from a distance, the orange-haired student quietly states that this is the mission. He finishes his thought to a fellow student, explaining it is the mission of a guardian. The green-haired student watches in disbelief as the others start turning back toward the fight. He screams at them in frustration, asking if they are crazy for returning to face the monster. Kelk. The red-haired figure collapses, his arm crumbling to dust as he pays the price for his dark magic. The blue-haired student recognizes the sacrificial spell as his classmates scream in terror at the giant skeleton. Lying broken on the ground, the red-haired figure smirks, telling his foes they deserve this for their selfishness. A red-eyed student with black hair arrives with reinforcements, noting that the others have already formed up to fight. He places a hand on the orange-haired student's shoulder, apologizing for being late to the battle. With a grim expression, he realizes that his classmates' unexpected bravery was not part of his plan. Igniting his fist in flame, he grins, declaring he won't stop them since they've chosen to fight together. As another student's magic strikes the monster, he shouts that if they want to live and win, they must listen to his instructions carefully, taking command of the battlefield. The blue-haired student's ice shards shatter harmlessly against the monster's incredibly durable body. As the beast roars with rage, the red-eyed student announces his plan to create a crack in its defenses. He unleashes a powerful, concentrated blast of fire directly from his mouth. The massive beam of fire streaks across the clearing toward the towering undead creature. His fiery attack engulfs the monster's head in a brilliant explosion as he yells, "Now!" Responding to his signal, the other students unleash a combined magical blast toward the beast. Their coordinated assault detonates against the monster in a massive, fiery explosion. The students shield their eyes from the blinding light, witnessing the result of their teamwork. Coke! The monster groans, its skull cracked and smoking from the powerful, combined attack. Damn it! The monster curses internally as green energy begins to rapidly heal its wounds. Frustrated by the creature's regeneration, the red-eyed student clutches his fist, preparing to attack again. He roars, "One more time!" as he channels all his focus into casting a blaze lance. In a flashback, a man with long red hair reflects that everyone took great risks to face the danger. The memory shifts to the fallen dark magic user, straining as he's consumed by his own violet power. Back in the present, the monster casually swats away another student's lightning spell. Standing before a wall of roaring flames, the red-eyed student resolves that they have to push even further. His eyes glow and horns sprout from his head as he realizes, with sudden clarity, I need to protect them. Fully embracing his demonic power, he is engulfed in a maelstrom of raw, fiery energy. Screaming, full output, he unleashes every last bit of his mana into one final attack. In his newly transformed state, he stands poised, radiating an aura of immense power. With a final determined glare, he launches himself forward like a living meteor of pure flame. A blinding wave of golden-white light erupts, consuming the entire battlefield. A student with graying hair rallies the others, screaming for them all to attack now. A combined beam of elemental magic streaks through the air to support the main assault. Rarg! The monster howls in agony as the massive barrage of spells strikes it head-on. The devastating combined attack tears through the monster's torso in a cataclysmic explosion. The dark magic user who sacrificed his arm watches on as his body begins to dissolve from the spell's cost. The giant skeleton is relentlessly bombarded from all sides by the students' coordinated magical attacks. In a memory, a red-haired man with a goatee scoffs at the weaklings trying to fight together. The man, Vermilion Olsen, is introduced, a firm believer in a harsh truth. He believed that being fragile was by its very definition a weakness. Memory of a blaze lance spell materializes, crackling with destructive power. In the past, Ulson calmly walks away from a scene of fiery destruction. But that day, his expression softens as he comes to a profound realization. The red-eyed student's blaze lance finally hits its mark, engulfing the monster's face in a massive explosion. In his transformed state, the student understands the truth. Because they are fragile when one of them rises up. All of them rise up together as the students lend him their collective power. Their combined strength erupts in one final, overwhelming magical explosion. The battlefield is momentarily wiped clean by the blinding light of their united will. As the smoke and embers settle, the monster's massive form begins to crumble into dust. From the collapsing remains, a twisted form staggers forward, still glowing with sinister green energy. The sorcerer's face, now fused with the beast, snarls defiantly. Not yet. Still clinging to his form, the fused sorcerer defiantly declares that it's not over yet. A long-haired man appears in a flash of pink energy, unleashing a spell called Overheat. A concentrated sphere of destructive pink magic hurtles through the air. Wah! The sorcerer looks on in terror as the powerful attack closes in. With righteous fury, a voice commands the wicked being to disappear. The overheat spell detonates, completely obliterating the sorcerer in a maelstrom of violent energy. Two students watch in absolute shock at the overwhelming power of the newcomer. In the aftermath, the long-haired man stands alone in a massive, smoldering crater. A man with reddish-brown hair and a goatee smirks, noting that if he was coming, he should have arrived sooner. The red-eyed student, looking weary but satisfied, retorts that his rescuer should have been faster. Russell's flaming hand finally extinguishes as the battle concludes. An instructor with graying hair places a hand on his shoulder, commending him for a job well done. The red-haired man with the goatee watches with a knowing grin. In a bright, elegant room, a gentle voice asks if he has regained consciousness. Blink! The red-eyed student awakens in an unfamiliar bed, trying to register his surroundings. He sits up and immediately asks the instructor if the other candidates are safe, who confirms they are. Adjusting his monocle, the instructor reveals that everyone agreed. Without Russell, they would all be dead. Russell smiles humbly, saying that he had some help from the others. The instructor then asks if he is curious about the results of the selection test. Oh, Russell's expression turns comically serious as he suddenly remembers the test. The judges are shown in deliberation, admitting there was a lot to be concerned about. The narration explains that the heretic attack rendered the original tasks meaningless. The situation forced the candidates to prioritize teamwork over competition. With that in mind, the selection judges came to a final conclusion. A judge gravely announces that in this selection test, the person who deserves the highest score is Russell, who looks up in complete surprise at the declaration. He quietly processes the fact that he achieved the highest score in the tower selection. Thank you, Russell says with immense relief, realizing he can finally graduate from the academy. The instructor adds that an investigation has begun to find the mastermind behind the heretics. Thump. A woman with a large hat slams her staff down, vowing they will find the root of it all. Was it not just one? The instructor asks in shock, learning there were more heretics. In a dark cave, the defeated dark magic user crawls away as a larger, monstrous silhouette looms behind him. He glances back with glowing green eyes, a sinister smirk on his face. The red-haired man from earlier enters Russell's room, announcing they lost the target, and is greeted as senior brother. He walks over to Russell's bed, asking to see him for a moment. The instructor steps between them, insisting Russell needs rest, but the senior brother simply addresses him as Professor. Russell smiles warmly at them, assuring the professor that it's okay. Later, Russell and the senior brother stand outside under the night sky. The senior brother notes that Russell must have felt dragged down while fighting the heretics. Clenching his fist, he admits that his belief that being fragile is a weakness hasn't changed. However, he continues, beginning to share a newfound perspective with Russell. Russell listens, intrigued by what his senior has learned. The senior brother explains his realization. The weak exist so the strong can grow and protect them. In turn, the weak are inspired to grow by the strong who defended them. He concludes that, because of this cycle, no one falls behind, and they all advance together. He hands Russell a white bag, telling him to open it. Russell opens the bag and is stunned to discover a flame tower robe inside. The senior brother grins, telling him not to get ahead of himself just yet. He explains that to join the flame tower, there is still one more test, much to Russell's confusion. With a sharp look, the senior brother explains that it's an ancient tradition of sorts. A magical purple circle forms on the ground as someone steps into its center. A red-haired man with a partial mask stands within the circle, goading his opponent to use any magic. He boldly declares that his opponent will win if they can force him to move outside the circle. As Russell listens, the man warns that failure will come with a fitting price. Clenching a glowing purple stone, Russell tells him not to regret this later. A sly grin spreads across his face as he reminds the man of his own words. With eyes blazing red, Russell unleashes his power, declaring he can use any magic he wants. The scene cuts to a large, well-lit mansion under the night sky. Inside, a professor with a monocle gasps in shock, sensing the immense power spike. Back outside, the red-haired man is engulfed in crackling lightning, struggling to hold his ground. Despite his efforts, his foot slides precariously close to the edge of the magic circle. He thinks in disbelief, realizing the lightning is pushing him back even through his fifth circle armor. As Russell pours more power into his spell, the man is stunned to have been pushed back. The professor rushes onto the scene, demanding to know what the red-haired man is doing. He furiously scolds his companion for cornering Russell, whose body has not yet recovered. The red-haired man tries to justify his actions, calling it a long-standing tradition of the Flame Tower. He then scoffs, dismissing the tradition as something an old boomer would do. The professor argues that it's to instill discipline, but the red-haired man retorts that any more discipline from Russell will make the Academy's pillars fall. Turning to Russell, the professor apologizes on his friend's behalf, but Russell cheerfully accepts. The professor's tone darkens as he states the real problem is Russell himself. He reveals that Russell is using both an origin magic artifact and a spirit simultaneously, causing a dangerous overload. The conflicting energies erupt in a massive explosion. The narration comments on the raw power of the blast. The red-haired man is still engulfed by the residual lightning magic. From within the darkness, a pair of fiery, reptilian eyes glare forward. The red-haired man is stunned as a small, winged fire creature materializes before him. As the two men watch, Russell confirms that he has summoned a spirit. He smiles, introducing his cute, fiery companion, Pepper. Pepper lets out a squeal, leaving the two powerful mages utterly speechless. The scene transitions to a sunny graduation day, where Russell gives the valedictory speech. His fellow students, including those from the forest ambush, applaud his words. The Academy grounds are shown under a bright, clear sky. The professor from before walks with Russell, praising his speech, and Russell thanks him. Russell then smiles and addresses his companion more familiarly as senior brother. He asks about Russell's lodging plans, and Russell mentions getting a small room on the outskirts. He offers his own home, explaining he's bound by his Academy contract and can't leave anyway. Russell gratefully accepts the generous offer. He recalls a past conversation with his master about an expensive house she bought for him. A strange sense of déjà vu washes over him. Now in a comfortable new room, Pepper playfully tugs on his jacket. A system notification appears, congratulating him on graduating and granting him special rewards. Holding a diploma, Russell looks at the floating window with curiosity. He unrolls a map from his rewards, realizing it's the same one from before. With a knowing sigh, he acknowledges there was no way he wouldn't recognize the location. The map depicts Kulil Island, a forbidden place shrouded in a perpetual storm. It is known to be swarmed with dangerous magic beasts, like the howling creature shown. Russell holds the glowing map, pondering the opportunity that has been presented to him. His gaze sharpens with determination as he wonders what this new path wants from him. A brief, violent vision shows a figure in chains being consumed by a blinding explosion of light. Back in the quiet of his room, Russell gently sets the sleeping Pepper down on the bed. Russell holds Pepper, vowing to become stronger to protect what's important to him. As a carriage rumbles along, a voice asks if it's his first time visiting the capital. Inside, Russell tells his senior brother that he has been to the capital before. His companion recalls that Russell is a Raymond and realizes he misspoke. Russell turns to his senior brother with a question, who prompts him to ask. His expression becomes serious as he prepares to voice his inquiry. The senior brother is taken aback, correctly guessing his question is about the heretics. Russell explains his deduction that the professor's return coinciding with an attack wasn't a coincidence. Impressed, his companion smiles and compliments his quick-wittedness. He reveals that tracking the Society of the Heretics is a mission for Professor Hubert. He questions if society is the right term for a cult gathered around a skull on a ritual circle. The skull from the flashback glows with a malevolent green aura. Back in the present, Russell eagerly offers to help with the mission. His senior brother is surprised by his request to track the dangerous heretics. He scrutinizes Russell's expression, unable to dismiss his request as a simple bluff. Noting the truthfulness in Russell's eyes, he sees his unwavering determination. Fired up, his companion enthusiastically agrees, declaring he'll inform the master of his ambition. Russell beams with gratitude, but hesitates before his companion can finish. His senior brother adds a condition. He must master a new magic before they arrive, making Russell muse about his love for bets. His fist glows with intense pink energy as he introduces a technique called overheat. With a menacing grin, he boasts that overheat is a one-hit kill magic. He explains it's a temporary ability that works by intensely focusing one's mana. The technique is compared to pulling mana back tightly like a slingshot before releasing it. With a confident smirk, he challenges Russell to learn it. Time passes as Russell trains, practicing by a campfire and atop the moving carriage. He focuses intently, gathering a massive ball of swirling orange energy in his hands. Boom. He unleashes the attack, striking the ground with devastating power. They stand before a massive crater, the result of his successful training. His senior brother admits that the result has far exceeded his expectations. He marvels at Russell's talent for combining overheat with his own origin magic. Patting Russell's shoulder, he notes the severe shaking, a side effect of the powerful technique. He warns Russell to be wary of counterattacks after using overheat due to the strain it causes. With a sly grin, he adds that there are ways around that weakness. As their carriage arrives in the capital, he begins a lesson about stronger opponents. Stepping into the city, Russell hears the end of the lesson. The strong often let their guard down against the weak. A man with glasses, Alan Page, politely greets an elderly man, helping him from a carriage. Russell's eyes narrow in recognition as he sees the man with glasses. In a lavish room, a white-haired woman congratulates Russell on joining the Flame Tower, and he credits her for his success. She smiles, ready to change the subject as she turns to her guests. She introduces Hemingway Melville, the Spear Tower Master, and Alan Page, whose visit coincides with Russell's arrival. Hemingway asks his peer why she chose this specific day to meet. Realizing her intent, he teases her for wanting to brag about her new disciple, which she readily confirms. She boasts that Russell is a hero for defeating a heretic at such a young age. A flash of memory shows the destructive power unleashed during that confrontation. Hemingway laughs at her pride, but she retorts that she's sick of hearing about it, prompting him to defend his right to brag. Alan chimes in, noting that Russell also earned the title of Youngest Sixth Circle Mage. Russell's master proudly declares it's natural for her to brag, looking over the assembled mages. She clenches her fist, asserting that Alan's skills are objectively still superior. The senior brother sighs in boredom, recognizing the start of another familiar argument between the masters. She reminds Hemingway that her disciple is younger, but he counters that he already factored that into his assessment. Hemingway roars with laughter, mocking his rival for her logic and challenging her to train Russell properly if she fears he'll lose. A hand rests on Hemingway's shoulder as a calming blue aura emanates from them. Alan cheekily remarks that his master shows a childish side around her, much to Hemingway's sputtering shock. Teasing him further, Alan suggests he misses his youth, earning a rebuke from the flustered Hemingway. Alan leans in, reminding Hemingway of his appointment at the Royal Palace, which he begrudgingly acknowledges. Russell approaches Alan and apologizes for his previous insolence. Alan shakes his hand warmly, dismissing the apology and addressing Russell as his junior. With a grin, Russell admits he's a little disappointed. He reveals his eagerness to have shown Alan his own magic. The senior brother crosses his arms, impressed by the younger mage's bold attitude. Hemingway bursts into laughter, appreciating Russell's daring spirit. Hemingway unleashes his mana, questioning the source of Russell's confidence as the immense power washes over him. Swallowed by the Spear Tower Master's mana, Russell feels like he's drowning in an ocean of power. Clenching his fist, Hemingway admits that even at his age, he can still be surprised. He smiles, feeling a renewed sense of excitement. Russell's master seizes the moment, proposing a bet that immediately grabs Hemingway's attention. She wagers that in 5 years, Russell will completely surpass Alan in skill. She smiles slyly, intrigued by the unspoken challenge. Hemingway accepts the bet, raising the stakes by offering a mythical relic. A vision illustrates the power of such relics, whose mana can border on the 7th circle. Russell's master shocks Hemingway by boldly shortening the time frame to 3 years. She declares that if Russell fails, she will forfeit her own mythical relic. Grinning victoriously, Hemingway seals the deal, exclaiming that she can't back out now. The Flame Tower Master smirks, telling him to get his artifact ready. Alan decides it's time to depart, ending the heated welcome. As his disciples prepare to leave, Hemingway continues to chuckle, overjoyed by the new rivalry. Walking down the stairs, Alan questions his master's wisdom in betting a mythical relic. Hemingway stuns him by admitting it was absolutely not a wise decision. He then turns to Alan, telling him he expects his absolute best effort. Resigned, Alan accepts his role as the more mature of the two. As they leave, Hemingway quietly contemplates the name Raymond. The senior brother chides Russell for his restlessness, asking about his connection to Alan Page, and Russell apologizes. Russell simply laughs in response to the light scolding. Russell's master asks him to confirm what his senior brother Olsen told her about him wanting to hunt the cult members. Standing respectfully, Russell affirms his desire to help, addressing her as his teacher. She declares his timing perfect, as a spy report is just coming in, her hand glowing with magic. She reveals they have found the cult members from the Academy attack, and Russell is taken aback. The cultist is reportedly fleeing alone in the neutral city of Supra. Russell thoughtfully notes that it's a clever location for an escape. His master agrees that since he faced the culprit before, tracking him should be easier. Her gaze sharpens as she reminds him of the inherent risk. Russell stands in contemplative silence before his master's warning. His unwavering resolve is clear, surprising her. With a confident smile, Russell vows to fulfill his duty as a guardian of the kingdom. Pleased with his answer, she grants her permission, telling him to leave in the morning. She promises to prepare a warp gate and reminds him to gather supplies. Relieved, Russell realizes he has taken the first step towards saving Professor Hubert. The scene transitions to a bright sunny day in a town. An elegant carriage makes its way through the streets. Inside, Russell examines 2 highest-grade potions, amazed by the priceless supplies he's been given. Russell muses that while she allowed his mission, she must be worried since he's the youngest. He turns a corner and stops in his tracks, his eyes wide with surprise. Before him stands a magnificent and ornate white building that fills him with awe. He realizes he'd forgotten he was at the Louvre Museum's Hall of Illusions. Staring at an artifact in a case, he recalls this is where the time travel began. A strange stone artifact seems to greet him, having waited a long time. Russell clenches his hand, lost in thought. He reflects on his purpose, believing it was to grow stronger and protect more people. As he ponders this, the artifact in its case begins to emanate a soft glow. System notifications appear, one mission being to secure the Heart of the Dragonfolk from the museum. Recalling a past ceremony, Russell acknowledges the mission is difficult, but not impossible. Draconification, the ability to draw on a dragon's power at will. Russell thoughtfully considers the implications of this new, unknown power. Back in his room, he's suddenly wreathed in a powerful, fiery aura as his body transforms. He recognizes the familiar sensation of his magic boosting in a moment of crisis. Looking at his reflection, he's shocked by his own transformed appearance and glowing eye. Back to normal, he sits on his bed with Pepper and deduces this power manifested during the fire trial. System notifications confirm he fully absorbed the Forgotten King's Horn, with excess mana becoming latent power. Petting Pepper, he wishes he could control that power surge at will. He imagines combining Overheat with Draconification, creating a blow powerful enough to rival a 6th circle mage. Frustrated, he flops onto his bed, lamenting that the power only manifests in danger. As he worries about his lack of training time, Pepper suddenly has a bright idea. The small dragon rubs against Russell's leg, trying to get his attention. He sits up, looking pensive as he wonders what his next move should be. Lying back down, he fails to replicate the sense of crisis needed, while Pepper gets an idea. Whoosh! Russell is suddenly engulfed in flames, crying out in shock. A frazzled Russell stares in disbelief as an angry Pepper growls at him. Looking at his singed clothes, he has a realization and asks Pepper if it can help him. Pepper roars enthusiastically, happy to assist. With Pepper perched on his head, Russell sits cross-legged to begin his training. He closes his eyes and focuses his mind. His consciousness is pulled into a separate dark dimension. He finds himself in a fiery landscape he recognizes as the spirit realm where he first met Pepper. Realizing time flows differently here, he concludes it's the perfect place for magic training. He looks around, slightly bewildered by his surroundings. A colossal, intimidating dragon form of Pepper looms over him. Staring up in awe and fear, Russell stammers Pepper's name. He reaches out and pats the giant dragon's snout, relieved to confirm it's really him. While grateful for the help, he admits that the prospect of fighting Pepper is daunting. He soon sees he's not just fighting Pepper, but several other massive spiritual beings. A confident smile spreads across his face as he realizes he was worried for nothing. He stands ready, facing down a luminous knight and a shadowy beast. His confidence is unwavering as he prepares for the trial ahead. Cracking his knuckles, Russell asks his spiritual opponents for a favor. Elsewhere, in a tavern, a scout reports that the pagans have left the city and asks his captains if they should pursue. A scarred captain draws his sword, ordering all hands on deck for the chase. He instructs a man named Jackson to report that the situation at the Flame Tower has changed. Jackson acknowledges the order and wishes his comrades well, telling them to be careful. The scarred captain smirks, telling Jackson not to worry about them. Back in the spirit realm, Russell feels a divine message, determined not to let his chance to play a role slip away. A scout leader with a scar on his face commands his companions to move out. 3 days later, a lone building stands under a starry night sky. Inside, a figure hunched over a glowing orb urgently states that the Flame Tower's divinity must arrive quickly. An urgent report from Sudra appears on the glowing communication device. In the bustling city of Sudra, a local man scoffs dismissively at someone in the crowd. As Russell walks through the streets, onlookers question why a mere kid is in their city. The scene pans out, establishing his arrival in the neutral city of Sudra. Russell reflects that the warp gate saved him what would have been a long journey. He recalls his intense training in the spirit realm, where time flows differently. Hugh, exhaling. He notes that the mental training made the journey feel like months. A fiery aura begins to envelop him as he channels his power. Wah! He erupts in a massive burst of flame, undergoing a transformation. Ding system notifications announce he has manifested the power of a dragon, granting him horns and enhanced flame mastery. With small horns now visible, Russell forms a swirling fire blade, acknowledging the problems with his new power. During his training, he faced a mysterious, bird-like energy creature in a timed battle. The countdown continued as he prepared to unleash a powerful attack. The strange creature reeled back in shock from his immense power. Russell threw a punch, but the technique seemed to dissipate prematurely. A chaotic explosion of energy erupted from the failed attack. He collapsed to the ground, frustrated that his draconic form only lasted 15 seconds. His legs tremble from the immense strain of the transformation. Standing shakily, he feels the powerful recoil coursing through his body. Back in the present, he winces, recalling that his new power leaves him defenseless, just like overheat. A large man with a club approaches from behind, asking if he's lost. The man offers to guide him, but Russell turns with a knowing smile. Playing innocent, Russell calls it a coincidence, leaving the man and his associate confused. They lead him toward a large building identified as the Yellow Wyvern. The man cheerfully introduces the establishment, gesturing for Russell to enter. As his escorts bow and wish him well, Russell walks through the doors. Once inside, his friendly demeanor vanishes as he coldly tells them to leave. He approaches the bar, where the bartender welcomes him. When asked for his order, Russell requests a specific, potent cocktail of Red Drake and Briggs. A nearby patron calls him a lunatic for ordering a drink with over 70% alcohol content. Russell knows the order is not a real drink, but a secret code for the Flame Tower. The bartender is stunned, finding it hard to believe such a young boy is a Flame Tower divinity. Questioning Russell's age, the bartender slides the drink over to him. A blue hexagonal barrier immediately forms around them at the bar. The bartender explains the barrier ensures their conversation remains private. He introduces himself as Jackson, a Red Tower mage working undercover as the manager. Russell introduces himself as Russell Raymond of the Flame Tower and suggests they move somewhere more private. In a back room, Russell asks for confirmation that the Flame Tower's scouts went missing 3 days ago. Jackson nods, confirming the report is correct. He explains the scouts were last seen heading toward the desert ruins. Russell wonders aloud if they fell into a trap. Jackson asserts that the scouts were too skilled and careful to be caught in a simple trap. Russell asks for a map to the ruins, surprising Jackson with his directness. Jackson warns him not to go alone, explaining the ruins are in a dangerous area near the Empire's border. Sensing Jackson's distrust, Russell's eyes glow red as he's told to wait for reinforcements. A terrifying red aura explodes from Russell, flooding the room with immense pressure. Stunned by the power, Jackson questions his intel as Russell asks if it's okay to depart first. Jackson realizes with shock that Russell is freely controlling at least Fifth Circle magic. Coughing from the overwhelming pressure, Jackson concedes that he was a bit hasty in his judgment. Rubbing his neck nervously, he relents and agrees to show Russell the way to the ruins. Russell gives a faint, satisfied smirk, his demonstration a clear success. Elsewhere, a hooded cultist reports to an unseen master that they have left behind traces as ordered. 2 demonic figures with glowing green eyes appear, one stating they can already smell the blood of their pursuers. Arriving in the desert, Russell pours water over himself, regretting not having practiced more ice magic for the heat. He empties the flask over his head, complaining about how hot it is. Approaching a massive structure, he observes that the ruins are far larger than he had anticipated. He sprints across the sand toward the ancient building. Surveying the grand dome, he notes the numerous entrances leading inside. He considers simply destroying the ruins to force the cultists out. He comes to a sudden stop in the sand. Realizing the captured scouts could be inside, he resolves that he must enter the ruins instead. His eyes narrow with focus as he concludes the entire place is likely rigged with traps. Deciding on a plan, he channels magic into his feet and launches fireballs at the top of the structure. Declaring he'll enter in the most unexpected way, he creates a dark disk of energy to launch himself upward. He rockets into the air, aiming for an entry point high above the ground. To soften his landing, he summons a cushion of wind magic just before impact. He touches down safely inside the grand hall of the ruins. Looking around, he's relieved to find no immediate traps in the vicinity. He is suddenly captivated by the sight of a massive mural depicting a dragon. He notices the mural also features a black-haired warrior fighting alongside the beast. His gaze follows the artwork as he wonders what foe they were fighting. Staring at the mural, he lets out a gasp of surprise. He quickly turns his head, sensing a presence and realizing his target is here. The bandaged cultist stands with a small army, stunned that the pursuer is the same person from the academy. As his undead soldiers advance, the cultist taunts Russell for walking right into his trap. Grrr. The undead soldiers shamble forward as the cultist mockingly calls them a token of his gratitude. The cultist grins maniacally, promising to grant Russell death. Russell smiles back, taunting the cultist for talking big after running so far. Enraged, the cultist's eyes flare with green energy as he calls Russell an arrogant punk. Grah. Screaming, "Die!" The undead soldiers charge at Russell. These are the corpses of elite soldiers, far stronger than the enemies he faced before. The cultist sneers, proclaiming that this place will become Russell's grave. Russell counters by conjuring a massive firewall to block their advance. Surrounded by magical glyphs, he confidently declares that this time will be different. He channels immense fire magic through his hand. A vision shows him in deep meditation, calling upon the power of a great red dragon. In the present, he announces his plan to expand the existing firewall magic. He adds a vector formula to the spell, unleashing a powerful fire wave. A towering pillar of flame erupts, engulfing the chamber. The wave of fire expands outward, sweeping over the undead army. The soldiers are instantly consumed by the inferno. A skeleton warrior disintegrates in the searing heat. The devastating wave of fire continues its path of destruction. Russell stands calmly behind his wall of roaring flames. The cultist watches in horrified disbelief, unable to comprehend how his entire army was wiped out so easily. A silhouette with glowing red eyes emerges from the flames as the cultist spots his approaching foe. Russell dashes through the smoldering remains of the undead, closing in on his target. The bandaged cultist stares in disbelief, sweating as he realizes his situation. He panics, realizing Russell used detection magic amid the flames, and that it's too late to run away. Russell appears in a blur of motion, confirming that there is no escape. A powerful explosion erupts from the point of impact. A shockwave from Russell's blow cracks the ornate floor. Coughing, the cultist collapses, utterly defeated by the single strike. Bleeding from his eye, he despairingly wonders if this is the limit of his power. Russell stands over his fallen foe, telling him to surrender and save them both the trouble. The cultist refuses, his resolve hardening despite his defeat. He confesses that his soul isn't his own, and that he even sold his family. Blood spurting from his mouth, he screams that he's given away everything that belonged to him. Suddenly, a bright light shines down from the ceiling as two figures descend. A shadowy figure attacks with a demonic claw and a nightmare tail. Startled, Russell turns just as the surprise attack closes in. The attack slams into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Two new figures, a woman with orange hair and a man with purple hair, appear, the latter mocking Russell as a chaser. The man scoffs at the defeated cultist, calling him pathetic for acting as bait against a mere kid. The woman laughs, telling the cultist that the look of a dying rat is perfect on him. Pointing at Russell, she informs her partner that he's their target. The bandaged cultist confirms it, yelling that Russell is the disciple of the Flame Tower's master. Enraged, the woman curses, shouting the name of Russell's master, Daria. A pulse of purple energy emanates from Russell's position. Surrounded by a protective barrier, Russell addresses them as filthy people. His eyes glow with fury as he warns them to keep his master's name out of their mouths. Ding! A system notification appears, issuing a mission to fight the cultists and either capture one or kill them all. As Russell regains his composure, the trio of cultists eye him cautiously. The man with purple hair coldly tells Russell that a quick death would have been a better fate. The woman laughs maniacally, adding that Daria's disciple wouldn't die so easily. She continues her taunts, vowing to kill him and turn his body into a marionette for the Flame Tower to see. Russell listens to their threats in grim silence, his anger simmering. Russell orders someone named Xavier to block the entrance, and the man with the whip confirms the command. Xavier unleashes a torrent of metallic shards, sealing the exit behind them. The woman summons purple energy crystals, declaring that the fight is getting fun. Russell observes their tactics, noting their choice of a direct, frontal assault. He concludes that these opponents are nothing like the ones he's faced before. The woman impatiently challenges Russell to attack, then decides to ask him a question first. Russell calmly asks what they did to the Flame Tower scouts who came before him. Xavier and the woman exchange a confused look, questioning what scouts he's talking about. Accusing him of stalling for time, the woman attacks with her demon claw stinger. Russell dodges effortlessly, wondering if they genuinely don't know about the missing scouts. Xavier follows up immediately with his nightmare tail whip. As the whip cracks past him, Russell calmly contemplates their ignorance. While evading their attacks, he questions whether they're truly unaware or just pretending. His eyes narrow with determination as he decides there's always a way to find out the truth. The woman furiously accuses him of trying to run away as he creates distance. Russell's hand ignites in a vortex of intense fire. He manifests his power into a formidable blaze lance. He hurls the fiery spear, which tears through the woman's purple energy attack. She stares in utter shock that he blocked her move, recognizing his weapon as the spear. The bandaged cultist confirms her fear, recalling it as the same spear that destroyed the giant skeleton. With a wild grin, the woman declares that things are finally getting exciting. She summons two massive energy constructs, unleashing her Demon Claw two-hands technique. Following her command, the twin claws merge into a single, ominous, purple mass. The energy solidifies into a formidable crystalline spear. Wielding the Demon Claw spear, she mockingly challenges Russell to guess which of her attacks will be real. Russell observes her display of power with a calm, stoic expression. Xavier shouts, "Beth, don't act on your own," but she just laughs and charges forward. Beth lunges, her face a mask of crazed excitement as she thrusts the demonic spear. In response, Russell's fist erupts in a torrent of concentrated flame. The two powers collide in a blinding explosion of fire and purple energy. Their clashing attacks send shockwaves, tearing through the ancient ruins. Beth stares in wide-eyed shock as the searing flames begin to overwhelm her demonic spear. Russell's expression remains grimly focused amidst the fiery explosion. The collision culminates in a brilliant, overwhelming flash of light. Ah! Beth screams in agony, crying out that her arm is gone as Xavier watches in horror. Her silhouette is consumed by dark energy as her body begins to disintegrate. A splash of blood hits Russell's face, but his determined gaze never wavers. Xavier grits his teeth in frustration, cursing Beth for being a moron and ignoring his warning. Firming his grip on his whip, he acknowledges Russell's power, admitting he respects his enemy. He channels dark, crackling energy into his weapon, preparing for his own assault. As Russell watches, Xavier declares that from this moment on, he will tear him to pieces. He unleashes his whip in a furious, spiraling attack. The whip becomes a vortex of dark power as he shouts its name, Nightmare Tail Twister. A swirling tempest of green energy completely surrounds Russell. Xavier taunts him, asking how he can possibly block attacks coming from all sides at once. With a burst of flame, Russell moves to intercept the whip. Xavier's eyes widen in surprise at his opponent's impossibly fast reaction. In an instant, Russell uses Blink to teleport directly behind him, grabbing his arm mid-swing. Russell's hand glows with scorching heat as he tightens his grip. Combining Overheat and Wizard Body, he unleashes a devastating, point-blank fire blast. Erg! Xavier lets out a cry of pain as the flames engulf him. The force of the explosion shatters a nearby stone statue. The bandaged cultist stands speechless, watching the tide of the battle turn once again. Staring at the scene, he wonders what on earth is happening as Russell now holds a defeated Beth. He drops his weapon in despair, realizing they're losing again. Falling to his knees, he laments that he's a dead man who won't even get a simple death. He curses his fallen comrades for their arrogance as his gaze lands on a red artifact near Beth. His eyes widen in sudden realization as he recognizes the mysterious object. A battered Xavier tells Russell to stop playing around and kill him, but Russell coldly tells him to shut up. Gripping Xavier by the head, Russell ignites his hand and demands answers. His eyes glowing red, he once again asks about the location of the missing scouts. Xavier struggles, yelling back that he has no idea what he's talking about. Russell considers his reaction, sensing that he might genuinely be ignorant and has let his guard down. Seeing an opening, the bandaged cultist secretly draws a glowing green dagger. He hurls a grotesque, fleshy tentacle toward Russell and his captive. Before Russell can react, the strange object wraps itself tightly around Xavier's neck. Standing atop a mound of bloody remains, the cultist begins a ritual, devoting his life, lifespan, and death. Russell watches in horror, recognizing the ominous signs of the forbidden sacrifice spell. Xavier realizes with terror that the object around his neck is a hell giant's heart. "Damn it!" he screams, as the heart pulls him violently away from Russell. Screaming in agony, the bandaged cultist offers the lives, lifespans, and deaths of others as a sacrifice. With glowing eyes, he devotes them all to his dark master. Xavier cries out in terror as the hell giant's heart begins to absorb him into a monstrous form. The horrific transformation accelerates with a violent burst of green energy. Coughing blood, Xavier lets out a final scream of agony as he's consumed. The new creature crackles with immense, unstable power. Grr, a hulking demonic abomination roars, its ritual complete. Russell watches in shock, sensing the creature's overwhelming mana. A system notification confirms all cultists are dead and issues a new mission, destroy the abomination. The abomination's glowing purple eyes slowly open, gaining awareness. Growling in confusion, the newly formed monster struggles to understand its existence. It roars in pure rage, demanding to know who is responsible for its grotesque state. The abomination channels purple energy into its clawed hand. Identifying its target, the monster screams Russell's name and unleashes a demon claw stinger, vowing to tear him apart. Russell grimaces, instantly recognizing the attack as Beth's magic. A swirling vortex of violent purple energy engulfs Russell's position. Battered and bruised, Russell stands defiant in the eye of the storm. Boom! The attack culminates in a massive explosion that shatters the landscape. The ground continues to crumble under the sheer force of the blast. A pillar of fire erupts from the center of the explosion. Emerging from the inferno, Russell curses the creature, admitting he barely survived the attack. He lands firmly on the scorched earth, calling his foe a moron. Surveying the destruction, Russell remarks that the cultist couldn't handle his own power and dug his own grave. The ruined landscape continues to collapse around him. Suddenly sensing danger, Russell looks up in alarm and questions what's happening. A monstrous voice roars his full name from the heavens. As the abomination looms over him, Russell is wreathed in his own powerful aura. The abomination screams Russell's name again, descending upon him. A blur of emerald chains and dark energy moves at incredible speed. The abomination finds itself ensnared by countless magical chains. The monster roars, threatening to chew Russell up until nothing but bones remain. A torrent of fire erupts from the abomination's maw. Russell stands ready, wondering if his counterattack made contact. He stands before a colossal wall of fire, the aftermath of his own spell. The abomination's malevolent eye glares through the flames. Unscathed, the creature emerges from the fire behind a shield and declares that his attacks are useless. Russell realizes with frustration that the monster has unbelievably high defense. Trapped by swirling chains, he desperately looks for a way out. The monster taunts him, telling him to scheme all he wants. Landing on the ground, Russell decides he needs to buy himself some time. He runs across the wasteland, trying to create distance from the pursuing monster. The abomination laughs, telling him to run and despair before its overwhelming power. Russell declares that this is only the beginning. Igniting his hand with flame, he calls out for someone named Pepper. A small, fiery dragon appears as Russell asks for its help. Groar! The creature roars, ready for action. Russell's hand glows with intense fire as he announces it's time to begin. He charges headfirst into a towering inferno. Fire wave. A massive fireball soars through the air, heading straight for its target. Cackling maniacally, the abomination withstands the inferno, its chains glowing red-hot. It scoffs at the attack, calling Russell a fool for thinking such magic could ever harm it. Looking around the desolate landscape, the monster roars in confusion, demanding to know where Russell has gone. From a hidden position, a battered but smirking Russell whispers that his plan is ready. The abomination's attention is suddenly drawn to a tiny, glowing red light hovering before it. Wish Pepper transforms into a tiny, fiery projectile, shooting toward the creature. Annoyed, the monster swats at the distraction, calling Pepper a damn fly. High above, Russell observes with satisfaction, knowing he now has the monster's full attention. He plummets toward his foe, ready to unleash the final part of his plan. Gathering immense energy, Russell prepares to use his overheat ability for overwhelming penetration power. He focuses this searing energy into a single devastating point. The attack takes shape, forming the deadly X Blaze Lance. Pepper zips past, acting as a guide for the incoming spear of fire. The tiny dragon stares intently, its role in the attack critical. Enraged, the abomination screams Russell's full name, demanding he stop playing games and face it. Russell dives from the sky, plunging his fiery lance directly into the monster's head. The blaze lance erupts on impact, creating a blinding explosion of magical fire. Standing atop the creature, Russell realizes with frustration that his attack is still useless. With a manic grin, he declares it's time for the real deal, unleashing a torrent of lightning and fire. A glowing blue cube of pure lightning manifests, crackling with immense power. The smoking abomination stumbles as the storm gathers above it. Pepper lands on the monster's head, becoming a living target for the spell. Russell unleashes his next attack from above, Call Lightning. A colossal thunder giant's hammer forms in the sky, preparing to crush the abomination below. Boom! The massive hammer of lightning strikes its target with overwhelming force. The battlefield is engulfed in a blinding explosion of electrical energy. The powerful shock wave tears through the air, obliterating everything in its path. A swirling vortex of dissipating energy is all that remains at the point of impact. Russell lands silently on the scorched earth, observing the aftermath. Panting with exhaustion, he looks at the crater and wonders if the battle is finally over. His eyes widen in shock as he spots movement within the rubble. A blackened, skeletal hand emerges slowly from the dust and debris. The charred skeleton of the abomination rises from its grave. A system notification appears, confirming the ordeal is over and a reward is ready. Overwhelmed with relief and exhaustion, Russell collapses onto the ground. Pepper nuzzles him affectionately as Russell praises his companion for a job well done. A dark, skull-like object is suddenly tossed through the air, bouncing across the rocks. The skull lands at Russell's feet, startling both him and Pepper. A voice emanates from the skull, remarking that Dariah fostered an amazing boy. Russell and Pepper stare in disbelief, stunned that the skeleton's skull is talking. The skull's voice wonders aloud if the son will prove more interesting than the father. Russell's eyes flash with shock and dawning horror at the mention of his family. Gripping the skull, Russell screams in fury and confusion, demanding to know who it is. The skull cryptically tells him he will soon find out how his father looked in his final years. With a final burst of green energy, the skull crumbles to dust in his hand. The voice echoes with a sinister laugh, remembering the fierce look his father had. Standing silently in the falling rain, Russell processes the devastating revelation. He collapses to his knees and screams into the sky, desperately demanding to know the voice's identity. The question, "Who are you?" rings unanswered in his mind. The skull's haunting words echo in his memory, promising he will soon learn his father's fate. His eyes glow red with rage as the skull's words echo, comparing his fierce look to his father's. With a final flare of green energy, the skull shatters into nothingness in his hand. The scene transitions to a somber, rainy sky. Soaked and heartbroken Russell weeps in the downpour. Pepper whimpers softly, nudging his master's hand for comfort. Russell is a small, broken figure amidst the vast, rain-swept ruins of the battlefield. The camera pulls back, showing the sheer desolation of the area. From a distance, a spyglass is raised to observe the aftermath. A hooded scout lowers his spyglass, confirming to his comrades that the battle is over. He orders the others to send the report. The scene shifts to a peaceful encampment, glowing warmly by an oasis at night. Phew. A man identified as Battalion Commander Viscount Montmartre sighs as he reads the scout's report. Addressing his subordinates, Montmartre notes the incredible magical force detailed in the letter. He clenches his fist, shocked to learn the magician's power is over the fifth circle. Startled, Montmartre yells for his intelligence officer, who quickly answers the summons. Bang! He slams his hand on the table, furious and crumpling the report. The officer apologizes, stating there were no reports of high-ranking mages from Endymion in the area. Another officer speculates it might be a new mage, recalling rumors of a new youngest member in the Flame Tower. He laughs nervously, dismissing the idea that a recent graduate could be a threat unless they near their borders. Montmartre's expression darkens with worry. He realizes with alarm that this new mage could become a major threat for Endymion in the future. The room falls silent as Montmartre lets out a heavy sigh. He buries his face in his hand, dreading what he must do next. His eyes glint with grim resolve as he decides he has no choice but to call that maniac. Later, Russell sits alone on a sand dune, contemplating under the bright sun. He finds his thoughts returning to the battle. The cultist's words haunt him as he questions whether they truly killed his father. He shakes his head, forcing himself to focus on his immediate mission, finding the scouts. His eyes narrow with renewed purpose. He suddenly senses that he's being followed. Peeking over a dune, he spots 3 cloaked figures and identifies them as scouts from the Empire. He realizes they are only observing him as they haven't attacked yet. His expression is grim as he considers his next move. Spotting a lone silhouette in the distance, he wonders who it could be. A brilliant flash of light erupts from the distant figure's location. In an instant, Russell is ambushed and sent flying. He coughs up blood, struck by an invisible force. A powerful slash of red energy tears through the sand where he stood. Ugh! He hits the ground hard, thrown by the surprise attack. Stunned, he looks up and recognizes the force as a warrior's aura. A system notification appears, warning of a formidable foe and issuing a mission to escape, much to his shock. A man with a long ponytail casually strolls toward the downed Russell. The man draws a long sword from its sheath. With a confident smile, he addresses Russell by a name he doesn't recognize, Spandam. He remarks that his strike, which was aimed for the neck, missed, surrounded by a red aura. Russell realizes the report about a master-level opponent was true. He recognizes his foe as the Empire's superhuman. Russell recalls that Spandam is the disciple of the great swordsman Macrae, known for his love of battle. Spandam's bloodthirsty thoughts reveal his excitement to fight Russell. He flashes a terrifying, manic grin, eager to begin the slaughter. Russell's eyes glow red as he grimly identifies his opponent, Spandam, the homicidal maniac. Spandam smirks, pleased that his reputation precedes him. His hand tightens on his sword as a sinister, blood-red aura begins to envelop the blade. Internally, Spandam expresses what a relief this is. Russell watches his foe silently, his expression hardening. Turning his back, Spandam declares that now Russell will be able to accept. He stands confidently, his sword pulsing with dark energy under the open sky. Russell remembers the blood-shaded aura from a past encounter. In a flashback, he recalls how Spandam almost killed him for simply bumping his shoulder. The memory shows an ally wreathed in blue energy leaping to Russell's defense. His ally delivers a powerful kick, blasting Spandam with ice. The ally, a man with glasses, looks on as the younger Spandam grins wickedly through the assault. Red and blue energies clash violently. The flashback concludes, showing the ally had managed to trap Spandam in a massive ice crystal. Russell remembers that Spandam had become a warlock, and even Alan Page had barely managed to subdue him. Back in the present, Spandam laughs, his body now crackling with blue energy. Volare Senge. A devastating wave of flying blood energy surges toward Russell. Russell quickly raises a hand, preparing a defensive spell. He materializes a massive purple hexagonal shield to block the incoming attack. Spandam's blood wave crashes against the magical barrier. The purple shield cracks and shatters under the immense pressure. Russell's eyes widen in alarm as his defense fails. The attack connects, triggering a huge magical explosion. The blast tears a massive gouge across the desert landscape. Battered and kneeling, Russell is stunned by the force that pierced 5 layers of his shield. He wonders in disbelief how Alan Page ever managed to fight someone so powerful. Spandam smugly praises Russell's quick judgment but insults his low mana density. He lunges forward, cloaked in his violent red aura. As a red slash hits him, Russell smirks and asks about density before igniting his own fiery power. Russell soars into the air, enveloped in a raging inferno. Spandam looks up, startled by the sudden surge of power. Wreathed in flames, Russell asks what he thinks of this new development. The fire coalesces around his arm into a blade, prompting Spandam to note he was hiding a useful trick. "Have I?" Russell retorts, unleashing a powerful blast of concentrated fire. The massive flaming projectile hurtles towards Spandam. Spandam is impressed that the fiery construct holds its shape even after being thrown. He counters with a flying blood wave, sending a swirling torrent of red energy to meet the fire. With a demonic grin, Spandam relishes the challenge, calling it a great thing. Russell closes the distance, declaring it a fight between mages. Spandam catches Russell's flaming fist with his bare hand. Russell pushes forward, engulfed in a blaze of power. He's shocked that his opponent can stop him so easily. After Russell teleports away, a wounded Spandam curses him for knowing how to use Blink, leaving Russell stunned. A spray of blood erupts into the sky. Laughing through his injuries, Spandam declares he hasn't had this much fun in ages. Russell lands heavily, his feet still wreathed in flickering flames. Coughing up blood, he collapses to his knees, panting with exhaustion. Spandam smiles, telling his opponent that he will wait for him. Russell realizes Spandam is reinforcing his body with aura, something his own wizard's constitution can't match, as Spandam taunts him to continue the fight. Spandam smiles, wondering aloud if everyone from the Flame Tower is as strong-willed as Russell. Russell glares at him, startled by the strange comment. Kneeling in the sand, Russell demands to know what Spandam means by that. In a dark, blood-splattered scene, a hooded scout glares menacingly, holding a dagger. The scout takes a deliberate step forward. Russell's eyes widen in horror as he angrily asks Spandam if he was responsible. With a casual shrug, Spandam smugly confirms Russell's suspicion. Russell clenches his fist, realizing his mission to find the scouts has taken a dark turn. His feet begin to glow, wreathed in a swirling, fiery red aura. A massive pillar of crimson energy erupts around Russell. Surrounded by his own power, Russell decides he must focus on the immediate threat. Spandam smirks. Intrigued that Russell had been hiding his true power, his sword glowing with a blood-red light, Spandam taunts Russell, eager to see him suffer. Wreathed in a sinister red aura, Spandam prepares to see if Russell's body can withstand being torn apart. As Spandam's energy swirls, Russell glances at his hand, where a blue light flickers. He realizes his cloudy ring hasn't recharged, leaving him with only one option. Spandam raises his sword high, preparing to bring it down with deadly force. He unleashes a devastating attack, Volare Sangue Raudal Torrent. A wave of dark red energy slams into Russell. The torrent of blood energy carves a massive X-shaped scar across the desert. A blinding explosion of pure fire erupts from Russell's position. Stunned, Spandam looks back, shocked that Russell pierced his attack. The fiery blast intensifies, consuming the area. With golden eyes blazing, Russell emerges from the flames, charging forward. He shapes the inferno into a blade extending from his foot. Summoning his full power, Russell unleashes his ultimate attack. Russell Origin, Blaze Lance. Spandam looks up with a menacing grin, sensing the power of the incoming attack. He watches the fiery lance descend, admitting to himself that this might be quite dangerous. The massive Blaze Lance streaks through the sky like a meteor. The inferno of the attack rages intensely. Russell lands on the ground, his fiery lance held ready. He stands his ground, the flaming weapon crackling with power. Spandam suddenly appears before him, questioning the trick Russell used. Their weapons clash, as Spandam's blood-soaked sword meets Russell's fire lance. Spandam laughs maniacally, certain Russell is using a temporary power boost. With glowing golden eyes, Russell internally counts down his remaining time, 9 seconds. Spandam presses his attack, but Russell manages to block the fiery blow. Russell counters, swinging his blazing lance in a powerful arc. The attack erupts into a massive pillar of fire. As Spandam dodges the blast, Russell's internal countdown continues. 6 seconds. Spandam smirks, dismissing Russell's temporary boost as a useless power if it can't defeat him. Announcing it's time to end things, Spandam lunges forward, leaving a bloody trail. He prepares another Volare Sange attack, his aura flaring. Spandam unleashes a swirling vortex of blood energy. Cyclone, Typhoon. Kyuk! Russell grunts, straining to hold his fire lance against the overwhelming force. Spandam's blood attack hurtles toward Russell's flaming lance. The two opposing forces meet in a violent clash. Russell skillfully parries the attack, sending sparks flying. Their powers collide, creating a massive shockwave of fire. The battlefield erupts in a cataclysmic, fiery explosion. Whew! Amidst the smoldering aftermath, Russell stands panting but victorious. Huff, huff. Exhausted, he stares down his defeated opponent, Spandam. The entire desert has been transformed into a raging sea of fire under Russell's power. Spandam looks on with a wild, disbelieving expression at the utter devastation. Umjil. With a furious roar, Russell lunges forward, startling his foe. Woong. His feet ignite the very ground as he closes the distance with immense force. Woo! The final, desperate charge carries the weight of his remaining power. Whack! Spandam's eyes widen in genuine shock at the overwhelming assault. PPAK, the two warriors clash for the last time in the heart of the inferno. The battlefield erupts in a final, cataclysmic technique, Meltdown. A flashback reveals the source of the spell, a forbidden text detailing the magic of Meltdown. Russell recalls studying the spell, knowing it was 9th circle magic he couldn't normally use. Unable to master the advanced magic, he could only start it from small embers. The spell's true potential is revealed, to cover an entire area with devastating magma. Paduduk. A small, dragon-like creature with red wings emerges from his cloak. Standing in the flames, Russell turns to the creature on his shoulder and says, "Thanks, Pepper." Ugh. Pepper lets out a pained grunt, clearly strained from helping cast the spell. Teok Russell lands on the now scorched and cracked earth as the sun sets on the battle. Kiak, cough. He looks back over the desolate landscape, the toll of the fight evident. Kyohyo. Spandam collapses, vomiting blood, his body broken from the fiery onslaught. Chiok. A fist clenches, wreathed in dwindling flames. With Pepper on his shoulder, Russell stands over the fallen Spandam and asks for his last words. The defeated swordsman manages a weak, bloodied smile and asks if it isn't funny. Spandam muses that they drive you to war for your country, but never tell you how to leave it. He concludes that the only path forward is to kill over and over again. A blood-splattered message declares that the path of a guardian is a bloody road. Russell listens to his final words in grim silence. Sisik Spandam offers one last cynical smirk before falling silent. Russell stands over his defeated foe in the quiet aftermath of their deadly duel. Elsewhere, a magical, hexagonal communication field activates with a hum. In a tavern, a bartender reports that Spandam, a knight of the Empire, is operating secretly in the desert. A patron with a mustache realizes Spandam might be responsible for the disappearance of the scouts. He clenches a book, fearing that if the news is true, the Flame Tower's divinity is in danger. The man worries about the divinity's fate against a foe as skilled as Spandam. A figure walks into the tavern as the patrons discuss the dire situation. The bartender is startled as a hand places a broken sword on the bar. He looks down and recognizes the shattered blade as Spandam's sword. His eyes widen in utter disbelief. The hooded figure, revealing himself to be Russell, smiles and asks for a glass of water. Joachim, stunned speechless, the bartender nervously agrees to get him anything he wants. Later, in a private room, the man with the mustache activates a glowing communication orb. A Sudra report appears in the orb, confirming Russell Raymond has killed the pagans and Spandam. The scene shifts to Camelot, the capital of Endymion, where news spreads of Russell Raymond, last heir of a fallen house. A rumor circulates that he defeated both Abomination, a magical beast, and Spandam, a knight of the Empire. While the public applauds, the narration reveals that the rumor was considered unbelievable. Returning from his mission, Russell is surrounded by a swirling blue teleportation aura. Three figures greet him with a cry of master. A woman with gray hair pats his head, while a red-haired man thanks him for returning alive. A hand gently touches a shimmering, multifaceted crystal. A young man with silver hair places his hand on an elder's head, remarking that this will be a tough bet. A young man with silver hair smirks, thinking that his junior is far more impressive than he had thought. In a snowy mountain range, a somber thought echoes. Spandam is dead. A warrior with an eye patch holding a great sword dismissively asks if that's all there is to report. Filled with rage, the man is identified as McCry Hughes, swordmaster of the Empire. Three subordinates tremble before him, fearfully acknowledging his presence. McCray Hughes vows revenge, declaring, "An eye for an eye, a disciple for a disciple." A dark, menacing aura begins to radiate from his body. He slams his sword into the ground, shattering the icy landscape with a devastating shockwave of dark energy. The energy erupts into a massive pillar, dwarfing the men who stand before it. He unleashes a powerful technique, Dariah Snow White. Bound by ethereal chains, McCry Hughes' eyes glow as he vows to get payback at all costs. The scene shifts to a carriage traveling through a city street at night. A woman in a large hat asks Russell if the pagans were involved in his father's death. Russell grimly confirms that her suspicion is correct. He explains that many records were lost during the war, making it difficult to uncover the truth. Over a vision of a fiery battlefield, he notes that identifying the culprit won't be easy. Russell acknowledges the daunting task ahead of him. The woman gently places her hands over his in a gesture of support. She smiles reassuringly, confident that pursuing the pagans will lead them to the truth. Grateful, Russell thanks her, acknowledging the Flame Tower's unwavering support. A coachman announces that they have arrived at their destination. As they approach a grand building, a voiceover speaks of expanding one's horizons of knowledge. Russell and the woman walk hand in hand toward the entrance of a magnificent estate. The location is identified as the Magic Tower Council. The narration explains it is a society of masters from over 20 magic towers within Endymion. 2 months ago, Russell's feat of defeating Spandam earned him an invitation to the council. Despite being a rookie, he was welcomed into the prestigious gathering. A guest points out Russell, recognizing him as the divinity and expressing what an honor it is to meet him. Russell smiles politely, thanking the man and greeting him as a senior. The woman winks at Russell, her eyes glowing with hearts as she bids him farewell for now. A burly, bald man in a yellow suit, the Yellow Tower Master, makes an imposing entrance. The woman introduces the man as Niccolo Machiavelli, the organizer of the council. Russell bows nervously, stammering a formal greeting to the powerful figure. Niccolo Machiavelli laughs heartily, telling Russell to relax and congratulating him for defeating the disciple of a damned rascal. Russell is left confused by the damned rascal comment. The woman explains that Spandam was the disciple of McCry Hughes, the Empire's swordmaster. Niccolo Machiavelli grins maliciously, admitting how refreshing it was to hear the news. Russell observes the scar over Niccolo Machiavelli's eye, beginning to understand the history between them. As the woman sends Russell off for his presentation, an elder with long white hair arrives, greeting the Tower Masters. Russell is stunned, recognizing the newcomer as the Spear Tower Master. The woman smirks, accusing the Spear Tower Master of being jealous of her disciple, an accusation he scoffs at. Laughing, she goes to prepare as she and the Spirit Tower Master have a comedic stare-down with laser eyes, catching Niccolo Machiavelli in the crossfire. Russell watches them, thinking to himself that they are at it again. The woman reminds Russell of their bet concerning a relic from the era of gods, which he confirms he hasn't forgotten. The Spirit Tower Master begins to boast about his disciple, Alan. The silver-haired young man, Alan, grabs the Spirit Tower Master and drags him away, cutting his boast short. Russell lets out a warm, amused laugh at the chaotic scene. Niccolo Machiavelli stands at a grand podium, formally starting the Magic Tower Council meeting. He announces the main agenda is the discussion of ruins being excavated at Mount Calvain. A magical projection displays the ruins, as he explains they date from the mythological era and appear untouched. Niccolo Machiavelli excitedly declares that because the ruins are untouched, there's a high chance of finding an intact relic. A woman in a large hat marvels at the idea of a mythological relic, believing it could be an artifact that will rock the times. Leaning over a pedestal, Niccolo Machiavelli states they need help to secure the excavation site. He introduces one of the chosen candidates, a man with glasses named Alan Page from the Spear Tower. Niccolo Machiavelli then turns to Russell and formally asks both him and Alan to undertake this important mission. The surrounding guests murmur their approval, noting that Russell has already proven his skills. The woman in the hat smirks proudly, taking credit for her disciple's abilities. Russell glances aside, a question mark appearing as he senses a sudden change in the atmosphere. Two men make a dramatic entrance: Geron, a Red Tower Mage, and Blaine Trilogy, the Red Tower Master. Niccolo Machiavelli watches their approach, his thoughts fixed on the arrival of the Red Tower Master. With a wary expression, Niccolo Machiavelli asks Blaine to explain his sudden appearance. Blaine looks on grimly and utters a single name: Alex Raymond. At the mention of his father's name, Russell is visibly shocked. Blaine states his objection is due to the past defeat of Russell's father. The council members protest, arguing that a son can't be blamed for his father's fate in a war that happened long ago. Blaine angrily asks if they should forget that elite soldiers died because their leader fled the fight without permission. A heavy silence falls over the room as the guests are stunned by the grave accusation. The woman in the hat furiously refutes his claim, declaring it's baseless speculation with no historical records to back it up. Standing with his subordinate, Blaine makes a shocking claim that silences the room. "I was there." Both Russell and his master are stunned into silence by Blaine's revelation. As Blaine smirks, Russell is horrified by the implication that his father fled from battle. In his thoughts, Russell recalls the established fact that his father died during the war. He struggles to comprehend why Blaine is spreading such a vicious rumor. Blaine declares that the Raymond family has a debt to the kingdom that must be repaid. He questions how the kingdom's youth would feel entrusting such a vital mission to the family of a supposed deserter. Blaine delivers his ultimatum. If Russell is in charge, the Red Tower will offer no support, causing the crowd to hesitate. Niccolo Machiavelli watches, realizing Blaine has swayed the crowd with just a few words. He reflects on Blaine's powerful background, thinking of his connection to Archduke Bismarck. A vision of the powerful Archduke Bismarck appears, leading his forces through a snowy wasteland. The scene lingers on the desolate, icy battlefield of the past. Niccolo understands that Blaine Trilogy is a man trusted by the king's uncle, the most powerful man in the land. Therefore, he concludes that openly revolting against Blaine is tantamount to challenging the Archduke's entire faction. TSK, the Spear Tower Master, calls the argument unreasonable, as Niccolo realizes who in the room doesn't fear Blaine. The woman in the hat tells Russell to stay back, insisting she'll handle the situation. She gives Russell a reassuring look over her shoulder before turning to confront Blaine. Intervening, Russell glares at Blaine and demands if he can take responsibility for his inflammatory words. Blaine turns back with a smirk, mockingly asking what he means by responsibility. Russell clarifies that he means the responsibility for insulting the honor of the House of Raymond. His master places a hand on his shoulder, urging him to stop, but he remains defiant. Blaine scoffs at the honor of a fallen family and tells Russell to be grateful Dariah is his master. A new voice cuts through the tension, sarcastically remarking that the Red Tower Master acts as if he were the king himself. The crowd gasps and murmurs, shocked at who has just arrived and spoken so boldly. A woman in a pristine white uniform strides forward, identified as Hecate Rathmos, the princess. All the guests immediately bow their heads in deference, greeting Her Highness. Blaine also bows respectfully, but internally he questions the princess's sudden appearance. Hecate smiles pleasantly, announcing that she was listening, and agrees that the Red Tower Master has a point. Confused by her apparent support, Blaine and Geron look up from their bow. Hecate states that a debt must be paid, her gaze fixed on a silent Russell. Daria begins to protest the princess's decision, clearly agitated. Nearby, Alan watches the unfolding confrontation with a stoic and unreadable expression. Hecate issues her order, assigning the spear and flame towers as guards for the excavation. She then adds the red tower to the detail, shocking Blaine and Geron. With a confident smirk, Hecate seals her decision. Blaine grins menacingly, warning Hecate not to take the matter so lightly. Hecate summons the Yellow Tower Master, and Niccolo Machiavelli responds from the back of the room. She loudly challenges the room, asking who the excavation's greatest sponsor is. Niccolo Machiavelli enthusiastically confirms that Hecate herself is the primary sponsor. Hecate smiles triumphantly at Blaine, declaring that her decision is final. She walks past the stunned Red Tower members with decisive steps. Blaine watches her leave, his expression filled with silent fury. Niccolo Machiavelli nervously tries to restore order, moving to the next item on the agenda. Russell's eyes burn with quiet determination. In their carriage, Blaine laments that his chance to crush the Raymond family was ruined by the princess's interference. Geron's eyes widen in sudden alarm. With a flash of red energy, Geron leaps onto the roof of the carriage, sword drawn. A figure stands in the road, blocking their path as Geron prepares to attack. Blaine looks out from the carriage, coolly remarking on his uninvited guest's lack of manners. Daria is revealed as the one blocking them, retorting that she didn't come alone. A glowing red blade suddenly appears at Daria's throat. Geron holds his weapon to her neck, ready to strike. Unimpressed, Daria asks if he thinks that's enough, casually stopping the blade with her fingers. Blaine steps out, ordering Geron to stand down and put his weapon away. Geron obediently retracts his sword and steps behind his master. Blaine confronts Daria directly, demanding to know what she wants. Daria narrows her eyes, asking if he also witnessed Alex Raymond's death. Blaine admits he didn't see it happen, which Daria finds to be a shame. Daria explains she's investigating the truth and simply had to ask him. Blaine questions her motives, wondering if she was acquainted with Russell's father, then guesses it's about his own disciple. A powerful magenta aura erupts from Daria as she declares she's settling the score for her disciple. Blaine listens with a slight smile, seeming to consider her words. Daria taps her staff on the ground, initiating a technique. She vanishes in a swirl of glowing pink petals, leaving Blaine and Geron behind. Blaine grimly orders his driver to turn around and head for the Archduke's mansion. His eyes glow with resolve as he contemplates his next move. The scene shifts to a skull marked with a pagan symbol resting on a dark altar. Suddenly, the skull's eye sockets flare with an ominous glowing power. A festive holiday illustration shows Russell celebrating with a small demon companion and a cake. This scene changes to a fiery training ground at dusk, where a woman asks someone if they are leaving tomorrow. She worries that he is too distracted by recent events to perform well on his mission. Watching him train, she correctly guesses that Blaine's accusations are still bothering him. Russell pauses his training to deny that he's troubled. Elsewhere, a white-haired young man with red eyes watches intently. The youth finds himself alone in a dark void, surrounded by countless, menacing, glowing eyes. Returning to the training ground, the woman lands before Russell and calls out to him. She advises him to focus on his own path, assuring him the truth will eventually come to light. Russell clenches his fist around his flaming sword, contemplating her words. With renewed vigor, he passionately asks his master to guide him once more. His master looks on with a proud and satisfied smile. She agrees, acknowledging that while his path will be difficult, it is one he must walk. The final thought affirms that children must step out from their parents' shadows to forge their own destiny. The scene opens on a grand, illuminated castle overlooking a town at night. A hooded figure with blonde hair moves with purpose through a dense crowd. A woman with purple hair and a hood glances back, thinking about an enormous shadow. She looks up at a massive, moonlit edifice, realizing it is the shadow she sensed. The scene shifts dramatically to a vast, frozen landscape of snow and ice. Russell steps through a brilliant blue portal, arriving in the frigid environment. He takes in the view of the snow-covered Mount Calvane, remarking on the biting cold. In a comedic moment, Russell shivers intensely alongside his companions. With a sharp snap, a hand ignites a small flicker of magical flame. Russell calmly emanates a warm, red aura, dispelling the chill around him. A man in a winter coat is startled, exclaiming that the air suddenly warmed up. The woman with purple hair looks over in surprise, witnessing Russell's casual display of power. The man formally addresses Russell Raymond of the Flame Tower, and Russell confirms his identity. Smiling, the man says they have been waiting and gestures for Russell to follow him. Russell follows his guide through the expansive, snow-covered encampment. A banner for the Royal Path Yellow Tower flutters in the icy wind. Nearby, the standard of the Everall Yellow Tower is also displayed. A third banner reveals the presence of the Achaos Yellow Tower. Russell realizes that all the kingdom's Earth-type magic experts are gathered in one place. His guide asks if he's impressed by the sheer scale of the operation. He points out a towering structure, explaining it's built entirely from magic crystals. Russell touches a crystal wall, noting it's like a mirror as his glowing reflection smiles back. An aerial view reveals the impressive scope of the excavation site carved into the mountain. An elderly man with glasses extends a hand, introducing himself as Spiegelman, the expedition leader. Russell returns the greeting, introducing himself as a representative of the Flame Tower. A narration highlights Spiegelman's renown as a skilled elder and the kingdom's greatest archaeologist. Russell smiles, thinking this is a perfect opportunity to ask some important questions. A familiar voice calls his name, and Russell turns to see Alan approaching. Alan stands with a pleasant smile, happy to see his mission partner. The two shake hands, formally meeting at the excavation site. In a lighthearted exchange, Alan teases Russell for being a diligent genius, who replies he's focused on protecting the relic. Alan mentions they can coordinate their shifts once the Guardian from the Red Tower arrives. Spiegelman reflects that having such powerful mages guarding the site is a great comfort. He muses aloud, wondering what kind of trouble could possibly arise in such ruins. Looking at the fortified gate, he questions the need for such extensive personnel. Spiegelman pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he considers the situation. Russell, Alan, and Spiegelman stand together, a star appearing above the elder's head. Boom! A sudden, massive explosion rocks the site, catching everyone by surprise. Grrr. A colossal formation of ice crystals cracks and groans as it begins to rise. Spiegelman shouts in terror, identifying a crystal golem and ordering everyone to flee. The crystalline monster continues to form from the icy ground. The newly formed golem unleashes a deadly volley of sharp crystal projectiles. Two mages scream as they are struck by the shards and thrown backward. Enraged, Spiegelman's hands and eyes glow with golden earth magic. He slams his palms onto the frozen ground, channeling immense power. A towering wall of earth erupts from the ground to defend against the assault. The crystal shards relentlessly bombard the magical earth barrier. Spiegelman yells for all mages to raise earth walls and block the golem's attacks. The woman with purple hair supports a wounded comrade, urging him to hold on. Grrr. She looks up in horror as the golem's massive, dark crystal form looms over them. Ugh! Her companion cries out as the crystal shards pierce his defenses. She is suddenly pulled to safety, a flash of purple magic emanating from her arm. Russell unleashes a massive blaze lance, incinerating the incoming crystal projectiles. He quickly turns to the woman he saved, asking if she is okay. She realizes her purple hair is exposed, worried that she might be recognized. Stunned, Russell suddenly identifies her, shouting, "Princess!" while she grimaces in annoyance. The shocking revelation hits Russell again as he exclaims, "Princess?" Grah. The crystal golem roars and reforms as Russell prepares to face it. Alan calmly steps forward, preparing to unleash one of his original spells. He conjures a massive glacier bow, firing a powerful arrow of pure ice. The arrow strikes its target in a blinding explosion of crystalline energy. Despite the powerful attack, the golem's crystal body begins to regenerate immediately. A new fighter with silver-gray hair appears, his hand reaching out to quell the regenerating monster. Alan sighs in frustration, admitting that destroying the golem's torso is proving difficult. Grah! The golem explodes violently, sending Russell and the princess flying backward. The scene reveals the source of the attack, a Jiran original technique. Jiran furiously channels immense red energy into his attack. His fist crackles with overwhelming crimson power before he strikes. Jiran's devastating energy wave slams into the golem, shattering it completely. Russell and the princess brace themselves against the violent shockwave from the attack. As the dust settles, Russell watches intently, while the princess quickly pulls her hood back up. The newcomer stands amidst the swirling red energy and introduces himself as Jiran of the Red Tower. Russell and Jiran face each other in a tense, silent standoff. The scene shifts to a flashback, identifying a man in a suit as Alex Raymond. Blaine informs an associate that Dariah has begun investigating Alex's death, asking if he has any ideas. Blaine glances at a glowing, sigil-marked skull as he considers the question. He remains silent, his expression unreadable and grim. Kike. The skull mocks Blaine, asking if he is afraid of being discovered. Blaine turns away from the skull, stating that he is merely disappointed. Alex Raymond explains that if Blaine had eliminated Russell during the screening, Daria would have no reason for suspicion. The skull defends itself, claiming it failed because its intel incorrectly identified Russell as just a child. Enraged, Alex smashes the floor, angrily demanding if the skull is blaming him. A boot steps onto the cracked floor as a third person arrives, asking if he was summoned just to watch them argue. The newcomer is introduced as the imposing Bismarck Rathmos. Blaine greets Bismarck, who correctly intuits that his niece, Hecate, interfered with their plans. Blaine confirms this, admitting their plan to minimize the number of guards at the site was foiled. Cutting him off, Bismarck impatiently demands to know his new plan for taking the ruins. Blaine announces that his disciple, Jiran, will now be joining the guards. 3 robed figures are seen emanating a brilliant golden light. Blaine reveals that a group of pagans are planning to ambush the expedition team. Bismarck listens intently, stroking his chin as he contemplates the revised strategy. He states their ultimate goal is to subdue the Tower Masters protecting the king. To do so, he explains, they must retrieve a specific article from the ruins to sever the Master's support. Bismarck reveals a glowing green artifact, proposing they use it as insurance for their operation. Back at the excavation site, Russell rushes forward, calling out for the princess to wait. He grabs her arm, but she resolutely ignores him, her expression hardening. The princess brings a finger to her lips, demanding his silence. She sternly warns him that her identity must remain a secret, now and forever. She tells Russell to simply ignore her presence, even though she knows it will be difficult for him. As she adjusts her hood and walks away, Russell quietly notes her deep interest in the ruins. Russell smiles, telling the princess that he too would be disappointed not to see ruins from the mythological era. He reassures her with a grin, telling her that she has nothing to worry about. She notes that while the king is frantic to restrain her, Russell seems completely unworried by her presence. Russell explains that even for a moment, he witnessed the sheer scale of her magical aura. He calls her power monstrous, which the princess repeats with clear annoyance. Whack! She comically smacks him on the forehead with a burst of magic, causing him to yelp, princess. Turning to leave, she tells Russell they should both do their best as he nurses the sore spot on his head. Nearby, a hooded person with pink hair and eyes smiles softly at the exchange. Russell chides himself for being an idiot, realizing he missed a chance to ask for a dragon heart as blackmail. Inside the ruins, Spiegelman channels golden energy, yelling for his team to push forward together. Wreathed in flames, Russell arrives beside Alan and apologizes for his tardiness. The expedition's mages discover their spells are completely ineffective against a mysterious barrier. Alan gravely identifies the obstacle as one of the most powerful protective barriers in existence. Ugh. A wave of energy erupts from the barrier, violently repelling the mages. Spiegelman slams his fist down in fury, cursing the sudden appearance of a spatial disruption at the very gate. Russell calls out to the elder as Jiran watches silently from deeper within the cavern. A man with yellow eyes observes the situation, deciding he must report this to the Archduke. Back at the encampment, a voice expresses shock that a way to breach the barrier exists. A man with blonde hair and glasses explains that the Spear Tower's divine relic can penetrate the barrier. His companion expresses doubt they'll give it up, but the blonde man smiles, saying he'll retrieve it personally. A Yellow Tower representative eagerly accepts his offer, promising a great reward for his help. Back inside the ruins, Alan tells Russell and Jiran that he must leave, admitting he is indebted to them. Russell confidently dismisses the idea of a debt, assuring Alan that everything will be fine. As Alan leaves, Russell notes that with his departure, only one war mage remains at the site. Russell approaches Duran to discuss the duty rotations for the upcoming Night Watch. With a sinister grin and a surge of dark energy, Duran declares that he'll go first. He brushes past Russell and his companion, stating he's tired and heading off. Russell watches him leave with a disturbed expression, thinking Duran's smile is incredibly creepy. At night, two hooded sentries warm themselves by a small fire. One guard alerts the other as they sense an unwelcome presence approaching. An imposing group of dark figures appears, and the guards challenge them, citing the Yellow Tower's jurisdiction. The two guards are instantly and brutally impaled by an unseen attacker. Duran stands over the slain guards, extinguishing their campfire with a wave of dark energy. A gloved hand manipulates a magical interface, reviewing the unfolding situation. Duran reports that there has been a change of plans. He relays that a spatial disruption has appeared where the ruins are being guarded. His dark allies stand before the disruption as a voice declares their intent to bring an artifact to break it. A figure in a black mask gloats about Alan's departure, relishing the scent of burnt corpses. Duran outlines their new strategy: take Spiegelman hostage to blackmail Alan. The masked figure questions this, dismissively calling kidnapping lame and asking about Russell. Duran's eyes narrow with cold fury as he vows not to tolerate another mistake. He stands with an aura of dark power, determined to see his plan through. An armored figure steps forward, telling Duran his constant nagging is annoying for a mere onlooker. Duran's face twists in rage, his eyes glowing with dangerous power. A third conspirator steps between them, reminding them they are allies and shouldn't be fighting. Duran is left speechless with shock and anger at the armored figure's rebuke. The masked figure conjures a sphere of blue energy, mirroring Duran's own swirling red power. As Duran demands to know what he meant, the masked figure sighs that he can't even make a joke. He holds out the glowing blue artifact, telling Duran to open his heart. The group gathers as a massive, intricate red magic circle illuminates the ground around them. The magical circle summons Grotesque, grasping hands from a pool of red energy. Grr. A monstrous demonic creature begins to form from the swirling dark power. Duran speaks with two allies, outlining a contingency plan he hopes won't be necessary. He reminds the masked figure not to forget the special object the Archduke provided in case things go wrong. A man with long green hair orders Duran to live as a ghost after the mission until the Archduke claims the throne. He commands that no survivors return from the expedition, but Duran considers a worst-case scenario. Duran asks his superior if he has permission to use the object from the Archduke. His superior grabs him angrily, questioning if Jaren is asking for his acknowledgement. He then breaks into a wide, sinister grin, revealing sharp teeth. Whoosh! An explosion of fire erupts nearby as Duran stands and watches. He calmly agrees to the plan, stating, "As you wish." Duran declares his intention to become a ghost as demonic forms writhe in the flames below. He grimly vows to become a specter that spreads fear and despair. The scene shifts to a moonlit fortress, where a voice wonders about someone's recent behavior. A man with a monocle asks a dark-haired man if he wants to know about the multi-horned dragon. The dark-haired man explains that he saw a strange mural of a dragon in the mission area. The man with the monocle admits that even he doesn't have a clear answer. His companion leans back, processing the mysterious information with a thoughtful expression. A title appears, revealing the creature's true name, Divine Dragon King. The dark-haired man is stunned, questioning if such a legendary creature actually exists. The man with the monocle thoughtfully considers this, admitting their knowledge is limited. He adds that legend says the creature is known to have raised someone. An ancient drawing depicts a hero, said to be capable of standing against any great evil. Grar! A small, fiery dragon pops up behind the dark-haired man, who calls out, "Pepper?" The man with the monocle's expression turns to one of pure, relieved delight. He eagerly scoops up the fiery creature, Pepper, as his companion looks on, baffled. Pepper suddenly floats towards a central pillar, growling as the two men watch in confusion. A blinding light erupts from the spot Pepper was drawn to. Keek. A monstrous face, twisted in agony, appears within the light. Both men recoil in shock at the sudden, horrifying apparition. The demonic beast writhes as it is enveloped in a powerful golden light. The light intensifies, erupting into a towering inferno. A frantic cry echoes through the chaos. "We're under attack." An imposing armored warrior, wreathed in dark energy and wielding a massive hammer, emerges from the shadows. Mages in yellow robes rally, yelling for everyone to join forces and take down the enemy. Their combined magical attacks strike the armored warrior's chest but have no effect. The warrior casually brushes the lingering dust and embers from its armor, looks down on the mages and scoffs, calling them pathetic. The mages are frozen in terror, unable to believe their attacker is completely unharmed. The armored warrior raises its massive hammer, which now crackles with dark purple energy. It prepares to bring the devastating weapon down upon the powerless mages. A powerful shockwave from the hammer's impact sends the mages flying. A blood-curdling scream fills the air. Amidst the chaos, the masked conspirator stretches lazily, enjoying the destruction. He casually watches as two more mages are effortlessly thrown aside. A mage desperately launches an earth arrow at the masked attacker. Oh. Sighing with annoyance, the masked figure raises a hand glowing with turquoise energy. He conjures a swirling vortex of protective magic to intercept the arrow. The energy expands into a massive shield, stunning two nearby mages. The attack is violently repelled, and blood splatters everywhere as the mages are brutally struck down. A lone hooded figure walks through the fiery ruins of the ravaged encampment. The masked and hooded figure looks over the destruction, asking for Spiegelman's location. The chaotic blaze continues to rage near the mysterious, glowing purple barrier. Russell materializes, shielding himself with a purple energy barrier and asking if someone is all right. Spiegelman appears, his face contorted with rage as he demands to know who dared ambush his excavation site. Russell and Spiegelman stand over the charred bodies of undead monsters. Russell's eyes narrow in grim realization, knowing only one group uses the dead as weapons. Spiegelman recoils in horror, exclaiming, "Pagans," as Russell urgently calls out to him. Russell apologizes to Spiegelman, explaining that he must leave to protect someone important. Sprouting wings of fire, Russell takes to the sky, telling Spiegelman to meet him at the ruins. Spiegelman watches him leave, utterly bewildered that someone could be more important than him. Gra? Elsewhere in the chaos, the hooded princess battles a hulking, monstrous creature. She swings a weapon glowing with powerful purple magic in a wide, determined arc. With a powerful swing, she cuts through the air, her attack crackling with energy. She lands her blow, facing down the grotesque monster with focused intensity. Having cleared a path, she waves to a group of robed figures, telling them it's safe to advance. The survivors hurry across the scorched earth towards their protector. The robed figures suddenly stop in their tracks, their faces filled with terror. She turns in confusion, wondering why they stopped. The imposing armored warrior appears before them, its presence freezing them with fear. She channels her energy into her weapon, vowing to defeat the warrior in a single blow. Her attack shoots forward, a streak of purple energy aimed directly at her foe. She lands a powerful, direct hit on the warrior's chestplate. Landing gracefully on one knee, she completes her powerful assault. She looks up in shock as the warrior stands completely unharmed, questioning how it survived. The armored warrior looks down, recognizing the hooded figure before it. Gripping her pickaxe, she laments not having a proper sword for the fight. Seeing the fear in her people's eyes, she resolves to keep their morale from collapsing. Her eyes glow with purple energy as she introduces herself as Hecate Rathmos, princess of the Endymion kingdom. Wreathed in purple power, Hecate vows to protect her people at all costs. The masked conspirator stands beside the warrior, stating that this is going to be fun. Hecate is suddenly distracted by a massive explosion of fire in the distance. In a fiery blur, Russell intercepts a devastating attack meant for Hecate. The clash of power creates a massive, blinding explosion. Russell frantically checks on Hecate, nervously correcting himself from princess to member of the supply crew. Hecate is comically flustered and annoyed by his bizarre choice of words. The masked figure watches them, identifying Russell as the wielder of the Spear of Flame. The armored warrior recognizes him as well, calling him the divinity of the Flame Tower. A close-up on the warrior's helm reveals its focus on the one who wields the Spear of Flame. The warrior repeats its declaration, identifying Russell as the divinity of the Flame Tower. Surrounded by flames, Russell tells Hecate he'll handle the fight while she evacuates the others. Spiegelman helps lead the survivors away from the battle, urging them to keep moving. Hecate looks back at Russell with concern, asking if he will be all right alone. Russell flashes a confident grin, reminding her that this is her chance to repay her debt. With one last look, Hecate is led away by the others, trusting Russell to handle the enemy. The armored warrior cracks its neck, disappointed that it can't fight all of them together. Russell grins fiercely, telling the warrior that they are, in fact, going to fight together. The warrior's crimson eyes glow with menacing power in response to the challenge. What? Russell's fist, engulfed in flames, slams into the warrior's chest with immense force. Boom! The impact creates a massive explosion, sending the armored warrior flying backward. Russell modifies a spell, combining a blaze lance with an explosion formula. He unleashes the enhanced spell, creating a massive, fiery explosion. Russell charges forward through the flames, yelling that his opponent's petty tricks won't work. The armored warrior braces, blocking the fiery assault with a shield of dark magic. Enraged, Russell forms a blade of pure fire, challenging if this too is a petty trick. Wham! The fireblade collides with the dark shield in a brilliant, violent explosion. The armored warrior is visibly shocked by the sheer power of the impact. The resulting inferno engulfs the entire area in a torrent of flame. Elsewhere, two robed figures flee through the woods, panting in exhaustion and fear. One of them stops, calling out in surprise as Duran appears before them. The robed figure frantically asks where Duran has been, warning him of the attack. Ignoring their plea, Duran silently draws a sinister, glowing red blade. With a determined gaze, he readies his weapon as fire embers float around him. Duran stands on a cliff's edge, calmly surveying the fiery chaos below. Through Duran's glowing eyes, he spots Spiegelman in the distance. He watches Spiegelman leading the survivors, wondering if they're forming up at the ruins. Suddenly, Hecate turns back, startled, as if sensing she's being watched. Duran's eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes Princess Hecate among the survivors. He watches from the cliff as another fiery explosion erupts near the evacuees. Duran whips his head around, his expression filled with alarm and shock. Back in the inferno, the armored warrior stands defiantly with its arms crossed. Cracks suddenly appear on its helm, revealing its own surprise. The warrior looks down as its supposedly unbreakable, curse-forged armor shatters. As its helmet breaks away, a voice taunts the now unmasked warrior about his face finally being visible. Russell smirks, holding his fiery spear and mocking his opponent's unpleasant expression. The unmasked warrior snarls, calling Russell an arrogant bastard. He erupts in a furious torrent of dark energy, roaring not to be underestimated. Russell's eyes widen as he recognizes his opponent is unleashing a powerful aura. Shrouded in violent purple and red power, the unmasked warrior prepares his counterattack. He lunges forward, moving with blinding speed. As their attacks clash again, Russell admits to himself that the warrior is quick. The warrior channels immense dark power into his gauntlet for a decisive strike. Russell smirks, thinking that someone else he knows was much faster. With a burst of speed, Russell effortlessly dodges the warrior's attack. He lands heavily, cracking the ground beneath his feet as he prepares his own move. Russell unleashes a blaze lance cutter, parrying the warrior's hammer strike. The unmasked warrior coughs, staggered and wounded by the swift exchange. With glowing red eyes, Russell prepares to deliver the final blow. But before he can strike, the masked conspirator conjures a vortex of blue energy. The masked figure is suddenly caught off guard by the powerful attack. He unleashes a massive wave of magic, engulfing the battlefield. Russell is thrown back by the sudden, overwhelming magical assault. He gets to his feet amidst the rubble, wondering about the source of the attack. Looking down at a bloodstain on his soaking wet sleeve, he falls silent. His gaze sharpens as he suspects the masked figure was responsible. The masked conspirator helps the injured warrior up, telling him to shut it when he complains. Russell reignites his flame, vowing that he won't miss his next shot. He begins to conjure a massive, swirling cyclone of fire and magical runes. Focusing all his power, he compresses the fiery vortex into a single point. He launches the devastating attack, declaring that his enemies cannot avoid this one. As Russell's fiery vortex rages, the masked conspirator tells the warrior he's just had an interesting idea. He opens a swirling, turquoise portal with a powerful spell. Russell's eyes widen in alarm at the sudden surge of new magic. The conspirator's portal merges with Russell's fiery vortex, creating an unstable combination. Other hooded figures watch the volatile magical phenomenon, one asking what it is. From the swirling chaos of fire and magic, a massive, flaming sword begins to materialize. Spiegelman looks on in horror and disbelief at the devastating spell. A young man cries out in denial as he witnesses the attack forming. No. The massive magical blade hurtles down toward the survivors. The sword impacts the earth in a cataclysmic, fiery explosion. A lone figure with a red cape stands amidst the smoldering devastation. He screams in anguish for the princess and the elder, fearing the worst. Spotting a hand reaching from the rubble, he realizes someone is still alive. He finds Spiegelman buried in the debris, heavily wounded. He rushes to Spiegelman's side, frantically asking if he's okay and what happened to the others. Looking past Spiegelman's pained silence, he sees the lifeless hand of another victim. Overwhelmed by the loss, he looks upon the field of bodies and apologizes for his failure. He is suddenly startled by a presence appearing nearby. A man with red hair descends from the sky, carrying an unconscious Princess Hecate. Princess's face, a mask of shock and relief. Spiegelman is equally stunned to see that Princess Hecate has been found. As the red-haired man sets her down, Spiegelman embraces her, thankful she's safe. The young man thanks Sir Jiran for the rescue, but Jiran's smile is cold and menacing. Confused, he looks down to see Jiran's fiery red blade piercing his abdomen. The blade sinks deeper as dark. Corrupting energy spreads from the wound. Cough. He spits black blood, mortally wounded by the sudden betrayal. Spiegelman screams in horror, revealing the victim's name. Sir Russell! Grar, a tiny, fiery demon erupts from Russell's wound, startling Hecate. The creature flies towards Jiran, who shields Hecate from the unexpected assault. Jiran glares at the demon, annoyed that it kept bugging him. The masked conspirator and his allies appear, dismissing the fiery creature as an insect. From the ground, Russell weakly thinks the creature's name, Pepper. The conspirator reprimands Jiran for failing to capture Spiegelman, but Jiran suggests Hecate will suffice as a hostage. Enraged, Spiegelman charges forward, screaming at them for their betrayal. The unmasked warrior summons a dark weapon, contemptuously telling the old man to shut up. With a brutal swing, the warrior strikes Spiegelman down with a blast of purple energy. Spiegelman's body lies broken and still amidst the rubble. Curious, the masked conspirator asks Jiran to identify the woman he's captured. Jiran reveals she is Princess Hecate, the key to controlling the entire Endymion kingdom. The conspirator scolds Jiran for his recklessness, but Jiran dismisses his concerns as long as the princess is alive. Refusing to hand her over, Jiran defiantly tells the conspirator that he can't let that happen. With flames erupting around him, an injured Russell rises, vowing they won't get their way. The unmasked warrior faces Russell, preparing to finish him off for good. Russell grits his teeth, summoning crackling blue lightning around his arm. The unmasked warrior swings his massive weapon, declaring his attack as revenge for earlier. The masked conspirator is caught off guard as a dense mist suddenly blankets the area. Enraged by the trick, the unmasked warrior swings blindly into the mist, screaming, "Die!" Through the mist, Russell's eye glows with determination and immense power. The warrior's confident sneer turns to shock as he realizes his attack was met with resistance. An intense, fiery light erupts from within the mist, signaling Russell's powerful counter. The masked conspirator realizes the fiery vortex was a mist meant to block their vision. In a sudden explosion, Jiran shields a woman as another hooded figure cries out. The hooded figure collapses onto the cracked and burning ground. Sensing an overwhelming power, the masked conspirator understands why their predecessors were defeated. He comments on the unnatural increase in mana as dozens of glowing portals appear. Standing among the vortexes of power, he wonders what on earth he is witnessing. A horned fighter lands a devastating, fiery blow on a hooded opponent. His eyes glowing with fury, the horned fighter unleashes a powerful torrent of flame. Coughing, his victim looks up, admitting that his attacker is basically a monster. The horned fighter launches another massive explosive attack. Tending to an injured woman, Jiran realizes abandoning the survivors is the only way to avoid mission failure. His eyes glowing ominously, Jiran materializes a bloody flame sword. Jiran flies forward, issuing a direct challenge to Russell Raymond. Russell grits his teeth as he feels the transformation of his draconification begin. He meets the charge, brandishing a newly formed spear of pure fire. As their powers collide, Russell declares he'll bet everything on this one attack. The impact of their final attacks creates a cataclysmic explosion of fire. Cough. Russell spits black blood, heavily wounded from the exchange. Jiran watches as his own hand begins to disintegrate into glowing embers. He looks down in stunned silence at the smoldering, gaping hole in his chest. Through his fading vision, Jiran sees Russell standing victorious against the dawn. Russell glances back over his shoulder, his expression grim and silent. Phew. The injured, masked conspirator breathes out, realizing something as he says, "You must be..." He taunts Russell, calling him a simpleton for thinking Jiran was the only one with two hearts. The conspirator reveals that the demonic presence now appearing is one of them as well. He gestures dramatically toward the unfolding transformation. A demonic horn and tail emerge from the smoke, described as having power rivaling a dragon. Massive, draconic wing unfurls, casting a dark shadow over the battlefield. Battered and weary, Russell can only watch the horrifying transformation. From the smoke, a new monstrous form emerges, powered by the heart. Chimera's heart? Russell shouts in disbelief as Jiran's new demonic form is revealed. Russell grimly acknowledges that his opponent's mana is now almost immeasurable. The transformed Jiran extends a clawed hand, wreathed in menacing red energy. Russell clenches his fist, his own power flaring in defiance. Kook. The masked conspirator is suddenly lifted into the air, choked by an unseen force. The transformed Jiran accuses him of intentionally hiding his power to force him into using his heart. The conspirator laughs, taunting Jiran that he knows he wanted to use his full power. Revealing a magic circle on his chest, Jiran boasts that the heart elevates his power. Huff. Russell catches his breath as the conspirator denies pressuring Jiran into losing. Jiran agrees he acted in the wrong order and violently slams the conspirator into the ground. Declaring his new priority, the transformed Jiran vows to eliminate Russell Raymond first. With terrifying speed, Jiran grabs Russell by the chest, his hand glowing with destructive energy. He holds Russell tight, sarcastically telling him he left quite the impression. Mocking Russell's failure to protect anyone, Jiran unleashes a massive blade of dark energy. The devastating red attack collides with a brilliant, hexagonal blue barrier. The crystalline barrier shatters into countless pieces from the overwhelming force. From afar, a green-masked observer notes with amusement that Jiran is enjoying himself. Russell grabs Jiran's arm, his own hand flaring with power as he shouts that it's not over yet. Engulfed by Russell's counterattack, the transformed Jiran smirks, saying he's changed his mind. Russell launches a powerful kick, declaring he will grant Jiran a death that he deserves. Ugh! A young man is engulfed in a torrent of crackling blue energy, crying out in pain. As his body is racked with torment, an unseen voice tells him to feel his soul being torn apart. His red eye stares from within the fracturing magical barrier as he is consumed. Egg! He awakens on the floor as a nurse leans over him, asking if he can hear her. Huff, huff. He looks at his own hands in confusion, asking where he is. The nurse informs him that he is at the Camelot Capital Hospital. He sits up in his bed, asking about the battle in the ruins, but she doesn't understand. Panicked, he grabs her and desperately asks if the princess and the elder are okay. An orderly rushes in as the nurse, startled by his mention of a battle, begs him to calm down. She explains he was admitted for a seizure he had while cleaning the Louvre Museum, shocking him. In utter disbelief, he demands to know what she's talking about. The scene briefly focuses on the ornate, sunlit hospital room. As two orderlies restrain him, he has a horrifying realization. He's returned to the time before he regressed. A flash of memory confirms the battle was real. He's sure of what happened. A golden light flashes through the room. A doctor appears, effortlessly binding the patient with rings of light, surprising the orderlies. He calmly suggests they take their discussion somewhere more private. Now in an office, the doctor explains that he was showing extreme signs of hallucination. The young man flatly denies ever having hallucinated, which the doctor seems to accept. The doctor stands, preparing to share some important information with him. He asks if his patient has ever heard of the nightmare tree. He describes a wicked tree that traps people in sweet hallucinations and uses their corpses for nutrition. He reveals that pollen from a nightmare tree at the museum leaked, causing widespread hallucinations. Stunned, the young man can only ask, "What?" The doctor adds that the museum will cover all treatment costs and offer compensation. He wonders in despair if everything he experienced was just a hallucination. The doctor provides a written diagnosis to be used for collecting the compensation. Leaning in with a sinister look, the doctor's presence makes him question if it was all a dream. His memories fight back, as he insists to himself that Master Jiraiya was definitely real. The scene shifts to a grand, gothic estate on a dark and rainy night. Believing his sensations were too real to be a dream, he walks toward the estate as guards order him to halt. He tells the guards he's there to see Ms. Jiraiya, confident she'll recognize him. The two guards look at each other, confused by his claim. He looks up at the towering building, desperately hoping his memories are real. He introduces himself as Russell Raymond, a disciple of Ms. Jiraiya. The guards are skeptical, questioning Jiraiya having a disciple and stating they've never heard of him. A guard captain appears, furiously branding Russell a lunatic and ordering him removed. Russell makes a desperate dash past them, pleading to see her just once. A guard with glowing eyes moves to strike him down for his insolence. He is violently thrown to the ground, landing hard in the pouring rain. He collapses before a stopped carriage, weakly murmuring, "Master." Inside the carriage, a regal woman with white hair and a large hat looks on. A guard respectfully informs the Flame Tower Master that Russell is claiming to be her disciple. Jiraiya looks surprised, repeating the words, "My disciple?" She glances down with a sharp, assessing look. Looking out her window at the pathetic figure in the rain, she asks coldly, "Do I know you?" Russell's face contorts in utter shock and heartbreak at her words. He stares up at her, utterly devastated as she repeats her question. He remains frozen in stunned silence as the rain streams down his face. Jiraiya watches him from the comfort of her carriage, her expression unreadable. With a final dismissive command to leave, Daria's carriage departs, leaving Russell kneeling alone in the rain. The scene shifts to a grand, rain-swept clock tower, marking the passage of time and the finality of her departure. The view moves inside a dark, foreboding room. In a frenzy, Russell questions if his entire past was just a hallucination caused by the nightmare tree's pollen. That's bullshit. He furiously smashes his fist into a display case, refusing to accept the lie. Staring at his bloody hand, he pleads for this nightmare to end, unable to believe this is his reality. As a red gemstone pulses with light, attendants rush toward Russell to subdue him. A grim-faced man violently grabs Russell, demanding to know who he is, before ordering his attendants to drag the screaming young man away. Russell lets out a final, desperate scream of denial as his new, horrific reality closes in. All his struggles were useless, and as a carriage travels through a peaceful countryside, a few years pass. As Russell's narration explains, he desperately resisted his new life until the passing years slowly dulled his spirit. A hand accepts a worn document from another person. He silently examines the strange, runic text written on the page. Now older, with a weary look and glowing red eyes, Russell holds the document, his expression grim. The document contains a portrait of a man with braided hair, reinforcing a memory he cannot reconcile. His journey leads him back to a familiar place, Walker Hill Academy. Raking leaves as a groundskeeper, Russell bleakly acknowledges he didn't expect to end up back here. Autumn leaves fall across the sprawling, magnificent grounds of the academy. The sun shines on the elegant architecture of the school buildings. The academy courtyard, with its ornate fountain, appears peaceful and idyllic. Russell resigns himself to his fate, thinking this quiet life might be a fitting end for the person he's become. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted as he's startled by a commotion nearby. A group of students corner a boy with green hair, with the leader contemptuously asking if he thinks they're on the same level. Russell turns away, deciding to ignore the bullies, believing their actions have nothing to do with him. On the ground, the green-haired student defiantly shouts that he is going to become a mage. A blonde-haired student smirks, mocking the boy for being so talkative when he suffers from a certain condition. As the bully mentions mana vein narrowing, Russell's eyes widen in shock. The bully reminds the student of his family's crime as two others restrain him. With a cruel laugh, he ignites his finger, promising to leave a branding the boy will never forget. The green-haired student stares in terror as the flaming finger moves toward his face. He shuts his eyes tightly, bracing for the searing pain. He opens his eyes again, unburnt, and stares ahead in silence. The student looks around in shock to find his attackers knocked out on the ground around him. He watches as Russell, the groundskeeper, calmly walks away with his rake. Muttering about the area being dirty, Russell pretends to have simply been cleaning up, but the student watches him knowingly. The green-haired student, now with a bandage on his face, looks on thoughtfully. Later, while eating a sandwich, Russell sighs, finding the entire situation annoying. He's surprised when the green-haired student sits down next to him on the bench with a book. The boy cheerfully explains he's just reading, as he finds the spot good for concentrating. Nearby, the blonde bully and his friends are terrified by the sight of a sinister, red-haired figure holding a smaller student. Russell and the patched-up student sit together on the bench in a moment of peace. Russell asks about the mana vein narrowing, startling the student. He tells the boy he knew someone similar who attended the academy, prompting the student to ask what happened to him. Russell coldly states the person was expelled like worthless trash, unable to overcome his limits. He explains that for a mage, having mana vein narrowing is effectively a death sentence. While Russell suggests giving up can be a form of courage, the resolute student declares he can't do that. The boy flashes a bright, determined smile and firmly states that he can't give up. Russell stands and looks down at the unwavering student, a silent understanding passing between them. A bald man, the chief, suddenly appears and urgently calls Russell over. Russell approaches, asking what's wrong, and the chief warns him to be careful, leaving him confused. Russell expresses his confusion about the chief's cryptic warning. The chief reveals the student is the son of a traitor from a fallen family, a fact that shocks Russell. In a dark chamber, a green, spectral skull materializes before cloaked figures. A hooded man with a sinister grin gives an order to head to Walker Hill Academy. He commands his followers to announce their return as a sigil burns onto the skull's forehead. Meanwhile, the green-haired student struggles to gather magical energy into a crystal. The energy violently surges from his hand, showing his lack of control. He turns around in surprise, looking for the source of a question. Russell looks into the distance, asking the student why he refuses to give up. The student flashes a determined smile and explains that he made a promise. The rustle of leaves announces an unwelcome arrival. The blonde bully and his cronies return, vowing they won't be careless this time. A red aura envelops Russell as he tells the student to watch carefully. Russell declares this is the only way the boy will ever become a true mage. The bully and his friends look on in utter shock at the display of power. With a menacing look, Russell clenches his fist, which erupts in fiery red energy. A powerful burst of red light explodes from his hand. Sometime later, the student runs through a snowy courtyard toward Russell. Russell trains him relentlessly, yelling that a mage's life depends on their speed. As they spar, Russell's narration notes the training is most effective on a growing child. Despite this, his progress is miserable, and Russell strikes him down during practice. Russell scolds the breathless student, questioning his promise given his weak performance. In a tournament, the student unleashes a powerful ice arrow attack. His opponent, the blonde bully, is frozen solid in a massive block of ice. The announcer declares the winner is Spiegel, whose name is finally revealed as he celebrates. The crowd erupts in disbelief, amazed that the student with mana vein narrowing won so decisively. The defeated bully glares from the ground, promising that they will pay for his humiliation. After the match, Spiegel looks back with a hopeful expression. Standing beside an impressive ice sculpture, Spiegel gratefully tells Russell he's now a second circle mage. Russell crosses his arms, a small, proud smile on his face. A pompous man, flanked by 2 guards, approaches and condescendingly calls Russell an insect. The man is identified as Coma Frederick, the bully's father. Russell sits on the ground, beaten and exhausted, and mutters an apology. Coma Frederick gloats that his son was repeatedly humiliated because of Russell's interference. A flashback shows the bully's moment of defeat. Russell smirks, realizing the connection and mocking Coma Frederick for raising a son just like him. Leaning in, Coma Frederick threatens to use his influence to have Russell thrown out of the academy. He lets out a chilling laugh as Russell sits defeated before him. Russell suddenly breaks into a wild grin, mockingly asking if he's supposed to adore Spiegel. He reveals to a stunned Coma Frederick that he only messed with his son for his own amusement. Later that night, a weary Russell packs a suitcase in his dark room. Coma Frederick's voice echoes in his memory, giving a final, unwavering order. The command was to leave the academy immediately, and Russell is shown walking away. Russell looks back with a heavy heart, thinking of Spiegel. At the academy gate, Spiegel spots Russell leaving and calls out, asking where he is going. Russell coldly states that he is leaving, prompting a shocked Spiegel to demand why. Ignoring his pleas, Russell continues to walk away. Spiegel desperately grabs Russell's arm, begging him to stop. As Russell turns, Spiegel recoils in shock at his haggard face, which Russell dismisses. He cruelly asks if Spiegel actually thought of him as a teacher, leaving the boy utterly shattered. With a firm pat on the shoulder, Russell wordlessly passes his resolve to the stunned Spiegel. Spiegel looks down, a single tear falling as the weight of Russell's words settles in. Meanwhile, Coma Frederick gloats that, with money and power, you can make anything go your way. His smug satisfaction is cut short as a sudden lurch startles him from his seat. His carriage is blocked by 3 cloaked figures, casting an ominous green spell as he demands to know what's happening. The blonde student angrily shouts from the carriage, demanding they move for the house of Frederick. A massive blast of magical energy erupts, engulfing the street in a violent green light. Hearing the explosion, Russell looks back toward the academy in sudden alarm. He watches in horror as the town and academy are consumed by raging fires. Russell screams in disbelief and despair, realizing the academy is under a full-scale attack. The source of the attack is revealed. A cult has laid siege to the academy gates. Their hooded leader announces their revival to the world and orders his followers to spread out. 2 cultists unleash their dark magic, one vowing to spread despair while the other promises a sea of blood. The academy grounds are a war zone as cultists mercilessly cut down fleeing students and staff. Amidst the chaos, Spiegel unleashes a powerful ice spell, creating a defensive barrier. A cultist with pink hair lets out a chilling laugh, amused by the resistance. Spotting Spiegel, he mockingly notes that one small fry is still alive as the student prepares his magic. Driven by a sudden urgency, a battered Russell races back toward the inferno. He arrives to find Spiegel standing alone against the attackers, who shouts his name in disbelief. The amused cultist wonders why Spiegel isn't running for his life. Spiegel defiantly declares he's satisfied with buying time for others to escape. From the shadows, Russell's glowing eye senses the tremendous magical power emanating from the fight. He sees fallen professors, realizing even they were no match for this mysterious foe. A memory surfaces of his past self, who vowed to become a utopic guardian to protect others. Powerless in the present, he collapses in despair, questioning what he can possibly do now. His first instinct is survival. He decides he must run away and save himself. The cultist sneers, telling Russell to know his place as a weak-ass punk. The taunt makes Russell stop, his mind flashing back to his sworn duty to protect people. He stands with Spiegel, defiantly declaring that protecting others is a guardian's calling. His eyes burn with renewed determination as he turns to face the enemy. The cultist tells Spiegel his naivete will get him killed and launches a deadly energy blast. In a flash, the attack is intercepted with a spray of dark blood. Russell has taken the blow, plunging his hand directly into the shocked cultist's chest. He follows up with a powerful kick, sending the cultist reeling backward. Enraged, the defeated cultist curses them as damn insects. Seizing the opportunity, Spiegel begins to form a sharp crystal of ice. He unleashes the spell in a powerful, focused blast of frigid energy. Exhausted, Spiegel struggles to gather more magic, breathing heavily from the effort. Russell charges another cultist, swinging his rake like a spear. The improvised weapon finds its mark, and the cultist dissolves into darkness. His energy spent, Russell collapses to one knee amidst the flames. Spiegel rushes to his side. Calling his name in a panic, he tries to support Russell, desperately noting that the bleeding won't stop. Russell pants for breath, urging Spiegel to leave quickly before more enemies arrive. In tears, Spiegel adamantly refuses to abandon him and go alone. Russell places a firm, steadying hand on Spiegel's shoulder. He asks if Spiegel wants to make him a teacher who couldn't even protect his only disciple. Stunned by being called a disciple, Spiegel listens as Russell orders him to survive. Russell offers a tired but genuine smile, saying he can handle keeping one more promise. Clutching Russell's arm, Spiegel tearfully promises he will become a guardian. With renewed purpose, Spiegel sprints back toward the blazing academy gates. Russell's inner voice reveals that Spiegel was a painful reminder of his own lost dream and abandoned courage. As a cultist unleashes a devastating green spell, Russell's thoughts confess this is why he hated Spiegel. Spiegel turns back, his expression resolute, as Russell admits this is also why he liked him. The hooded cultist mocks Spiegel as trash, sneering that even simple magic is a waste to use on him. A faint smile appears on Russell's face as he thinks, Thanks to you, I was able to live. In a surge of power, Russell leaps through the flames, striking down multiple cultists with his weapon. He recalls the principle he learned. True magic is unlocked by understanding the circle's hierarchy. Using a blink spell, he instantly teleports behind a shocked cultist. With a furious grimace, Russell channels his power into a ferocious attack. The cloaked cultist frantically gathers green energy for a desperate counter. A blinding explosion of magical energy erupts between them. The brilliant green light engulfs everything before fading into nothingness, drifting through a cosmic vista of shooting stars. A voice tells Russell it's about time for him to go. Russell awakens in the ethereal void, disoriented and asking where he is. A majestic, masked figure appears before him, asking if he is finally awake. The mysterious being floats in the cosmos and asks Russell how he found the world he just left. Russell admits that, although he lost his persistent dream, he managed to find and protect it again. A sudden memory of Spiegel makes him shout his name in panic, asking why he didn't run away. Filled with urgency, Russell begins sprinting through the strange cosmic dimension. He slams into an unseen barrier, stopping him in his tracks. Before the silent figure, Russell feels utterly helpless, realizing his efforts are futile. He laments that, in the end, he couldn't protect anything, but the figure calmly tells him he's wrong. The figure addresses him by his full name, Russell Raymond, and calls him the heir to a dragon's power. Shocked, Russell reaches out and demands to know who the figure is. Touching the cosmic barrier, the figure reveals they are the master of this wicked world. They glance aside, adding that people know them by another name. An image of a dark-haired man reflects as the figure's other name is revealed, Temple of Mirrors.